Lucia had been imprisoned in the Demon Prince's dungeon for 7 long years, languishing in solitude until the day she began seeing ghosts. Then, one day, the prison walls collapsed, and she was rescued by a nobleman. Not the prince she had expected, but Duke Davierre of Montefeltro, a man known for his volatile temper and icy demeanor. Brought to Davier's mansion, Lucia must adapt to a whole new world. Why did he save her? What secrets lie hidden behind the Duchess's gentle yet dark eyes? Can love blossom amidst the scars of a terrible past? Join me today as we explore The Duchess's Secret, a comic filled with emotion, mystery, and ethereal beauty that will captivate you until the very last moment. The story begins on a cold winter night, accompanied by a string of uncertain doubts, like an invisible stone. When did it all begin? Trapped in a small, lightless room, day after day, food and water delivered through a narrow crack, the only sliver of warmth to grace her lonely, cold soul. This place, encased in black brick walls, saw light only once a day. Only when the food was delivered from the depths of the darkness. A thin hand reached out slowly, almost unconsciously, towards the familiar tray. The so-called food was nothing more than dry bread and water. As I drew closer, I saw the person delivering the food shimmer faintly in the darkness. A pale face with sorrowful eyes, yearning for Lucia, imprisoned in the deepest part of the room. A round candy lay on the tin plate. One day, on the other side of the opening, a masked figure delivered her food and water each day. Though she strained to see, she could never discern who it was. I moved closer to see the person delivering the food, shimmering in the darkness. Lucia lay wearily on the floor, muttering to herself, able to see only a white mask. After eating, she fainted as usual. She looked up at the ceiling, only icy darkness surrounding her thoughts. I don't know what this is all for. I just need a clean bath and new clothes like this. Since I was 10, I've lived through countless days like this. Lucia opened her vacant, blurry eyes, her expression weary. Logically, I should have gone mad by now or become a fool. But the only thing keeping me sane is the evil spirit that constantly gnaws at my heart and soul. It's because of these beings that I haven't died. As soon as she finished speaking, the ghost Jibak appeared, slamming a fist against her door and telling Lucia, "Don't listen to him. There's always something surrounding me, chattering day and night." Bony arms covered in viscous liquid. Jibak, or rather, the vengeful spirit. Lucia explained the origins of the good and evil spirits. These are the masters of this mansion, who came down from the basement. They are said to be the primal souls who died for the so-called Demon Duke, fighting between good and evil day and night. Only I can see them, hear them. The room where Lucia was imprisoned was also the place where all the ghosts came and went day and night. They often gathered in this room, lamenting their fate. Jibak sneered today, saying, "You've been trapped here for 7 years, haven't you?" It kept flying around her head, constantly teasing and taunting her. "Happy 17th birthday. Even if you survive, no one will remember you." He always says such annoying things. If it weren't for these children, I probably would have gone mad long ago. She stood helplessly within the circle formed by the chains. No, actually, I don't even know if I'm already half mad, rather than dwelling on the past. Before coming here, Lucia looked back at the innocent eyes of a child, then asked herself, I don't even remember my name. It feels like someone has sealed my memories. She widened her eyes, staring at the blurry space bound by chains, filled with loneliness and cold. The ghosts chattered amongst themselves. Hey, there are some strange people outside. What kind of people? Even if they're called troll followers, they always look the same. No, this time there are a lot of scary adults. Lucia had a vague feeling that these strange people might be coming to save this child. As soon as she heard this, her whole body trembled. One ghost replied, "Save." If that were true, they would have come already. Lucia remained slumped on the cold ground, thinking wearily and exhaustedly. You're right, 7 years have passed. If anyone was looking for me, they would have come by now. Her heart was breaking. She covered her eyes, which were on the verge of tears, and told herself, well, the hope that someone would come and save me vanished long ago. Suddenly, Lucia's eyes snapped open. Was that a strange sound I just heard? An illusion? She rolled restlessly on the ground, covering her ears tightly with her hands. It wasn't an illusion, it's too loud. Lucia cried out in her mind, in pain and frustration. Help me, my ears are about to explode. Terror welled up, her eyes brimming with tears. What does this mean? A scarlet color enveloped the entire room and her. Could it be that, just like those ghosts trapped in this small, dilapidated room said, "I'll die here with no one coming to save me." A voice came from the void. "No." Lucia startled awake, her round, tear-filled eyes widening. From the darkest corner of the room, a kind ghost rushed out, cupping her small, beautiful face and comforting her. "You will live today, so it's all right. Don't be afraid. Remember, freedom is not scary." Lucia stirred, awakened by the unfolding scene. You could do anything, become anyone. A crack appeared on the wall, then suddenly it exploded, and a handsome, valiant young man strode in. "So, please, you must also be happy." She wearily propped herself up. "I remembered a story a ghost once told me. A princess with long hair, locked away somewhere, just like me. It was a story of a prince coming to save the princess." Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up, their gazes meeting. "But I'm not a princess. Are you a prince?" Davy, surprised and concerned, spoke only 2 words. "This isn't a fairy tale. I'm sorry." He sat down slowly, reaching out his hand as if to take away all the loneliness and resentment she had endured for 7 years. "I'm just a duke. This is my 7th year trapped in the Devil's Castle, and I've finally escaped." Outside, the magnificent palace basked in a warm glow. It was an auspicious day in the Imperial Palace. Davy was giving his report. "Congratulations, the infamous Devil Duke has finally been captured." The Emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. His expression was unreadable, but his complexion wasn't good. Could we call this fortunate? He pondered. The reason for his contemplation: Duke Davierre, the tyrant of the north, the disgrace of the imperial family, known as the Devil Duke. In that crimson apocalypse, one prince emerged, Isidore. All these years, he must have been controlling the underworld of the empire. He's always been known for his violence and cruelty. The monster wearing the crown, the embodiment of evil. That terrifying evil made Isidore even more dreadful. Not only did he study forbidden black magic, but he also ruined the northern territories. Everything he did was a sin only a devil would commit, kidnapping children, turning them into sacrifices for various entertainments. The blood moon rose, shrouding the entire castle. Finally, near the Duke's castle, countless remains and bizarre corpses were discovered, and the imperial family could no longer stand idly by. Crows frantically pecked at the withered bones. The campaign to subdue the Devil Duke lasted a whole year. Back in the present, he remained lost in thought. Duke Montefeltro personally put an end to it all. As emperor, there's no day more worthy of celebration than today. The problem is my own brother committed such cruel acts. Although I personally killed him and resolved the issue, the resentment towards the imperial family will be obvious. He continued to worry and ponder. An official was giving a report. The problem is, all the evidence found were corpses. According to the report, all documents, including the experimental diary, seem to have been burned. The only survivor is a girl who was imprisoned in the underground cell. Lucia was still lying among a pile of bones, giggling. She was imprisoned alone in such a place for years. It wouldn't be surprising if she was abused. With such evidence, it's difficult to obtain testimony, and it's not enough to convict the nobles involved. The official offered his opinion, and some worried about the backlash the imperial family might face. He pondered. Moreover, even though he claimed to oppose the emperor, if it weren't for Duke Montefeltro, this incident would have been difficult to resolve successfully. Duke Davierre was a legitimate royal duke. Davy Montefeltro, Davy surrounded by the vipers of hell, is the leader of the Montefeltro Duke Davierre and one of the pillars of the empire. Due to internally incomprehensible actions, rumors about Duke Montefeltro siding with Emperor Ivan spread throughout the world. The emperor also had a headache because of his powerful influence. Duke Montefeltro decided to use volunteers to punish the Devil Duke. Even so, Davierre was a member of the royal family after all, so he had to bear a great responsibility for the imperial family. By utilizing the powerful Duke Montefeltro, once the punishment was over, this disgrace would also disappear. He pondered, recalling the vipers of hell. I thought Duke Montefeltro's power would be weakened in the war, but the opposite happened. Because he handled the matter flawlessly, only the imperial family ended up owing him a favor. He rubbed his temples. It was good that he offered to help, but now it's become a headache. Currently, Just defeating the Duke is worth celebrating. He recalled the Duke's brutality and the evidence of the Duke's crimes. The nobles involved are enough to make the future situation tense. He sighed. Well, just these two things are a great achievement for the imperial family. So I have to stop here and end this worry. Although my hair has been thinning lately, what should be done with the surviving test subject? Upon hearing this question, he thought, there's also this. At the far end of the castle, Lucia was still imprisoned. She was considered a test subject, the only surviving test subject in the large-scale siege. Considering that the Duke didn't kill her until the very last moment, she's clearly a special individual. He stood up and pointed, giving the order. There's also the option of not letting her live. First, transfer her to Duke Montefeltro, who discovered this girl. Davier held Lucia in his arms. From that moment on, the responsibility for everything that would happen next rested on his shoulders. She met his gaze. The girl found in the Demon Duke's prison would be handed over to the Duke who found her. He cried out in a panic, and so the responsibility for any unforeseen circumstances fell upon him. A voice rang out. Did you hear? The Demon Duke is finally dead. Lucia was surrounded by maids, being washed. Even a demon like that couldn't resist Duke Montefeltro, could he? The Duke is someone who can coexist with such a being. She pondered, is this the sound of a living person's voice? Something I haven't heard in years. Now that I'm out, she thought aloud. I feel uneasy. I can't help but tremble. I don't know the details, but I seem to understand something. According to everyone, the Demon Duke was dead. Lucia and Davier exchanged glances. The one who killed him was the Duke who saved me. Perhaps that's why I was able to leave that place. Emerging from the underground, she worried, first, I must be obedient. If I act suspiciously, I might be mistaken for the Duke's accomplice. Her thoughts raced. If possible, I mustn't expose myself. A maid's words startled Lucia back to reality. So who is she? The Duke found her in the Demon Duke's castle. Sir Dietrich said to wash her thoroughly. She slowly followed the maid's instructions. Now, take my arm and lean on me. The maids praised her ethereal beauty. Goodness, after a bath, she's a completely different person. Is this hair real? My, it's so long. Tara Shirley said, could we cut it a little shorter? Hair this long will be troublesome. Lucia worried. How should I answer? She remembered Gibak's words. Remember what I said. One day you'll go out into the world, and there will be people who will be kind to you. Don't be afraid then. Just be polite to them, and everything will be all right. Clutching the towel nervously, Lucia silently told herself, that's right. If I do as he said, I won't get hurt. She hesitantly replied, you can cut a little. Tara was surprised. Oh my, you can talk. Isa happily praised. Your voice is lovely too. Lucia said happily, thank you. Your voices are lovely too. She wondered, did I say something wrong? Both of them laughed happily. Oh my, I'm so moved to hear that for the first time. Isa gently combed her hair. Because it's so long, I'll just trim it a little. As soon as she finished cutting, everyone exclaimed, it would be wonderful if we could make a wig with this hair. Someone hurriedly brought a wig. Do you want to try it on? Lucia thought, I don't understand what everyone is saying. As she watched them fix her hair, she thought, they don't seem to dislike me. A voice came from outside. Honestly, I knew this would happen. Dietrich pulled back the curtain, frowning and saying loudly, is this the time to be playing with dolls? Sir Dietrich. Dietrich was a knight of Montefeltro. He ordered, the Duke wants to see her immediately. Even the ghost taught me how to wear that dress. It seems he's a knight. What should I do? Lucia replied, but my hair isn't dry yet. Dietrich approached. There's no time. He scooped her up into his arms. Lucia cried out in alarm. Dietrich held her and said, the Duke is waiting for us. A loud boom made Lucia's ears ring. Over there. What's happening outside? She covered her ears in pain. This noise has been ringing in my ears for a long time, and this blinding light. Lucia realized, I see this. A mysterious blue light enveloped the entire castle, accompanied by screams, the screams of ghosts. Lucia leaned wearily against Dietrich's chest. A wisp of blue spark coiled around her finger. A strange blue flame. Was this also created by Duke Montefeltro? With this, the ghost can also be freed from the Great Siege. Lucia watched the scene unfold, puzzled. But it's strange. Everyone is in pain. Her pained expression shifted slightly. Why do I want to escape from Gibak's mausoleum? Lucia clutched her head in agony, thoughts swirling. I've always wished for the fortress to turn to ashes, but why? Why am I in so much pain? Dietrich looked at her with concern, worried, and irritated. Hey, you can relax now, because the Duke is dead. Lucia fearfully clung to his shoulders. I feel relieved. It's just screaming. Dietrich held her, thinking worriedly. She was fine just now. Why is she trembling now? Just then, Isidore shouted, lapdog. He held a cigarette between his fingers and said sarcastically, at least you should find your master. Isidore, the prince of the Escato Empire, had a grim expression and furrowed brows. Prince Isidore glanced at her with disgust, but still asked condescendingly, what's that? Did your master find this girl? She looked around nervously. Who is this person? Does he know me? He replied, yes, your highness. I'm taking her to see the Duke now. Isidore tossed away his cigarette, but sneered, is that so? He stepped forward and tightly grasped Lucia's hand. Give her to me. I'll take her, she said in pain. Wait. Just then, a calm voice rang out. Prince Davier took a step forward and continued, I was ordered to bring that girl back. All three turned their heads towards the direction he came from. The man, an enigmatic presence. Unreadable blue eyes, dark hair swaying slightly, calm green eyes stared at me. Lucia, startled, her eyes widening in an instant, the screams in her mind seeming to halt. In fact, even a Grand Duke couldn't move. Davier smiled gently and kindly. Duke Montefeltro sensed Isidore's presence. Isidore snatched Lucia from Dietrich's arms and sneered, ah, don't misunderstand, Lord Davier. I heard you were preparing to return immediately, and it would be troublesome to carry luggage, so I was just going to help. His face darkened slightly, his gaze sharp as ice arrows, as if he wanted to take someone's life. He frowned. Davier glanced at the Emperor, recalling the moments he spent with him at court. Isn't this the Duke Montefeltro who deposed the Grand Duke? Also the Duke Montefeltro who found the test subject. I entrusted the survivor's safety to the Duke. He stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Isidore, and said loudly, whether you turn them into slaves or do whatever, it's up to you. Davier continued, so your highness misunderstood. He happily retrieved Lucia from his arms. First, take your hand off my fiancée. Everyone who heard panicked and exclaimed in unison, my lord, oh my lord. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she asked herself, what did I just hear? Me, this person. Davier looked at her affectionately and smiled reassuringly. Yes, I'm going to marry this girl. Dietrich asked suspiciously, were you thinking? Davier replied, I already said it. He smiled firmly. I will marry her. He exclaimed, Duke Davierre, then asked disdainfully, did you just see that stunned look on the princess's face? Dietrich asked and answered himself, they say you only water the prince's plants. Are you the one who gave the position of Princess Montefeltro to a demon lord's test subject of unknown origin? Davier chuckled and explained how novel. Since when did you care about my marriage? Besides, Brun said it, there always has to be a thing or two at this age to reminisce about when you're old. Suddenly, he slammed the table. Dietrich yelled angrily, Lord Davier. He glanced over with a smile. What's wrong? Are you finally betraying me? Dietrich froze at his words. He hurriedly said, please, tell me, what is the reason for you suddenly causing such a big incident? He replied gently, I'm curious about the reason too. Davier continued to calmly admire the scenery. That's right, because I fell in love with her at first sight. He froze, as if struck by lightning upon hearing those words. Dietrich asked curiously, have you met before? Impossible, right? Davier slowly replied, what are you talking about? Love at first sight is, of course, the first time you meet. Anxious and irritated, he wanted the full answer. I know you couldn't have become such a kind person. What's going on? As the Emperor said, keeping her as a slave is more appropriate. He didn't rush to answer Dietrich. I'm displeased that you didn't follow my orders. Dietrich suddenly retorted, when did you give the order? He remembered, was it the mission to bring that woman back? But Prince Isidore intercepted it. Prince Isidore, resting his chin on his hand, said, so I don't understand. Why was my Dietrich lingering there? Davier's expression turned serious, his eyes cold. He growled in a low voice, are you more afraid of the prince, or more afraid of my orders? Dietrich said timidly, I'm sorry, that's absolutely not the case. Of course, I know, even if I saw through the Emperor's concession, I would never suddenly decide to marry her because of that woman. Lucia and Davier stood facing each other, but separated by an invisible barrier. Perhaps he had planned it from the moment he discovered the girl, which is probably why he sent me to bring her. In the deep darkness, she continued to ask herself, if that's the case, then what's the reason? Finally, Dietrich apologized. I will try not to make such a mistake again. Please forgive me. Davier replied like a child, I don't like it. He continued, it's so embarrassing. Then I'll apologize with this lowly life. He He narrowed his eyes uncomfortably. What are you saying? If Dietrich dies, how am I supposed to live? He blushed in surprise. Duke, I didn't expect you to directly say you need me. He just thought of this when Davier continued, leaving him stunned, but it's not bad to have the Duke. It's extra work anyway. Lucia sat nervously, hearing these words. Then, Madam, please answer the question I'm about to ask. She thought urgently, what should I do? Should I answer? If I don't know, I'll just say I don't know. Devon spoke first, Madam. Do you remember my name? Lucia hesitated and whispered, well, I still have to answer. She asked doubtfully, you said your name is Devon. Yes, I'm Devon, he replied happily. The therapist assigned to take care of Madam. You can tell me anything you want to say. Devon was a psychotherapist. Lucia clutched the hem of her skirt, thinking, I think there's some misunderstanding here. I'm not Madam. Her eyes widened. Why did he say he would marry me? I wanted to ask, but I haven't seen Duke Davierre since that day. His image flashed in my mind. Does he intend to keep me by his side forever, using me for experiments? A beautiful doll like Lucia was given as a gift. People say nobles are cruel and wicked, just like those dead ghost friends. Maybe I am too. Suddenly, the doll was ruthlessly torn to shreds. Davier comforted her, Madam, you needn't worry. He continued, the Duke I know never does anything pointless. I don't know the details, but there must be a reason for bringing Madam here with such courtesy. Lucia wondered to herself, what was the reason for bringing me here? He returned to his professional demeanor and began to question her. So, can we go back to the previous question? Madam, do you remember your name? She hesitantly replied, I don't remember. Davier continued his questioning, carefully documenting her responses. Then have you seen the Grand Duke or anyone else before? Lucia hesitated before answering. Once, I saw someone bring me food. She recounted the time when food was brought in from outside the hall by a masked person. He asked, did you have any unusual reactions after eating? Suppose something hurts, don't eat, don't doubt. Lucia was sitting on the floor, carefully peeling a candy. The ghosts around her kept saying, don't eat, don't doubt. Then she also recalled feeling unwell after eating the candy. My stomach felt hot after I ate the candy, that's all. Did you ever go outside while you were locked up? She sighed and answered no, never. Lucia lowered her head and spoke quietly. After thinking for a moment, she remembered and heard Davier ask, I don't know what I'm like when I'm asleep, but sometimes I wake up and my body is clean. Are you saying you might have been bathed while you were sleeping? Lucia slowly looked at her palms and replied, yes, maybe. At times like that, the ghost would also disappear and reappear. She looked up at the space in front of her. He said he couldn't stand anyone coming here. Lucia clenched her hands, thinking, my body functions like a human's, thanks to the kindness or politeness of those children, the lives of those outside. The table was filled with high-quality dishes, appealing to all the senses. Those children told me many stories, so I would never forget this world. She stared ahead, feeling herself. At times like that, I could imagine things. Lucia's eyes widened. It's better to live in imagination. She trailed off, whatever existed in that place, because I could become anyone I wanted to be. Lucia remembered a long time ago, like becoming a princess locked in a dragon's tower, waiting for a prince to rescue her. A hand reached out, as if to save her. Someone came to me, so I could go home. Lucia played and danced with her loved ones, embracing the family who loved her most. That's right, maybe this is what I imagine most often. I can't remember my family's faces, nor my hometown. Lucia was still trapped in past memories, so I know this isn't my home. It's more like a palace in a fairy tale, where someone calls Madam by a certain word, a number, or something. This isn't my home, she murmured. The children often called me whatever they wanted. He was surprised. Children. Davier asked again, but I heard you were alone inside. Lucia replied, they're not human. Her face tensed. Those children are the children who died in that mansion. They're ghosts. He was worried and afraid. Devon hesitantly asked, Madam, have you spoken to those children? Lucia calmly replied, yes, they talk to me every day. He wrote in his notebook as he asked, Madam, can you see those children? Lucia recalled and answered, sometimes I can vaguely see some faces on the ceiling. Hearing this, Devon asked earnestly and urgently, Madam, can you still see them now? Those children, she calmly countered, no, those children disappeared when the Demon King's castle burned down. As soon as she finished speaking, Lucia's eyes lit up, widening further. Davier shouted, hey you. Lucia softly replied, what? She pointed forward. It's standing on your superior's shoulder. The ghost was clinging to his shoulder. Devon shouted angrily, how dare you call my uncle superior? He cried out, how could she look at me like that, like I'm her boss? I'm so vibrant. Am I really that old? Dietrich said impatiently, does that matter now? He crossed his arms. The problem now is her absurd story about seeing ghosts. I don't know if you believe in this mystical stuff, but she's telling the truth. Devin recounted the entire incident that had made him drop his pen in fright. I made a living off of this for 10 years, and this is the first time I almost screamed ghost. Ghost on my shoulder. Now she's talking about ghosts with such innocence, giving me goosebumps all over. He listened to the report with his arms crossed. It's probably not fake. This person is certainly different from what you told me, although the content isn't that serious. Dietrich perceived something keenly. Davier frowned. It seems to me that this is all Madame's imagination, combined with her experiences during that time. It's a kind of psychological defense mechanism. He asked curiously, so she's imagining a friend to protect herself. He replied, that's right. A normal person can't think straight after being imprisoned in a confined space for so long. Devin recalled and explained clearly. To prevent this, the brain spontaneously establishes a defense mechanism, creating ghosts. It's a miracle that Madame can still speak and think. Dietrich frowned and asked uneasily, have you found anything related to the experiment? He looked at the documents nervously and replied, no, it was difficult to find anything from the beginning. A large part of her memory seems to be hidden, so I can only approach it bit by bit. A ram's skull covered in syrup was hidden. That's right. When you encounter difficult psychological problems, sometimes memory manipulation occurs. Thousands of chained arms cruelly gnawed at Lilia's soul as she couldn't even remember what happened before her imprisonment. The possibility that they interfered with Madame's memory cannot be ruled out, which means that during the experiment, her memory may have been forcibly erased. Devin said sympathetically, it's so pitiful. Maybe she doesn't even know, so she really thinks of those ghosts as friends. Dietrich sighed nervously and replied, the ghost story again. Those withered bones are everywhere, but isn't it strange if there are no ghosts? The guards rushed in and said they heard countless bodies were found in the Grand Duke's mansion. He continued, frowning, according to Madame, the ghosts talk to her every day, and sometimes she can even see their faces. He froze when he heard the word ceiling. Dietrich nervously repeated, ceiling. Did she say that? Devin, bewildered and confused, replied, yes, she said that, but is there something wrong? He thought, does this person know what he's talking about? Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes that day in the Demon Grand Duke's dungeon. Then thousands of skulls piled up, and I lost my mind. The scene returned to Lilia's magnificent room. Tara's voice comforted her. The doctor said it's all right, Madame. You don't have to worry too much. She smiled brightly and continued, if you keep exercising every day, Madame will definitely be able to walk properly. Tara, is the Montefeltro maid? Tara happily suggested, now let me comb your hair, Madame. The golden comb slowly combed her smooth hair. While having her hair combed, Lilia whispered happily, everyone is so friendly. Are the people outside like this too? Just thinking about this, she blamed herself sadly. That person was also very friendly just now, but I seem to have scared him. You mentioned ghosts. I'm not strange, am I? Did I say something crazy? A voice rang out, attracting Lilia's gaze. Hey, why are you saying such stupid things, idiot? Gibak slowly walked over. What did you just say? No one will believe it. It said as it walked. Now you're still digging your own grave. Sooner or later you'll be kicked out of this luxurious mansion. Gibak is a jet black cat. Tara exclaimed, oh my. She looked at the cat in surprise. That cat just now, Tara happily praised, I guess I want to please Madame. So cute, is it Madame's cat? Lilia denied. No, this cat's name is Gibak, and he was with me in the Demon Grand Duke's dungeon. I've always wondered how he followed me here. I didn't expect him to pretend to be a cat. It's so nice to see my ghost friend again, whom I thought I had lost forever. Gibak said impatiently, hey, are you looking down on me? What a chatterbox. Why don't you answer? Oomph. In the end, the most dissatisfied and complaining one is only me. Madam, do you want to look in the mirror? In the mirror was Lilia, as beautiful as a queen, making Tara couldn't help but praise, as expected of Madame, it really suits you. She happily complimented her repeatedly, more elegant than a noble lady. Gibak quipped, she has good taste. She picked up some clothes and thought clothes. Body hair, Lilia thought shyly, my whole body is soft and clean after so long. She was so happy that she wanted to run outside. Spring is in the air, warm, comfortable, and fresh. I really want to run and jump freely. As if that terrible time never existed. Tara respectfully replied, yes, Lord Dietrich. Deverick's voice rang out, interrupting her. Lilia guessed, if it's Daverick, then the one I met that night. He spoke first. I'll come and get you, madam. The Duke is waiting for you. Please come down for dinner. She nervously worried about the Duke. Finally, I can have a proper conversation with that person. The Duke will be here soon. The maid said, please wait a moment, madam. Ah, yes, all right. Lilia sighed. She looked around and secretly admired. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place. Just how big is this place? Lilia suddenly became nervous. This place is huge, just like the dining room, as expected of the Duke, indeed. She picked up the fork on the table. Compared to him, I don't know any table manners. What if I get laughed at? She keenly noticed something. Lilia looked straight ahead. That flower. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The Duke approached and gently asked, why do you keep holding on to that? He smiled brightly. That thing. She turned her head at the sound of his voice, and their eyes met. The Duke spoke first. Are you planning to stab someone with that? Duke Montefeltro. Luria's eyes widened in surprise. The Duke smiled politely and greeted her with concern. Hello. Did you rest well? Luria panicked inwardly and quickly rose to her feet. Am I being too rude? I should stand to greet him. The Duke soothed her. You don't have to stand. She replied, but he gently inquired, didn't you say your legs were uncomfortable? The Duke glanced away. I don't want to be the bad guy who makes others uncomfortable and forces them to stand. Luria was startled and stammered. I didn't mean it like that. He pulled out a chair. I heard. The Duke asked with concern. You were there for 7 years, right? You look about 17 now. Oh, perhaps. He asked worriedly. Do you not remember anything from before you were locked away? Yes, I see. In comparison, your current situation is quite good. Luria thought innocently, his voice is so cold. Does he think I'm lying? She recalled Gibak's words and pondered. Maybe the cat was right. How could anyone believe such a ghost story? Luria nervously clutched her sleeves, but she still mustered the courage to say, I have never lied in my life. I'm not lying, Duke. The Duke's gaze turned sharp and cold. Luria's eyes widened, utterly innocent. He looked at her thoughtfully, thinking why? Why doesn't he say anything? Was I not polite enough? Luria was so nervous, she broke out in a cold sweat. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke first. Duke, startled. She replied, yes. That's my title. The Duke smiled brightly. Call me Davier. Luria blushed shyly. The Duke told me his name. At least now he'll believe me, right? He smiled and started a conversation. I believe I've introduced myself, so I'd like to hear your name as well. What should I call you? She hesitated. She became nervous again. My name, That's another thing that's been erased from my memory. I don't remember it all. The ghosts there never called my name either. They just whispered strange names in my head. Fear gripped her once more. The Duke looked thoughtful. To lighten the mood, he said, you don't even remember that. Yes. The Duke suggested, then shall we choose a new name? Luria looked confused. My name? He replied, then what name shall we choose? The Duke suggested a few names. Elizabeth, Isabella, Josephine. How about those? Luria hesitated again. Then, he immediately said, none of those are quite right. At that moment, she looked at him with wide eyes. The Duke chose a suitable name for her and explained, Luria. How about that name? It's the name of this flower. It's beautiful, isn't it? It said that this flower doesn't wither even in harsh environments. I think it suits you. What do you think? She gasped. Luria, is this just a coincidence? Those ghosts call me many different names, and my favorite among them was Luria. I even told him back then that it's a flower that doesn't wither even in cold, dark places. To be called by that name again, how should I describe this feeling? Luria placed her hand on her chest and smiled happily. A little more, and it would feel like I'm truly alive. Yes, please call me by that name. The Duke smiled brightly as well. I'm glad you like it. Then, he snapped his fingers. Let's eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the servants brought in the food. The table was piled high with dishes. The sheer amount of food on the table left her speechless. Is all of this really for just the two of us? It's too much. Everything looks so delicious. The Duke reassured her. Don't worry about the meal. Everyone was attending to Luria. The Duke explained, until you learn how to use a knife and fork, they will take care of you. A maid said cheerfully, Madam, this steak is made with the finest beef. The food was brought to her lips. Please have a taste, madam. It was strange. It looked delicious, and she felt hungry, but why did she feel a sense of resistance? Her mouth wouldn't open. As expected, I must be doing something wrong. If this continues, I'll never be able to adapt to the outside world. The Duke gave an order that startled Lucia. Stop, he said angrily, his voice raised. Can't you do anything right? The maids apologized profusely. We're sorry, sir. He wasn't talking to me, was he? But these people haven't done anything wrong. The Duke ordered. All right, everyone out. Yes, sir. He folded his arms, looking worried. Do you not like it, or are you dissatisfied with the food? She replied, no, it's all very good. The Duke prompted her to remember, making Lucia feel shy. Then did you recall any unpleasant memories? Is that so? His gaze turned icy. He snapped, why aren't you answering? The Duke gritted his teeth, startling her. I'm asking you, Lucia. Lucia exclaimed, please don't be angry. She was worried and scared. I don't know why this happened. He listened intently. I'll try to calm down. Please give me a moment. Davier smiled brightly at Lilia's cute, tilted head. Surprised, she asked why. Why are you smiling? He apologized with a smile. I'm sorry. Davier explained, still smiling, that he really liked her. I'm acting like this because I'm confused too. Was she a gift or a bomb? Lucia was bewildered. Why was he confused? Were his words meant to provoke her? He seemed like a difficult person to understand. Davier stood up and walked towards Lucia. She felt uneasy as he approached. Can I help you? He asked. Her eyes widened in surprise. What? He held out a forkful of food. Here, he said gently. Say on. Lucia was flustered by Davier's sudden action. He's feeding me directly with a fork. This isn't the table etiquette the ghosts talked about. Confused, she allowed the tempting morsel to be brought to her lips. Calm down, Lucia. Maybe he's testing me. Why else would the Duke personally feed me like this? Lost in thought, Lucia didn't notice that Davier was still holding the fork in the same position. Seeing her hesitation, Davier lowered the fork. This doesn't seem very appetizing. Lucia suddenly realized she was being rude. That's not it. Davier offered her another dish. How about this? Seeing his enthusiasm, Lucia quickly said, I'm really fine. Just then, her eyes widened, sparkling with light. Before her was a jiggling pudding covered in chocolate and various toppings. Seeing that Lucia was no longer refusing, Davier excitedly scooped a spoonful. Can't take your eyes off it, can you? If you're curious, why not try it? Here. He held the spoonful of pudding to her lips. Unable to resist the temptation, Lucia stared at the enticing dessert. Is it really okay? She decided to ignore her reservations, brushed her hair aside, and opened her mouth. I don't know anymore anyway. Offered by the Duke himself, she couldn't refuse. As Lucia rationalized, she didn't notice Davier's affectionate gaze. The moment the pudding touched her tongue, Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. Blushing, she asked Davier, what is this? He happily explained it's pudding. She was thoroughly delighted. Seeing how much she enjoyed it, Davier asked, is it to your liking? Inwardly, she sighed. Oh my, so sweet. Lucia's shy expression brightened with delight. Glancing at Davier beside her, she wondered, there's food that tastes like this. It's strange. Why can I accept it now? Is it because Davier is here? Lucia compared it to the food she had eaten in the dungeon. Until now, the only sweetness she knew was from the candies in prison. This was incomparable. Lucia happily reveled in the sensation. The ghosts were right. The outside world was truly amazing. Seeing her lost in thought, Davier brought her back. It's delicious, isn't it? It seems you really like sweets. Noticing Lucia focused solely on the pudding, he added, don't just eat the pudding. Try the things too. She smiled brightly and obediently replied, okay. He offered her a basket of golden, crispy, steaming bread. This is freshly baked bread. Lucia stared at it, examining its shape. This is bread. Davier broke off a piece and showed her. You can eat this with your hands. He placed the piece in her hand. Simple, right? Try it yourself. Lucia hesitantly broke off a piece and took a small bite. The bread was soft. It was truly fluffy. Just as she'd imagined, the fresh bread melted in her mouth, completely different from the dark bread in prison. Experiencing this deliciousness for the first time, Lucia couldn't contain her curiosity. What flavor is this? Seeing her enjoyment, Davier was also pleased. Is it really that good? Tears welled up in her eyes as she softly replied, yes, it's really delicious. Davier chuckled. No one's chasing you. Eat slowly. Lucia sighed happily. The people who can eat this every day must be very happy. Hearing this, he gave a meaningful smile. I see. Lilia will become a very happy duchess. Not understanding the implication, Lilia asked, "What's a duchess?" He casually explained, "It's my wife. Because I'm a duke. If you marry me, you'll become the duchess." Silence fell. Lilia froze, like a statue, forgetting everything. She realized with a jolt that she had overlooked something important. Yes, that. Lilia didn't know how to react, feeling embarrassed. The atmosphere during the meal distracted her, and she even forgot about the bride. Anxious thoughts swirled in her mind. What should I do? What should I say? Davier seemed disappointed by her reaction. Are you that surprised? You'll hurt my feelings like this. Lilia panicked, trying to explain the misunderstanding. No, it's not like that. I just want to be like the Duke. He corrected her with a smile. Davier. Lilia stuttered, repeating after him. Like Davier. She finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. I don't understand why you would marry a child like me. Davier casually replied, so what? Can I? Lilia mumbled dejectedly. No, I heard nobles only marry nobles. Compared to them, I don't even know who I am. She clutched her skirt helplessly, listing her shortcomings. I can't walk on my own. I don't know etiquette. I can't, right? Instead of scolding her, Davier comforted her gently. Your legs will heal soon, and you can learn everything else gradually. Seeing his calm demeanor, Lilia was surprised. Even so, you don't mind. I can't help you with anything. He rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at her. You don't need to know these things. You only need to know that you truly are the kidnapped princess. His calm attitude made Lilia suspicious. Is this a joke? I don't know how much of this is sincere. Davier seemed to see through her thoughts, offering a comforting smile. Don't worry, that was just a joke. I'm not a prince. I don't need a princess. Flustered at having her thoughts read, she asked, Was it that obvious? Davier continued to encourage Lilia. Whether you can help or not depends on what you do. I believe you can definitely help me, right? Lilia pondered his words, then bit her lip thoughtfully. Davier was right. A feeling of gratitude welled up inside her. If Davier hadn't brought me here, what would have become of me? Suddenly, she heard Davier's gentle voice. Don't worry. He calmly poured her a cup of warm tea. Even if you send me away, you won't become a slave. Davier took a sip of tea and continued. I'll have you adopted by someone I know, where you can live happily. This isn't a decision you need to make now. Finish your meal first. Faced with such a dreamlike life, Lilia hesitated. Were these words true? She recalled her wishes while imprisoned. When I was in that cell, I wished I could leave that world, look up at the blue sky, meet other people, and not live alone anymore. She gazed absent-mindedly out the window. I even thought that being a slave for the rest of my life would be okay. Suddenly, she asked Davier a question. He set down his teacup, slightly surprised. Me. Lilia hesitantly probed. If I don't marry you, what will happen to you? Davier thought for a moment, then answered, I'll live as I did before. Don't worry, even if we don't marry, it's all right. He was about to continue when Lilia interrupted him. I will marry you. Davier, caught off guard, widened his eyes in surprise. What? Even Lilia herself realized there was a reason for Davier's warmth. Instinctively feeling that his kindness must have a motive, she replayed their first encounter in her mind. But even so, it didn't matter. In my world, there were only ghosts in the darkness, and that was our first meeting. Lilia murmured to herself, he's the one who rescued me from that small, dark cell. Whatever this person wants, I will help him. She made up her mind. I will marry you. It was now evening. A voice sighed, getting married so suddenly. An older man sighed in resignation. I thought at least half of them would tease me. Dietrich chimed in, me too. I thought he couldn't be this straightforward while endangering the emperor. He quickly cautioned, Dietrich, you talk too much. Be careful. He frowned in exasperation, adding apologetically, sorry. The man resting his chin was the butler of Duke Burns's estate, although he wasn't the type to make such foolish jokes in the first place. When Davier decided to marry Lilia so quickly, Byrne was astonished. I didn't expect him to be the protagonist of these scandals. This old man couldn't believe his ears. Dietrich rolled his eyes in bewilderment. Maybe it's really true. He awkwardly brought up the maids again. According to the maids, he even prepared her meals. Can you imagine? Tara and Byrne shook their heads in resignation upon hearing this. Finally, Byrne spoke, easing the tension. While it's difficult to understand the Duke's intentions, there was joy in his voice. Finally, there's a young lady in this gloomy castle. As the butler, I'm also happy, and she's a very beautiful person. Hearing this, Tara clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Right? The butler thinks so too. I bet she'll look beautiful in any dress. She seems to really enjoy this topic, going on and on about how handsome the Duke is and how the wedding will be as beautiful as a painting. Right, Dietrich? Dietrich froze at her words. I wasn't planning on stopping them. Seeing the conversation going a bit overboard, Byrne intervened. Tomorrow isn't the wedding, so stop fussing and let's go. Whether they get married or not, they at least need to receive a basic education. Tara exclaimed, goodness, the one assigned by the Duke to escort her. Can you wholeheartedly protect her while remaining wary of her? Dietrich, who was drinking tea, choked at her sarcasm. Tara looked at Dietrich suspiciously, her expression scrutinizing. Are you hoping the Duke will change his mind because of this? Regardless, it's good to report promptly. He protested loudly. No, not at all. I don't want that at all. He tried to explain. I just doubt his motives. Aren't the two of them too calm? Hearing this, Tara sighed. So what should we do? She could only comfort him. Even if we think about it together, we can't change anything. Maybe you'll meet someone who surprises you. Dietrich stubbornly slammed the table. Even so, he leaned close to Tara's ear, speaking rapidly, trying to convince her. Do you believe in love at first sight? That Duke. Suddenly, the two heard Byrne's calm voice. Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. Dietrich looked confused. The butler explained to them, the current Duke is only 21 years old, in the prime of his youth. For such a Duke, the bride's identity is not an issue at all. He frowned and asked again, are you telling the truth? Byrne remained calm. What's not true? Although the Duke is more particular and discerning than others. Suddenly, he looked up at Dietrich. I don't know if you know this, but thanks to you, his fiery temper has calmed down. He froze, not quite understanding Byrne's meaning. Then he straightened his collar and stood up. Anyway, it's going to be busy from now on. Byrne looked at Dietrich, who was pursing his lips, and said, since things have turned out this way. He smiled gently and advised, then enjoy your youth. With that, he turned and left, leaving Dietrich standing there, lost in thought. He rubbed his throbbing temples and muttered to himself, enjoy my youth. What can someone do when they know exactly why they can't do that? The Duke will reciprocate in the same way. Dietrich frowned again, his mind in turmoil. He walked out onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh air and clear his head. I don't know either. Damn it. He looked at the distant sky and muttered to himself, if only it were truly love at first sight, even if it's for that unknown lady. That night, at Davier's mansion, in a luxuriously decorated room, warmed by a fireplace, a voice echoed, from now on, your name. Gibak asked doubtfully, is Lucia? It swished its long tail, complaining. Giving her a name doesn't suit her at all. Lucia, having no intention of changing her name, retorted, shut up. I like this name. Seeing her attitude, Gibak continued to grumble, but Lucia didn't bother to listen. You've only just gotten a name, and you're already planning to join the operation. Shouldn't you be grateful to us? If it weren't for us, you would be. She lay casually on the bed, exposing Gibak. Don't take it out on me, just because you're upset about eating cat food. Hitting a nerve, it jumped up. Hey, weren't you enjoying it too? You're kidding, right? You have to try it yourself to know what it tastes like. Gibak continued to mutter, but Lucia was sighing contentedly, not hearing a word. So soft. She touched the dress she was wearing, her excitement evident. So much had happened today, but this dress was so warm and soft that all her fatigue seemed to disappear. The room also felt warm and comfortable. Lucia looked around, wondering just how many rooms does this mansion have? Why give me such a big room? Seeing that she was ignoring him, Gibak grumbled angrily. Hey, are you even listening to me right now? Lucia, or whatever anyone calls you, I get it. Suddenly, Lucia spoke, staring at Gibak, making it shiver involuntarily. Why are you looking at me like that? Lucia jumped up excitedly, guessing, do you want a name too? Gibak quickly denied it. No way. She looked at its reaction, surprised. Why don't you want a nice name like Davier? Gibak was confused. Who's Davier? Lucia answered softly, the Duke. Gibak started teasing after realizing who it was, making Lucia blush. Your husband. She hugged the pillow tightly, rolling around on the bed. No, he's not. Gibak sighed helplessly at the sight. Goodness, if he's not your husband, then what is he? You like him so much. It suddenly turned its head and looked at Lucia. So what's Davier's name then? What? Isn't that a name? Lucia didn't understand what Gibak was saying. What? She asked back, confused. What about Davier? With that, she lay down, hugging her pillow, and murmured, I just think it's a nice name. Lucia smiled brightly, then suddenly widened her eyes in fear. Outside the room's window, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the night sky. Lucia and Gibak, who were talking in a room, jumped up in fright. Gibak muttered, that scare me. The thunder scare me to death. Sweating profusely, Gibak turned to Lucia. Seeing her trembling and hugging her knees, Gibak panicked. Hey, are you alright? Lucia covered her ears with her hands, biting her lip in fear. Outside, flashes of lightning streaked across the night sky. The pillow she had been holding now lay on the floor. Lucia covered her face with her hands and sobbed, looking out the window. One hand covered her ears, the other wiped away the tears streaming down her face. Lucia clutched the sheets, completely ignoring Gibak's anxious voice beside her. Hey, are you okay? Gibak's face paled. Someone get help. Mother. Another clap of thunder boomed, and Gibak jumped. Gibak tried to comfort the terrified Lucia. Hey, calm down, dummy. It's just thunder. It happens when it rains. Lucia ignored Gibak's explanation, remaining hidden under the covers. Trembling and drenched in sweat beneath the covers, she recalled the past. I've heard the Devil Duke say it countless times. I'll never forget that sound. The ghosts told me that whenever it thunders, that it rains. They also said that the Devil Duke's mood would become very foul. She tried to encourage herself. Calm down, Lucia. The Devil Duke is dead. Davier got me out of there. But why am I still? Suddenly, a knock came at the door, followed by a concerned voice. Miss, are you alright? Tara opened the door and asked worriedly. I kept hearing a cat crying. Seeing the scene in the room, Tara screamed, Mississippi. Just then, a tall man approached. What's wrong? Tara stammered, Davier. Davier, still sleepy, explained, I just came to see if she was sleeping well. Why is it so noisy? Tara hesitantly reported, I came because the cat was crying so loudly. Gibak, wrongly accused, yelled indignantly I wasn't crying. You just don't understand me. Start with this scaredy cat. This thing is too loud. Davier grabbed Gibak by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Gibak struggled frantically. Let me go. Let me go. Suddenly, Davier noticed a trembling lump under the covers on the bed. Hearing a familiar voice, Lucia peeked her head out from under the covers and softly called Davier. Hearing her voice, Davier immediately tossed the cat behind him for Tara to catch. Tara jumped back in surprise. Meow. He gently took Lulia's wrist and pulled her up, comforting her softly. Lucia, why aren't you asleep yet? You must be tired. She stammered, trying to explain, Just then, another bolt of lightning flashed, and she flinched. Lucia instinctively clung to Davier and cried out, startled by her sudden embrace. Davier was also a little flustered. Lucia, he understood everything and gently stroked her hair. You couldn't sleep because you were scared, weren't you? Davier gently hugged Lucia and comforted her. It's okay. It just gets a little noisy before it rains. The rain hadn't started yet. She looked up at Davier, tears welling in her eyes, and murmured, whenever it rains, the Devil Duke's mood gets bad. His mood gets very bad. Not just the Devil Duke, but the other nobles too. The ghosts all said so. Suddenly, Davier gently wiped the tears from her face. Lucia was a little surprised to see him, still smiling gently. Davier didn't seem to be in a bad mood. He turned and whispered to Tara, it seems that way, but we'll need to be more attentive. Tara, thinking Davier was blaming her, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Davier's gentle smile returned. It's all right. Just don't treat others this way. Except for me. He placed the newly lit candle on the bedside table. He asked softly, are you feeling calmer now? Lucia obediently replied, yes, much better. Then, Lucia noticed someone was missing from the room. When did Tara leave? Davier gently urged her, then go to sleep quickly. Get some good rest. I'll see you tomorrow. With that, Davier got up to return to his own bedroom. Suddenly, Lucia tugged on the corner of Davier's clothes, stopping him from leaving. In the dim candlelight, their eyes met. Lucia shyly conveyed her unspoken words with her gaze. Davier seemed surprised by her action. Then, an indulgent smile touched his lips. He reached out and gently stroked Lulia's head, whispering, I won't leave. I'll sit in front of you, so you don't have to worry about anything. He nodded reassuringly. The ignored Gibak bristled with indignation. What the heck? That guy's still here. I don't like it one bit. Who told him to stay? It complained incessantly to Lucia. Can't you just kick that guy out already? You can do whatever you want, so why can't you just get rid of him? Why do you always blame the innocent? Why are you always like this with Davier? Can't you just get rid of him right now? What have you been doing with Davier all this time? Finally, Lucia came to a conclusion. As expected, are you jealous of that name? Or should I give you a similar name? Kirby. Gibak immediately refused. I told you it's not like that. You're so stubborn. That's it. He's too dangerous. The house is full of people to deal with. Lucia didn't quite believe its warning and retorted, he's not dangerous. Davier is friendly. She ignored its advice, and it couldn't do anything about it. Listen to me. I can sense that he's dangerous. You should be careful too, you idiot. Don't let him slip away just because he's nice to you. Hearing this, even the slow-witted Lucia began to have some doubts. Suddenly, Davier spoke. Your hair grows so fast, you keep fidgeting. HM, if you don't sleep, I'll leave. Lucia stammered fearfully. I am going to sleep. She slowly sank into her inner world. Actually, she didn't want to sleep. Lucia started to feel drowsy and slowly close her eyes. I'm afraid that when I open my eyes, everything will disappear. All of this is just a dream. I still feel like I'm trapped in the Devil Duke's castle, like a sweet dream. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed, and the warm room disappeared. But I don't think that's possible. What happened? Lucia reached out her small hand and groped on the ground, panting constantly. She softly called his name, Davier. No one answered. She called again, "Get back, ghost. Please, someone answer me." Lucia cried out in fear. This can't be a dream. He promised to stay with me. Lucia tried to comfort herself and called out again, "Is anyone there? Is there no one?" Everyone left me and went somewhere else. In the large room, she was left alone. Lucia persuaded herself. Impossible. This isn't an illusion, and it's not a dream. I clearly got out of that cage. She collapsed on the ground, sobbing. Everyone was by my side before I went to sleep. Why is there no one here now? Am I overthinking? Lucia frowned and sat down, looking out the window. It was still raining heavily outside. Being left alone in a large, dark space on a rainy night, that feeling. Lucia struggled to climb onto the balcony. It feels like I'm back in the cage. I feel like I have to escape from here. With that, she struggled to climb down into the garden, letting the rain soak her clothes. The rain was still heavy, and Lucia continued climbing without looking back. She panted tiredly and suddenly heard someone call her and couldn't help but turn around. Mississippi. She thought wearily what? Suddenly, so noisy. Suddenly, in the confusion, she found someone looking up at her. It was Davier, standing in front of her with a surprised expression on his face. He asked her calmly, as if nothing had happened, "Where are you going alone in the middle of the night?" Lucia. Gibak frowned as Davier grabbed his head. "Hey, why won't you let go of me?" She hadn't come to her senses yet and looked at Davier blankly. "What are you doing here?" He was a little puzzled because she hadn't answered. "It's raining. Do you have a date or something?" Gibak interjected, "No date. The rain is the reason she came out to enjoy the scenery. She's just messing around, but stop grabbing my neck and legs." "No, it's not that." She looked up and gazed at him. "Actually, you said you would always stay by my side, so why did you leave me?" It made me panic. I was worried about the room, so I ran to the room. "Maybe all of this is a dream. Maybe I'm still trapped, but you led me to the light, so I had to see you." She turned around. "Why are you two doing this?" Her voice stunned both of them and Gibak, as if she had said something she shouldn't have. "Really? Can't you three just stay together for a while?" He took off his coat and draped it over her. "I'll go listen." She was about to say something more when you picked her up. "Everyone needs to see this clearly." "Let me do it. If you catch a cold, I don't want to carry you." He brought them inside. "We'll talk later, Lucia. You're okay now." The servants were trying to comfort them, saying the cat was fine, taking her to the bathroom. "Don't do this again, I'll go." Dietrich was also there. He looked at Dietrich as if he wanted to kill him. "Come here. Stand in front of me." Dietrich also looked at Davier fearfully. Then he looked at Lucia. "What's wrong?" "The room and the scene have been restored." Gibak's first words. "Dietrich is going to be punished." It's shocking. Hearing Gibak's words, they began to recount what had happened when they were supposed to escort her, but they gave up. "You messed up." Gibak continued. "You also wandered around and caused a lot of trouble for everyone. They opened the door and let you go. You're also at fault." She was silent for a moment. "Lucia, do you need to talk to me?" She looked at him hesitantly, and he leaned down to meet her gaze. "I just woke up and didn't see anyone, so I wanted to see if anyone was around," she stammered. I didn't expect everyone to be so surprised." "Sorry." He smiled, looking at her adorable face, and couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek. "I didn't mean it like that." He placed his hand on her thigh and looked at her intently. "Besides that, are you all right?" Hearing the two talking, Gibak beside them felt bored and sleepy. Thinking about how Davier had been scolded because of her, she quickly denied it. "That's because he didn't do his job properly." Understanding the issue, he tilted his head. "Are you feeling a little unwell?" He rested his head on her lap sadly, questioning her. "Aren't you worried about me?" She awkwardly explained, "No, it's just that I didn't see Davier, so I was worried too. I'm a little embarrassed now." Gibak, hearing her explanation, also felt helpless. "What is this? Why are you suddenly acting spoiled and blushing?" Hearing her words, he stood up happily. "That's good. There's also something I haven't answered you from earlier." He remembered Gibak hopping around in the rain and remembered it was hers, so he went out and retrieved it. Because I saw that child running around like crazy in the garden in the rain, I went and brought her back. Hearing this, she looked at him helplessly. Get back, what? That country bumpkin saying about going out to see the rain was him. Davier carried you away. So were you afraid we were doing something fun and chased after us? She replied worriedly, but when I woke up, I didn't see anyone. Even when I called out, no one answered because the mansion is too big. He listened to her explanation. I thought I was still having a nightmare in prison. While looking for you, I found a door leading outside. He hurriedly called out to her, Lucia. Startled, she replied, huh. He gently comforted her. Nothing will happen to worry you, so don't worry. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. I thought, it's hard to explain. She paused, lost in thought. Maybe Davier was a little worried about me too. Yeah, I understand. He dipped his hand into the water, testing the temperature. Goodness, it's been a little cool since then. He turned and softly said to her, wait a moment, I'll go heat up some water. Just wait a little while. She watched him uneasily. Is he going to change the water for me? I think it's warm enough. Davier is going through too much trouble because of me. The surface of the water he touched began to bubble. After he finished, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief. That's about right, she exclaimed in a flustered voice. Just now. What did you just do? Witnessing this, he replied, magic. Is this your first time seeing it? The bathwater below had been warmed by Davier. She put her feet in. This is my first time seeing magic. It's really amazing. He held her hand and replied happily, really. I think you're more amazing. She asked, puzzled me. Me. He looked at her tenderly. I think I've become soft in front of you. She immediately said, Davier is as soft as pudding. He blinked. Pudding. She casually replied, isn't he? Soft and gentle, just like pudding. He looked at her in surprise, wanting to laugh, but only managing to slump back in the tub. What to do? Moving back makes it even harder. Hearing that he was about to leave, she immediately called out, where are you going? He glanced at her casually. Well, the emperor has summoned me. He recalled the grand palace and answered her, I'm going to the royal palace. She stared at him blankly. The royal palace? You're going to the royal palace. He simply looked at her calmly. He smiled happily. Fear crept into Lulia's heart. If it's the royal palace, isn't that where the emperor is? I wonder if something went wrong that he brought me here. These worries swirled in her mind. The Devil Duke is a member of the royal family. Is it because of this? What if something happens to Davier? What if I can't help and become a burden instead? Davier rubbed Lulia's head, comforting her. You don't have to worry. Even without me, everyone will help you. Maybe they'll be so busy they won't even notice I'm gone. Then he pushed himself up and stood. Now I really have to go. Davier promised his miss. I'll be back soon. He instructed Lulia, you have to eat well, you know. Although she was reluctant for Davier to leave, she didn't dare to say it. I want him to stay, but Lulia was always afraid of becoming a burden. I don't want to be a burden to Davier. Her face filled with sadness. Davier, be careful. Outside the palace, the sunlight made the scenery even more brilliant. Suddenly, someone called out Mississippi. The person continued calling, but Lulia still didn't respond. Mississippi called for the third time. She finally came back to her senses. Lulia, sitting on a chair in the room, replied, yes, were you calling me? Tella, the maid, asked, Miss, you seem a little tired today. Tara looked at Lilia with concern. If you're not feeling well. Lilia quickly waved her hand at Tara's words. No, I'm just thinking about something else. Tara, as if seeing through her thoughts, teased, are you thinking about the Duke? Lilia Huangjangda denied it again. No, I'm not. She wondered how Tara could see through her. How could everyone see right through her? She thought of her Duke again, and Lilia's face involuntarily flushed once more. Had Davier reached the royal palace safely by now? She couldn't help but worry about him. How long until he returned? I wish I could do these things myself, but I'm too anxious. Tara called her name twice before Lilia snapped back to reality. Miss, try some of this. Tara smiled as she introduced the treat. It's called chocolate. It's very soft and sweet. Lilia looked at the cake in surprise. The chef prepared this specially. She remembered what Davier had said before. That's right, I'm not alone. Davier said everyone would help me like this. So she comforted herself. It should be all right even without Davier by her side, because she had the ghost and Tara with her. The black cat watched the two of them chatting and eating cake, fuming inside. It's so unfair. They're always the ones getting to eat the delicious food together. Seeing the cat, Tara enthusiastically offered it a piece of cake, but the cat angrily swatted it away. Goodness, what's wrong? Little kitty, do you want something tasty too? Seeing this, she said to Lilia, it must be angry. By the way, miss, what's this cat's name? I want to call its name. Lilia thought about a name and said happily, "Let's call him Cub." The cat trembled with rage upon hearing this and shrieked, "Are you joking? What kind of name is that?" "Because he's a black cat. That's why I chose that name." Lilia and Tara chatted happily. Somehow, the name was the same as the Duke's. "No way. Will he feel insulted?" "I don't think so. He even went out last night specifically to retrieve the cat mislikes." Seeing how happy the two of them were, the cat became even angrier, scratching frantically, wanting a name change. "Stop laughing. Why do you have to mimic his name? Just give me a normal name. Change it quickly. Change it quickly." Suddenly, a voice said, "Why are you always like this? Be quiet, Cub." Hearing this, the cat's eyes widened in shock. A guy with a suspicious name, like a movie character. The cat cried out in despair, "No. No. I said no." A few days earlier, a voice came from behind. "Do you want to see the rain?" She turned around at the sound and jumped in fright. He was there. She finished speaking and glanced at the cat, implying it could go home now. It began to argue with her, saying it was its turn to leave now. Davier raised his hands and cast a spell with the cat. "Don't be so scared, and don't be nervous." He placed his hand on the cat's neck, which signified magic. Davier gave a sly smile. "As expected, you're different." Davier said, "You're the one in the darkness." Davier pointed at the gun, then at you. "You have that look in your eyes." He didn't understand. The cat looked at him. What is he talking about? He ordered, "Don't speak now." This was good. The story was progressing this way. He had discovered you. "You must be one of the ghosts, and you've been in my house. What are you trying to do? Don't get in my way, because she's important." Everyone started questioning the meaning of that sentence. She never thought she needed these things. What was he doing? Davier put the cat aside and continued walking forward. The story continued to unfold. The cat jumped out her arms. At this moment, they saw Davier standing like an adjutant, very happy to be here and to run into her. The cat felt something was wrong. She was in trouble. Stop talking to her and stop provoking her, or you'll be punished. What did she do? How did you do this? She said to Tara, her eyes conveying the message. This is trouble. Tara began to question her plan, and then they talked about meeting the caretaker. But they still persisted, saying it was a special plan. Tara smiled as she pushed the wheelchair. Lilia's heart was full of anticipation. I believe I can definitely do many different things. Although it sounds difficult, for some reason, my heart is even more expectant. She imagined that while Davier was away, her legs would slowly get better. I'll work hard too. By then, I'll learn a lot of skills like writing and practicing walking. I must surprise Davier. Pencils and notebooks were neatly arranged on the table. Seeing them, Lilia asked, "Do you want me to draw?" Davier replied, "Yes, draw whenever you have free time." Lilia said shyly, "But I don't know what to draw." Davier comforted her. "Draw whatever comes to mind at any moment. If it's difficult, you can start by drawing what's in front of you." He suggested you could draw your cat or draw things that appear in your dreams. Lilia still hesitated, but she had never drawn a picture like that before. Davier patiently encouraged her. "You don't need to draw it beautifully. The process is about understanding your subconscious through drawing." He then instructed her, "I'll come see you once a week. During that time, just draw based on what you see." Lilia stared at the paper, lost in thought. It sounded interesting, if a little vague. Was it because she was more eager to do well now than before? She reassured herself, "No, this is my first step." Lilia became enthusiastic. "Who knows, maybe I really do have a talent for painting. The Emperor will definitely love my painting. I'll paint a truly beautiful one." Her face flushed slightly with determination. "I'll surprise Davier." Gibak giggled, covering its mouth. She's going to surprise him with her painting skills. Of course, it didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. "At this rate, you might actually succeed." Lilia frowned, displeased, looking at the paper in her hand. There were only 2 scribbled doodles on it, barely recognizable as a person and a cat. Gibak asked another question. "Do you even call these drawings?" It hit a nerve. Lilia angrily poked Gibak a few times, sulking and hugging the paper. "What should I do? It seems I really don't have any talent for painting." Unfazed by the poking, Gibak retorted, "Did you really think you'd suddenly become some kind of genius?" It jumped up, rubbing its head. "Well, forget about it. Let's go." Gibak changed the subject. "I heard the butler is coming to give you a tour soon, now that your lesson with Davier is over." Only then did Lilia remember. Speaking of which, what exactly is a butler? Gibak jumped onto her and began to explain. That person is like the head of all the servants in a noble's house. Although they're all called servants, they're different from ordinary servants. She asked suspiciously, how are they different, Gibak? Gibak rattled on like a teacher. Their status, experience, and age are all different. And if they've worked in the house for a long time, they're treated like the head of the family. Lucia nodded in understanding. I see. Then she asked Gibak with a curious smile, how do you know so much? Weren't you a noble originally? Gibak froze at her words. What? Lucia burst out laughing. Gibak jumped up and down in anger. Don't laugh. Who said I was one of them? Lucia sighed helplessly. Oh, what are you getting so angry about? As Lucia and Gibak were playing around, someone interrupted them. Excuse me. Dietrich looked at her quizzically. Are you talking to the cat again? Lucia's face paled. Seeing the wound on his face, was it because of yesterday? She quickly greeted him. Ah, yes. Good morning, Dietrich. Dietrich responded respectfully. Good morning. He extended his hand for her to take. Then let's go. I'll give you the tour. Lucia hesitated. Ah, okay. After being helped into her wheelchair, she stammered his name. Dietrich, as if anticipating what she was going to say, simply said, go ahead. Lucia asked worriedly, are you all right? I thought you were scolded by him because I wandered around last night. Dietrich looked at her in surprise. He thought, what is she talking about? But he reassured her, it's fine, don't worry. Dietrich spoke while enduring the pain in his face, his voice full of kindness. And it wasn't because of you. It wasn't something to be scolded over. His cheek was still swollen. Gibak also said to Lucia, perplexed, too loyal or too flamboyant. At that moment, in the mansion's hallway, someone spoke. Although I'm exaggerating a bit, as a guide for the mansion, there's really not much to see. Dietrich, who was pushing Lucia's wheelchair, couldn't help but say, Bern, is that what you say to the future mistress of the house? Upon hearing this, Bern gave Lucia a bright smile. Isn't it better than boasting, Mississippi? She sat there, hearing herself mentioned, and gave an awkward smile, observing him with a bit of worry in her heart. Are the standards for people outside any different from mine? Lucia looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, the hallway alone is so grand. How can you say there's nothing to see? They arrived at a door, which slowly opened. Bern gasped. All right, this is it. He introduced. The first place I'll show you is the main hallway. Lucia looked up at where they had just arrived, her eyes full of surprise. Bern stood in front, briefly explaining, this is where the portraits of past generations of painters are kept. He smiled and slowly explained, Miss will soon officially become the Duchess, so you need to learn about your ancestors. The Montefeltro family is a long-standing family that has existed since the founding of the empire. The sheer size and number of portraits were already overwhelming. Lucia followed his words and looked up at the paintings. It was truly a magnificent sight. She couldn't help but marvel, will the end of this long hallway also be filled with portraits? Lucia couldn't contain her curiosity. Are these all of Davier's ancestors? Bern looked at her and replied, yes, Mississippi. He continued, some brought honor to the family, and some brought shame. Regardless, this is our bloodline. This is what we have. Her eyes widened, momentarily speechless. I see, she finally managed. I see. But as Lucia looked at the portraits, she furrowed her brow. Why does everyone look so angry? Bern and Dietrich stopped abruptly at her question. Dietrich thought for a moment. It's customary for the portraits of the heads of the family to be solemn and dignified. Sometimes, even we get startled by them. Gibak, resting his chin on his hand, quipped. So, does that mean generations of them all had terrible personalities? What are they trying to show off by displaying them like this? Lucia ignored his sarcasm, her attention drawn to something else. A statue of a python with its jaws wide open. Lucia jumped. What is that? A sense of foreboding washed over her as she looked at it, a chill crawling up her spine. Dietrich recognized it and immediately reassured her. Ah, you're startled by that. Don't worry, it's just a normal statue. You can rest assured. She looked at the statue wearily. But it's not just a statue. A sense of unease spread through her. There was a distinctly unusual aura about it. Bern added, it is quite startling the first time you see it. He spoke casually. Some of my ancestors had peculiar hobbies. Family, you know. He was very proud of it. So he left behind such a terrifying piece. He was proud of it. Lucia asked, still looking at the python statue. He continued, the Montefeltro family crest is a black serpent coiled around the tree of life. She stared up at it for a long moment. A black serpent is the Montefeltro crest. This statue is still frightening, but somehow I think it suits Davier. At this point, Bern continued his introductions. This is the first Duke of Montefeltro. His appearance was very, unique, strange. There's a saying that he wasn't human, but a fickle seraph. Lilia murmured the name under her breath. Seraph. She recalled stories she'd heard, creation myths of a serpentine deity, an evil god who ruled over demons and the underworld, who had seized the tree of life. Looking at the man's face in the portrait, she couldn't help but think of that evil god who ruled over demons and the underworld. There were rumors circulating outside about the Grand Duke making a pact with a demon. Could he be that demonic god? If the ancestor was truly such a terrifying evil god, then wouldn't the descendant be Davier? Dietrich choked at this, turning to tell Byrne to stop telling her these frightening stories. Byrne, realizing his mistake, gaped. Byrne waved his hands frantically, trying to reassure Lilia that it was just a story, nothing more, but his explanations only seemed to make things worse. Dietrich stepped in to soothe her, saying that they were just stories. There were no evil legends here, and she needn't worry. She cut him off. Davier wasn't like that, she said. He wasn't like the ghostly Grand Duke of the legends. Dietrich froze as she spoke. They were trying to trick her, she continued, but it wouldn't work. Lilia went over and picked up Jibak, stroking his face gently. You're a good boy. She looked directly at Jibak. What do you think? Dietrich and Byrne both watched her, trying to remain composed. He's just a ghost, and a kind one at that. He only tells the truth. If he were really a demon, we'd be in trouble. Now that the air is clear, how old is Davier? 21. And when did he inherit the title? Byrne spoke excitedly. He inherited the title when he was 5. He wanted to show her Davier's portrait. Byrne kept gesturing towards the portrait in front of the canvas. Jibak started talking, and Byrne, finally fed up, excused himself from the conversation. Lilia gasped as she saw the portrait. Jibak continued speaking, things he claimed he didn't want to say. How cruel. Lilia's eyes were wide. It was a portrait of the Duke at 16. It's Davier at 16. He looked exactly like that back then. Lilia hesitated. If that was true, she was almost speechless. Dietrich confessed from behind her that it had always been this way, all on his own since he was 16. You inherited at 16? She asked, stunned. Dietrich nodded. Yes. Does Davier have any other family? Or are there any still alive? He began to speak. No, I'm sorry. What happened? Now I understand why it's been so difficult. I must cherish. Davier must have had a hard time. Byrne tried to add something else, mentioning a lady from the Duke's reign and how the Duke had led troops in a battle at 13. Lilia began muttering to herself, scarcely able to believe it. Or perhaps, in that era, a hand had once reached out. What was the most important work on this land? Whose hand was that in the painting? There were soldiers in those paintings, her father, and many others, but she couldn't mention them because she didn't know what would happen next. Her father's face in the portrait was just like how she imagined Davier. She couldn't believe he had served so young. Just how strong was Davier? She looked as if she had seen something. Then she looked up at the canvas at the nameplate that had stopped. She placed her hand on it and said, Davier. Davier's name surfaced in her mind, and even the ghosts echoed his name. She prepared to continue reading, saying, Davierre Montefeltro Byrne. Byrne was shocked and asked if she hadn't said she'd learned these things, because she didn't know herself, seemingly startled by her own words. He pointed at the letters and asked, Can you read them now? Lilia struggled, because when she saw the spelling, she felt there should be a better way to express it. She could even hear herself reciting the letters. Goodness, Lilia, you seem a bit off. You're as gloomy as a dungeon. Is something blocking me? With just a touch, a flood of memories rushed in her mind. She must have been intelligent once, which is why someone needed her. Lilia looked back at herself and simply said, I must not have any dark stories. Lilia was very smart and had always been trying hard. She needed to regain her memories of her family. Just give me some time. I have a lot of energy. She looked up at her arms and said excitedly, Yes, fast forward. At that moment, a voice called out Lilia. The maid said again, Miss, it's Tara. I'm coming in. Hearing this, Lilia trembled as she got up and hurriedly shouted, No, wait. But Tara still came in. I've opened the door. Jibak was still lazily lying in bed, yawning. Tara walked into the room and exclaimed in surprise. Mississippi seeing Lilia fall, Tara quickly ran over. Are you all right? Sitting on the floor, Lilia replied with a smile. I'm fine, just being a bit childish and pushing myself. I almost took a few more steps this time. Tara immediately encouraged her. Miss, I really appreciate you always working so hard, but don't push yourself too much. Lulia said excitedly, but haven't I already walked better than before? Lulia probably didn't heed Tara's words and continued to boast, of course, if you eat more and sleep more like you are now, I think you'll be able to walk longer very soon. You'll gain a little weight, and then your clothes will fit. At the mention of clothes, Lulia seemed to suddenly come to her senses and looked down at the clothes she was wearing. She thought for a moment, then suddenly called out, Tara. Tara immediately replied. Mississippi Lulia asked curiously, where did these clothes I'm wearing come from? Lulia's question stunned Tara. It seemed there were no other women in the house. She hesitated, not wanting to say, but finally Tara blurted out, these belonged to someone who used to live in the mansion. Jibak keenly sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Such a strange reaction. Don't tell me these were his lover's clothes. Lulia exclaimed in surprise, his lover's clothes. Tara quickly waved her hands in denial. No, absolutely not. She seemed embarrassed, her voice softening as she bit her finger, unsure of how to speak. Tara finally made up her mind and said, actually, these clothes belong to Dietrich's sister. Lulia was surprised. Dietrich's sister. Jibak still insisted on his own opinion, shouting, so she was his lover. Lulia asked curiously, where's that person now? Tara paused. I have to explain this to you, Mississippi. First, I need to talk about the Duke's father. The man who became the previous Duke was very generous and tolerant, extremely permissive, completely different from the current Duke. 10 years ago, the Duke's mother, the Duchess, passed away, and soon after, his ancestor brought his lover into the mansion. Actually, this isn't too surprising. The problem is, there was also an illegitimate son, about the same age as the Duke, who came along. That child is Dietrich. Lulia silently recited the name in her heart, Dietrich. She was shocked by the news. He's Davier's half-brother. Lulia slowly said, but Dietrich said Davier had no other family. Tara also understood something and quickly said perhaps he couldn't say he belonged to this family because Dietrich is the child of a lover. I don't know if our predecessors made this distinction clear. She continued with her stories about Derek, saying he hadn't even treated him like his own child. Luria sighed softly after hearing the story. Poor thing. Even so, it didn't seem like their relationship was very good. Tara smiled brightly and quickly changed the subject. Even if you knew what everyone was doing, you wouldn't necessarily understand. She then asked, so, where's Derek's sister now? Tara continued to recount the old days. The mistress had a child with her deceased former husband, she said, and she moved into the manor with Derek, but she didn't know how Derek felt watching his own son wither away. The daughter didn't even share a drop of his blood, but she was very lovely. Because of this, even though the mother and daughter ran around the manor carefree, no one could complain because of the atmosphere. I understand why the Duke threw himself into war, Luria said, covering her mouth in shock. It wasn't that he sent Davier away, Tara replied. He said that Davier was his most beloved son. But he still opposed it, she continued slowly. Perhaps the Duke felt uncomfortable in the manor while his son was active on the battlefield, and he himself indulged in pleasure. Of course, the mother and daughter also contributed quite a bit at that time. The Duke's reputation was a mess back then. After those disgraceful years passed, everything ended when he suddenly died in an accident. Jibak immediately said sarcastically, isn't that like killing his own son? Luria frowned at him. How can you say that? She retorted. Afterward, the mother and daughter naturally left the manor, leaving some things behind because they had too much luggage. Upon hearing this, Jibak, feeling indignant for the family, cursed loudly. Even after all that, the Duke still let them leave peacefully. Unbelievable. Luria fell into thought. She touched her clothes. If these clothes all belonged to that woman, would Davier dislike me wearing them? Tara, worried that she was overthinking, reassured her, Miss, you don't have to worry too much. The Duke probably doesn't know, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. These clothes were brought out because of your sudden arrival. Don't worry. Once the clothes tailored for you are ready, you won't have to wear these anymore. But Luria was indeed overthinking. I'm still worried about what Davier will think, she said, sitting there looking uneasy. He lost his mother when he was 13, and the appearance of his father's lover and half-brother represented a stain on the family he was so proud of. He had no choice but to throw himself into the battlefield alone. I can't imagine how he felt back then. Tara sighed, her voice full of annoyance. Just thinking about that mother and daughter makes me sick. How much trouble did they cause the family when they left? Because things weren't going their way, they suddenly started clinging to Derek, even though they always hated him. The Duke always looked down on him, yet he couldn't shift the blame onto Derek. Seeing Tara so angry, Lucia understood a little. It seemed like a lot of things had piled up. Exactly, she continued. I've known him since I was little, but it's rare to see someone as foolish as him. Lucia responded with a smile. Even so, it's fortunate. Tara asked back, huh? Then she spoke a few heartfelt words. I think Davier and Derek are both lucky to have someone as kind as Tara always looking after them. Tara laughed after hearing this. Who knows if those two think the same way? Lucia asked, as if casually bringing it up. Tara, you must have started working here very young, right? She replied, yes. Actually, my mother used to be a maid here too. This made her even more curious. So you knew them both well when they were young. Do you think they were the same then as they are now? Hearing this, Tara warned, don't talk about childhood matters. Then she began to tell stories, making Lucia laugh uncontrollably. After laughing, she fell into thought. Listening to Tara's stories, Derek seemed to be very good to his sister. Lucia clenched her hands, thinking, how does Davier really view that person? She wasn't sure if she held any weight in Davier's heart. If that person returns, what should I do? But soon, Lucia comforted herself. No, it's not the time to think about this yet. It hasn't happened, so don't overthink it. A few days later, a cheerful voice rang out. It rained last night. The morning air is so fresh and cool. Tara stood beside Lucia's wheelchair, chattering, it's perfect for a walk, miss, isn't it? Unbothered by her previous worries, she replied, yes, it is. Jibak walked beside her, raising his eyebrows meaningfully. A walk where? He grumbled incessantly. Hey, I'm talking about a walk. Look at me. How am I supposed to take a walk while you're walking yourself? Lucia was so angry she wanted to yell at him, but since they were outside, she held back. This child, Derek, who had been pushing them from behind, asked curiously, miss, why does this cat always make such strange noises? She turned to look at him, seemingly unsure, and asked again. A strange sound made Derek hesitate. Worry laced his voice. Yes, I mean, every time I see it, it whimpers like a dog. I don't know if it's sick or something. Lucia burst out laughing at this. Oh, that's just it groaning, she explained, then added, unable to resist another compliment. I think it's really amazing. Gibak, feeling wrongly accused, immediately yelled, hey, don't talk nonsense. Derek, suddenly embarrassed, covered his mouth with his hand. Is that so? I really didn't know. Gibak looked at him, his face full of displeasure. Why are you so shy? Tara, who had been silent, spoke up, teasing, I'm also a little surprised you like the scenery here. He immediately glared at her. Tara, what do you mean? Tara immediately feigned innocence. I didn't mean anything. Lucia, however, was happy. As expected, she liked it here. There were beautiful rooms, warm meals, and Tara, Derek, Byrne, and Davier. As the two continued bickering, Lucia reminisced about her loved ones. Most importantly, Davier was here too. The image of Davier surfaced in her mind, smiling gently at her. She looked down at her clenched hands. If there really is something special for me, how can I help Davier? A glint of determination flashed in Lucia's eyes. If so, then I can stay here. With a firm voice, she declared, to do that, my legs must obey me. Lucia spoke, interrupting their argument. There's something I want to do. Tara turned and asked, what is it? Lucia replied, I want to try walking on my own. Her tone was both pleading and self-commanding. Tara gasped at her words. Mississippi. But Lucia had made up her mind. Even 100 Taras couldn't stop her. Seeing Lucia trembling as she tried to stand, Tara's face was filled with worry. Miss, not yet. Seeing Lucia take a step, Gibak was also confused. What are you trying to do? He watched her walk away without looking back. Hey, if you do that, you'll fall again. Seeing her trembling legs, Gibak couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, didn't you hear me? Hey, he called out anxiously, you're about to fall. At this moment, Lucia couldn't help but shout back, too loud. Quiet. As if realizing she had just spoken too loudly, Lucia quickly covered her mouth. Oh no, if someone sees me with a strange look, they might even get angry at the cat. While she was lost in thought, a warm voice sounded, I know. The person approached her, their voice gentle like a spring breeze. Lucia's eyes widened as she looked at the person in front of her. Davier walked over, the wind ruffling his hair, his eyes full of smiles. He asked, did you do something bad to the cat? Meanwhile, near the Montefeltro territory, Davier sat by the window, resting his chin on his hand, gazing boredly outside. We're almost at Montefeltro. He pondered, recalling the recent meeting. He had been summoned to the royal palace for about 2 weeks, thinking it was to be commended for conquering the demon duke, but he never expected to say such a thing. In the spacious palace, someone spoke. I'll be frank, Duke. The person sitting in the high seat made a difficult-to-refuse proposal. I suggest you marry into the royal family. Marcelette is about to turn 19. So now is the perfect time. The person continued, this is a good opportunity to bring the Duke closer to the royal family. As soon as the words fell, Davier spoke. I refuse. He frowned, looking very uncomfortable. What did you say? But it didn't matter. As if afraid the other party hadn't heard clearly, he repeated it again, his voice slightly louder. I said I will refuse. He hurriedly said, no. Before the other party could finish speaking, Davier interrupted him, decisively rejecting the proposal. No, more accurately, I can't. Rather than refusing, he continued. These words hit the emperor like a hammer. Don't you know, I already have a fiancée. He was startled. A fiancée. He remembered the rumors he had heard. Could it be true? The emperor recalled his subordinate's previous report, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Even though he had received a report that the duke intended to marry the girl after defeating the demon duke, he had only treated it as a joke from the young duke, dismissing it with a chuckle. He clenched his hands, and after a long time, he spoke, but this time, you are not allowed to refuse. This is not a joke, Duke. He bound Davier with responsibility. Now that the demon Duke Adramelech is gone, who will be the greatest pillar of the empty north and the royal family. The Duke of Montefeltro will handle all of this directly, only you. As the royal son-in-law and the master of the north, you will gain wealth, honor, and power all at once. Are you saying you're willing to exchange all of this for a girl whose identity is unclear? Davier sneered, his tone gloomy. You're mistaken. He reminded the emperor. First of all, the emperor has already rescinded his personal disposal rights over her according to his own will. Hearing this, the emperor paused, his voice hesitant. The other man, not giving him a chance to explain, continued. Secondly, for her, some values cannot be exchanged for money or honor. Davier emphasized, for me, such values are rarer and more interesting. Doubt crept into the emperor's mind. What values? He asked. Davier delivered his final point. She is finally no longer imprisoned in the castle, and no longer a girl of unknown identity. A rare tenderness softened his features as he spoke of Lucia. Her name is Lucia, the future Duchess of Montefeltro. The memory ended, and he mocked himself internally. I had already anticipated that everything hadn't gone according to my wishes, so why did I make such an obvious marriage proposal? Furthermore, by becoming the emperor's son-in-law, does he want me to become a complete dog or a fool? How annoying. Lost in thought, his attention was suddenly caught by something. He saw Lucia walking in the garden. A faint smile touched Davier's lips. He instructed his driver, the weather is nice today. Let's stop here. I have something to do. Davier stood before Lucia. The wind swirled around them, as if urging them closer. Lucia looked at him, her voice filled with surprise. Davier. He gave a slight nod, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes full of tenderness. Davier stepped closer, his voice tentative. You don't seem very happy. Do you prefer playing with the cats? Lucia lowered her head, silent. She rose onto her tiptoes, attempting to walk. Dietrich and Tara panicked instantly. Mississippi, they cried. Jibak chimed in, careful, you idiot. Davier's eyes widened as Lucia called out, Davier. She reached out, trying to grasp his hand, but her legs wouldn't cooperate, and she stumbled forward. Fortunately, Davier was standing right there and caught her. Once Lucia regained her balance, he asked with concern, be careful. Why so hasty? Are you all right? She shook her head quickly. I'm fine. I'm really fine. And you know what? I can really read now. She excitedly showed off her newfound ability to recognize his name. I can read the letters on Davier's portrait. Davier smiled. Oh, really? She eagerly continued, yes, and what else? Davier looked at her tenderly. And you just took little steps. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise, her legs trembling slightly. Lucia stammered, flustered. How did that happen? But Davier simply looked at her with affection. Suddenly, he reached out and lifted her into his arms. She gasped. Holding her, Davier's eyes twinkled with amusement. Tell the truth. Do you actually run around by yourself whenever no one is looking? As if her secret had been exposed, Lucia vehemently denied it. No, I don't. Then, a little sheepishly, she added, I don't know how it happens. Maybe it's because I'm so happy to see Davier. A miracle has happened. Davier looked at her, asking softly, has it? He carried her towards the wheelchair, their conversation light and playful. How interesting. Next time, just roll over here like that. No way. I'm just kidding. Inside the room, someone spoke hesitantly. I don't know how to explain this. Davier glanced at the document. The person, still unsure, explained it did take more time, but a few days ago, her recovery suddenly showed an astonishing trend. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Davier tossed the document onto the table, his voice low. You talk too much. His expression turned cold, his eyes sharp. So you're saying you don't know? Correct. The person hesitated. Well, Davier cut him off coldly. If you're going to repeat yourself, you might as well leave before I get angry. The young man standing behind him nearly burst into tears at the thought of being dismissed, his heart crying out in despair. No. He wept silently, alone with this tiger-like man. Don't leave me alone. Davier addressed him. You're the psychologist, aren't you? He added, I hope you can show me something useful. Devin presented a piece of paper. I have a drawing I'd like to show the Duke. Devin handed it over. Davier looked at it, still somewhat skeptical. What is this? Devin reported, this is a drawing Miss made. The drawing depicted a wolf and Little Red Riding Hood, with something resembling a skull on the table. Davier studied the drawing, asking casually, did Lucia draw this? To truly love someone is to love everything about them. He offered praise. It's a good drawing. Devin, relieved, continued his report. Really? Is it? That drawing is the most beautiful of all the drawings Miss has made. Davier cut straight to the point. What's the main point? What does this painting mean? Davier, sweating slightly, reached up to adjust his glasses. His mind raced, unsure what to say, but he maintained a forced smile. The meaning of this painting, well, from my perspective, I can offer a simple explanation. By depicting the young lady's lost memories as food and having her sit with a wolf, the symbol of the Adramelech family, it expresses the unconscious fear slumbering deep within her heart. A smirk played on Davier's lips. The Adramelech family's symbol. Hearing those words, he immediately grasped a point of contention. That girl, isolated from the world, imprisoned for 7 years. How could she know the Adramelech symbol, let alone paint it? Even the girl standing next to the wolf seemed more smiling than afraid. They appeared quite harmonious, didn't they? I mean, they look like they're on the same side, don't they? Devin, the psychiatrist, upon hearing this question, became apprehensive and fell silent. He hesitated. Davier, not wanting to press him, offered Devin a way out. Well, it's at least more useful than the results the doctor brought. If anything similar arises in the future, bring it to me. As if he had gained some advantage, Devin eagerly replied, yes, of course. Thank you, Your Grace. Then I'll take my leave. Devin turned to leave, just as Byrne pushed open the door and entered. He nodded in greeting. What does Your Grace think? He asked as soon as he stepped inside. Davier looked up at him. Byrne continued, did your meeting go well? Davier replied smoothly, yes, the harvest was quite good. He held up Lucia's painting to Byrne. I also learned that my future wife has painted quite a few pictures. After a moment, he asked, may I ask you a question, Your Grace? What is it? Byrne suddenly lowered his voice. Did you bring a young lady here because of that curse? Davier's expression turned serious. He immediately recalled the agonizing curse that flowed through the Montefeltro bloodline. Its origins traced back to the distant past. It all began with the founding legend of Montefeltro. Long ago, their ancestor, the serpent god, Seraph, for the sin of uniting with a human, had his source of magic and its symbol, the tree of life, cursed and overturned. As a result, Seraph's descendants possessed opposing magic. The stronger their innate magic, the more intense the accompanying pain. I have always lived with such pain. Seraph established the true tree of life for his descendants, granting them the ability to circulate magic. Lilith's seeds were scattered throughout the world. However, Liliths, aside from extremely rare, naturally occurring instances, shared almost nothing in common, and their abilities varied greatly. Even if a Lilith's power is weak, as long as they can experience a moment of relief from the pain, descendants quickly become captivated, even losing their minds. This is the fate of Montefeltro. Even those with weak magic possess the family bloodline. This is a conclusion I've drawn from long-term observation. Just as he suspected, this was the reason. Is that it? Your Grace, did you bring the young lady here because she possesses the abilities of a Lilith? Davier rested his chin in his hand, remaining silent. His gaze shifted to the side, as if avoiding the question. It's not necessarily just because of that. Byrne wanted to ask more, if that's the case, but Davier interrupted him. Listen, Byrne. He suddenly stood up, his voice soft as a breeze. Isn't everything too coincidental? Davier recalled the day he found Lucia. It was suspicious in itself that a Lilith would be found during the Great Siege. Then he remembered Lucia claiming to be illiterate, yet she recognized my name. She could barely walk, but the moment I turned around, she suddenly ran towards me. Davier's hand tapped the painting. I knew about the curse long before some fool sent crude individuals to a Lilith. He was deeply conflicted, so in the end, he wasn't sure whether she was a natural-born Lilith, an innocent victim, or was this an experiment targeting Montefeltro? It was impossible to know for now. Davier said to Byrne, "There's one thing I must warn you about, although I'm not yet certain." Byrne couldn't help but speak up. "Your Grace, your words aren't difficult to understand. I think you might be too concerned about the young lady. To be honest, your Grace wouldn't want to see her sad, would you?" Davier looked up in thought and added, "I'm also curious to see what she looks like when she cries." Hearing this, Byrne was stunned and said helplessly, "Your Grace, that's disrespectful to the young lady." Davier chuckled. "Haha, it's the truth." But Byrne remained uneasy. His master was suspicious of the young lady. Looking at Davier's smiling face, he sighed. In truth, he was indeed concerned about the young lady, but he didn't know what kind of outcome this concern would ultimately bring, nor how long it would last. Hopefully, this is a good sign for the young miss. Meanwhile, Lucia lay in bed, lost in thought. She wondered why the psychiatrist hadn't returned yet. What were they talking about? Gibak, hearing her worries, began to tease. "He'll come tell you when the time is right." Lucia immediately jumped out of bed, her surprise evident. "Don't tell me. I can't walk again." Was that the last miracle? Gibak felt like he was going crazy from her dramatics and quickly dispelled Lucia's thoughts. Good heavens, when did your imagination become so vivid? Then he comforted her, "Just lie down and wait. Everything will be resolved. Be quiet, really. Of course, he'll come and let you know you can go straight into a coffin." Gibak's words seemed caring, but the last sentence infuriated her. Their bickering could be heard outside the room. This is pure cat torture. Seeing Gibak trying to escape, she yelled after him, "Aren't you coming back here?" Someone opened Lucia's door. She was busy chasing Gibak and asked the person who just entered in a flustered tone, "Who is it?" Lucia lost her balance and fell backward. Davier quickly stepped forward and caught her. Lucia exclaimed his name in surprise. Hearing this, Davier greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Lucia." He politely inquired, "If you have some free time, could I borrow a moment of it? I have a gift for you." Lucia's large, round eyes widened in surprise, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. "A gift?" she asked curiously. Davier gently approached her from behind, embracing her with an affectionate expression. "Because you've waited so long. This is a gift for you." He carefully took Lucia's delicate hand in his. "May I borrow your hand?" he asked softly. She froze, her eyes filled with surprise. He carefully fastened a bracelet around Lucia's wrist and looked at her expectantly. "What do you think?" Davier smiled, happy and doting. "Do you like it?" She stared intently at her hand, a mixture of confusion and joy in her eyes. "Is this a gemstone?" "Jewelry." Seeing her reaction, Davier softly asked, "Do you like it?" Lucia looked thoughtfully at the bracelet on her wrist, lost in thought. "Gemstones? I clearly remember when I was learning the word. Back then in the classroom, the teacher explained it so earnestly. I learned that they were very expensive and precious things." She smiled brightly and exclaimed excitedly, "Davier, it's beautiful." The bracelet shimmered on Lucia's wrist, the jewels sparkling in the light, just like in the books she had read. "Gemstones like diamonds." Davier teased, "You have a good eye for jewelry." Hearing him say this, she paused, looking at him silently. Davier continued to gaze at her with affection. Lucia's expression suddenly darkened, as if she remembered something. "Could this be?" she asked, surprised. Seeing her reaction, Davier casually replied, "The white one is a diamond." Lucia thought in a panic, "But isn't that incredibly valuable?" "It is." Her face paled, and she became flustered. "Even a small diamond," the teacher said, "is worth more than most people's annual salary." Lucia frowned worriedly. "How can there be so many precious things? I can't just accept this." Davier simply looked at her tenderly. He gently brushed a loose strand of Lucia's hair aside. The gemstone in the center is called an emerald. He lightly stroked the strand of hair, his voice and gaze soft. "I think it suits you. That's why I chose it." Lucia said with delight, "It really does suit me." She turned to look at him and suddenly fell silent, tears welling up in her eyes. "A gift that Davier personally picked out for me, and specially chosen for me. This is too much for me. But it's okay to be happy, right?" "Thank you for the gift, Davier." Lucia touched the bracelet excitedly and smiled happily. I'll treasure it. She looked into Davier's eyes and hesitantly asked, then, I wanted to ask, are there blue gemstones? He paused, looking at Lucia, thinking she was about to say something important. A faint smile played on his lips. She wanted a blue one, huh? Good heavens, did I make a mistake? No, I didn't. I was just curious. Hey, you have to really cater to her taste, so they'll give you that kind of thing next time. Be quiet, Davier. Davier leaned down with a smile and gently took her hand. Next time, I'll prepare a blue gemstone. He then placed a sweet kiss on the back of her hand. My lady. Lucia was startled by his gesture, a shy blush spreading across her cheeks. Davier whispered playfully, the blue gemstone is still missing, but don't lose this one, okay? Because sooner or later, you'll need to dress up properly. She shyly closed her eyes, not daring to look at him, and quickly denied his implication. It's not like that. Lucia thought to herself. I was just curious if there were gemstones like Davier's eyes. Suddenly, she felt both confused and curious about this matter. But one day I'll have to dress up properly. Davy firmly replied, yes, one day you must dress up. The scene shifts to the next day, warm sunlight pouring into the palace. Is today the day of the celebration? Lucia sat below, looking up at the butler curiously. So, is the festival really going to be held? Yes, Mississippi. It's the territory's festival, as the Duke told you. Panic seized her. Incredulous. Her face paled as she recalled his words from yesterday. One day, you must dress up. Perhaps he was hinting at this day. So, does this mean I'll be introduced as Davy's wife? But I'm not experienced, and I don't know the proper etiquette. I wish it were just a simple event. Lucia wondered what exactly the territory's festival was. Byrne patiently explained, Seraph's ancestors came to this land, and this day is when the Lord pledges protection and care for the people. It's a festival celebrated by everyone in the territory. Every year on this day, the Duke invites the Knight families to a small banquet. Exquisite dishes are presented and decorated, and the Duke's carriage travels through the streets and alleys, observing the people's festivities. Before evening, there's usually a parade as a tribute. Lucia froze, as if struck by lightning. So I have to meet both the nobles and the commoners that day. Tara, beside her, noticed her distress and asked worriedly, Miss, are you all right? Terror gripped Lucia, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with sorrow. But why didn't anyone tell me about this? Both the maid and the butler were flustered and at a loss. He hurriedly tried to soothe Lucia. You misunderstand, miss. The festival is still some time away. We'll wait until you're prepared. I was afraid you'd be nervous if you knew about the arrangements in advance, so I didn't tell you. Lucia stopped abruptly, tears still clinging to her lashes, and looked up in confusion. Tara stood behind him, agreeing with Byrne. That's right, miss. And the Duke usually only holds a short banquet, omitting the parade, so you don't have to be too nervous. Lucia está merid, nervosely. All meet. Is that allowed? He recalled his conversation with Davy in the room. The parade had continued until his predecessor. A look of distaste crossed his face. Then he smiled calmly, leaning back in his chair. Don't do it. Omit it. Byrne stood there silently, stunned and helpless. The Duke's personality was simply like this. From the people's perspective, they felt the Duke was sparing them the tedious customary procedures, though they truly adored him. Lucia lowered her head slightly, lost in thought. The festival. Her hands clenched tightly. Whenever the Duke appeared before the crowd to greet them, he always showed gentle attention and care towards her, no matter how big or small the matter. Bathed in sunlight, they both seemed to glow. Davy gently took Lucia's hand. This is my first time participating since I arrived here. Looking down at the crowd from the heights of the castle, the light was even more dazzling. It was a formal acknowledgement of her position. She pursed her lips, her eyes filled with determination. I want to do well. What should I learn to help Davy? Both of them were startled by her words and silently gazed at Lucia. With firm conviction, she declared, I want to become good enough to not be a burden to Davy, to make him proud of me. I want to stand by his side when he faces difficulties and setbacks. Regardless of Davy's reasons for bringing me here, I want to help him. I will accompany him every step of the way. Taking this opportunity, if I can earn Davy's trust, I will play the role of the Duchess well. One day, Lucia will be able to stand by his side with pride and happiness. By then, perhaps his eyes will only see me. Perhaps Davy will trust me more and confide in me. Tara spoke, interrupting Lucia's thoughts. Mississippi. Now, only shyness and timidity remained on Lucia's face, a sweet smile blooming on her lips. Then, first, I need to coordinate the jewelry and dress I'll wear for the festival. Tara quickly reminded her, I'll give you the list of Knight families attending the banquet in advance. Lulia's face suddenly paled, and she worriedly encouraged herself. See, can I do this? Preparations began quickly, with measurements being taken for Lulia. Miss, please raise your hands slightly to this side. She could only follow instructions, standing still as her measurements were taken from head to toe. Please hold this pose for a moment. Are you having trouble breathing? Taralogid hapidi. All right, all done. Lilia, however, remained expressionless, staring intently before exclaiming in surprise, "Impossible! This meticulously tailored dress exudes an ethereal elegance and gentleness when worn by you." They showered her with enthusiastic praise, clearly satisfied. "It truly suits you, Mississippi." The head butler sat down gracefully, carefully and meticulously adjusting the details of the dress for a perfect fit. "I thought you two looked well-matched already, but it's even better than I imagined. Finally, I believe I found the perfect dress for Miss." Before he could finish, Byrne brought over several other dresses. "Wait, don't jump to conclusions. We're not done yet. Let's try the next one." Tara quickly intervened. "Goodness, let me handle this." Lilia watched the scene, seemingly amused by everyone's enthusiasm. Inside the mansion, the three continued their conversation. Having just finished a lively discussion with Byrne and Tara about the festival, the scene shifts to the next day. Teachers were promptly invited, and comprehensive training sessions began. On the table, servants took turns presenting various dishes. Lilia, having changed clothes, looked around blankly. From table manners to dance steps, every skill was being honed. Today was an important day for selecting outfits for both the festival and everyday wear. In the study, she sat absent-mindedly, completing a series of important tasks. A series of events promised an exciting experience. Lilia recalled yesterday's dress-fitting session at the mansion. Byrne and Tara tirelessly helped her choose outfits, making her change back and forth. It was exhausting, wasn't it? I'm glad to hear there are no lessons today. Now, shall we prepare the 15th dress? Lilia turned to look at the dress hanging there, recalling the strange coincidence. A look of surprise crossed her face. "What's wrong?" he replied with a smile. "It was just a figure of speech. I've been here before, and the girl who was here then had the same shoe size as you." Tara, standing beside her, looked up quizzically. Lilia stared back, equally perplexed. The Duke held that girl in high regard. Perhaps her name was... She suddenly clapped her hands, interrupting herself. All right, she smiled, cutting off the idle chatter. "Enough of that. Miss doesn't have much time, so please show her the rest of the dresses quickly." Lilia looked up thoughtfully at Tara. "The girl who helped the charity fund before. Are you talking about Deborah's sister?" "No, don't overthink it. It's probably just a misunderstanding." The scene changes, and she practices walking gracefully. It's so comfortable to walk like this. Outside the window, warm sunlight streamed into the room. Lilia practiced diligently. "My feet don't tremble as much when I walk now. Now, if I just practice my dance steps a bit more, it'll be perfect." Her gaze fell upon Gibak, lying on the chair. But learning to dance isn't that easy, is it? It barked impatiently, startling Lilia. "Stop it." Gibak lay lazily, deliberately provoking her. "Why wear high heels and worry about the heels breaking and falling? Flat shoes are healthy and comfortable." Lilia retorted, "That's why I'm practicing here. Why do you have to be so disruptive?" Outside, the scenery was tranquil, the sunlight warm, and rows of green trees lined the view. Inside, the conversation continued. "Why are you in such a hurry? Your face has been drooping lately." "I almost forgot." He clearly meant the dress size was exactly the same. In this state, how could she possibly dance or walk properly? She pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed with confusion. "You're clearly being coy, but you don't want to miss out either. Who doesn't like a banquet?" Gibak, spraying some hairspray, froze at Lilia's words. Its fur bristled in indignation as it retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. Who wants to squeeze into some absurd aristocratic ball?" She turned her head in surprise, thinking, "So you actually want to go?" Gibak's gaze became more furious and agitated. "You think I didn't notice? Hey, aren't you worried that girl was actually the girlfriend of some guy named Davier?" Lilia flinched. "I didn't think that far." Suddenly, a voice called out Mississippi. She looked towards the door. He slowly walked in. "Are you still practicing?" Lilia was slightly startled by the appearance of Dietrich, the knight. She smiled politely. "Yes, because there's still some time before the next lesson. Practicing is good, but you should also rest properly. The Duke would be worried if you fell ill." Suddenly, his expression changed completely, fixated on something, prompting her to call out, "Dietrich." Looking at Lilia, it was as if he saw another, hazy figure behind her. "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Deborah's face suddenly paled. "It's nothing. I just remembered something else. Lilia stared at him, his gaze silent, as if lost in thought. The past flashed before his eyes, as if on cue, confirming his earlier suspicions. Her foot had looked exactly like that young lady's back then. In fact, the dress had once belonged to Deirdre's younger sister. The figure stood mysterious and hazy, everyone looking at me, but thinking of someone else. Seeing her silence, he grew worried. Miss, are you all right? Your face. Lilia quickly interrupted him. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Derek anxiously stroked his chin, struggling to think. Perhaps it was from being indoors for too long. If you're feeling unwell, he suggested a place. Shall we go for a walk? I know a place you'll love, Mississippi. They went out together, the warm sunlight filtering through the surrounding leaves. She held Gibak in her arms, her expression one of utter surprise as she looked around with wide eyes. This is it, a garden. Yes, this is the Labyrinth Garden, the pride of the Montferrat ducal family. Hearing their conversation, Gibak openly complained, so noisy. The place was vast and lush, with a large building ahead. Derek enthusiastically introduced the garden. It's famous for its breathtaking scenery, so it's always been a favorite spot for the Duke's esteemed guests. He quickly suggested, since you seem a little tired, why don't we take a stroll in the garden and rest? Thank you for your consideration, Derek. Cheerful conversation echoed through the garden. I didn't know there was a place like this in the mansion. Can I walk around freely? I'm afraid I'll get lost. Yes, you can walk around freely. Suddenly, Derek warned, however, there are some dangerous areas, so I'll guide you. Lilia shivered in alarm. Dangerous areas. Derek simply offered a reassuring smile. It's fine as long as you don't go near them. A pair of shoes slowly approached. She appeared silently, standing there taciturnly. The two hadn't noticed her yet. Derek seemed excited. I'm glad to be able to show you around. Don't worry. Suddenly, fear flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected this person to appear. Why you? What are you doing here? She greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, did. Her face glowed in the golden sunlight as she gently chided, Don't you want to see me? Asta walked straight towards the two. Long time no see. Lilia looked at her with some confusion. This person, she maintained her smile, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened. She froze, turning to observe. Could it be Debrex? He gritted his teeth and called out her name. Asta. Unease filled his heart. This place. How did you get here? She boasted excitedly. I'm here for the banquet tomorrow, of course. Derek simply watched Asta's actions in silence. She turned and gently stroked the flowers. I didn't expect this place to still be here. I just came to see it out of curiosity. Her hand caressed the blooming flowers in the garden. Asta, I'm sorry. But she didn't stop, even with Lilia present, continuing excitedly. I'm so glad this place is still here. It holds memories of the three of us. I also heard that Davier is getting married soon. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This girl was truly lovely. Lilia stood there quietly, while Gibak in her arms complained impatiently. Goodness, who is this girl? She looks like she wants to claw the other person's eyes out, but she doesn't even say hello. She just stands there talking about herself, pretending she doesn't know anything, as always. Looking at Asta, she thought to herself, like Gibak said, I feel like someone wants to turn Messina into a ghost. Why is that? Lilia was lost in thought. Hesitation filled her heart. Am I occupying a place that doesn't belong to me? She turned to ask him, Dit, what's been wrong with you lately? Fickle, like a malfunctioning character. Derek stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. In the garden, they continued to talk back and forth. Asta stroked her chin thoughtfully. Won't even you see me? Derek was startled by her words. He quickly reassured her. Asta, calm down. There's something I want to say, but it's not your fault either. She feigned fragility, avoiding his gaze. It's just that I was a little hopeful, so. Tears slipped from the corners of Asta's eyes. After all, you also have that person's blood flowing through you. Derek was startled and embarrassed, at a loss for what to do. Ignoring them, she quickly lifted her skirt and ran off. He couldn't help but freeze. Asta, wait. Asta. Derek hurriedly turned and instructed Lilia, Duchess, please wait a moment. You can't leave here. Then he ran after Asta, leaving Lilia and Gibak standing there, bewildered by what had just transpired. Lilia gave a faint smile. The surroundings were desolate, with an occasional breeze brushing against her face. Her expression turned pale as she thought blankly, I've been left behind. Are they still awake? How long will it be? They're just staying there together. Lilia cheerfully encouraged herself. He'll be back soon. Let's wait a little longer. Gibak sighed irritably. What is this feeling? 30 minutes later, the two waited boredly, huddled together and shivering in a corner, surrounded by the enormous maze as if they had been forgotten. See, I told you this would happen. She started to feel afraid, hugging it tightly. Oh dear, if we wait too long, everyone will get impatient. Damn it, that thing. Hey, do you know where this is? I was just following along. I don't know anything. She asked, should we follow Dietrich's direction? It hurriedly stopped her. Don't act rashly. He warned us before. There are dangerous areas here. Gibak stretched its paw behind a bush. Let's stay put and observe the surroundings. See what shape this maze is. Its paw was suddenly entangled by something, sinking into something unknown, and it screamed in panic. Lucia also wore a look of confusion and shock. What is this? I can't pull it out. Gibak was terrified and at a loss. Then what do we do? She tried to pull her vine-entangled leg out. Oh my! Lucia pulled her leg out of the thing with all her might, surrounded by plants. Suddenly, she felt something unusual happening. The surrounding scenery began to darken. Gibak broke free from the entwined vines and climbed behind her. Where are we? It complained in surprise. Really, what is this? Why is it so dark? Find something to light. But I can't see anything. Gibak sensed the anomaly and urgently reminded Lucia, hey, be careful. It seems like there's magic at work around here. A magic circle appeared under her feet. Magic? How is that possible? Both of them were frightened, staring blankly at the mysterious thing. What is this? It could only helplessly follow the previous instructions, as if water off a duck's back. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the hazy sky. Gibak and Lucia looked up together. A white wolf suddenly appeared, revealing sharp white fangs. Now we can only quickly call Dietrich. Both of their faces were pale, their hearts panicked, their bodies stiff. Why did this have to happen at this time? It's over. It stared fixedly at them, as if sizing up its prey. They inwardly complained that Dietrich hadn't explained clearly. This place was so dangerous. Gibak whispered in her ear, hey, back up a bit and observe. It hasn't rushed over yet. As long as we don't make a sound, we should be fine. Let's split up and look for smaller, narrower passages. The white wolf vaguely followed their movements, and Lucia's footsteps slowly retreated. Careful, don't make a sound. Suddenly, her foot stepped on a branch beside her, and she cried out in surprise. The white wolf's eyes instantly turned blood red, as if staring at prey. After being discovered, they were completely at a loss. Oh no, we're definitely going to be swallowed now. Lucia's eyes widened, her face full of fear and panic. Those sharp red eyes let out an angry roar. She knew she was powerless and could only close her eyes tightly and pray. Suddenly, Davier's stern figure appeared. He moved swiftly and efficiently dealt with the white wolf. Lucia was stunned, thinking blankly, what is this? It doesn't hurt like I imagined. It was too unexpected. She opened her eyes in confusion, her whole body seemingly leaning against that person. This voice. Lucia's bright eyes immediately turned behind her. He softly reproached, it's been a while. I was wondering where you went. She turned to look at him. Davier, if you didn't like this place, why didn't you say so from the beginning? She froze, her face full of confusion. What do you mean? Davier's face held silence and grievance. Because you didn't want to see me. He inwardly fumed. Didn't you also run all the way here? Lucia froze, not understanding what was happening. Why wouldn't I want to see you? Why would you say that? She was a little shocked. Davier, what's wrong? He seems angry. I just got lost when I came back from the garden. Davier's eyes were filled with ardent affection. It feels like we've just gotten a little closer. What if I make another mistake? What if Davier and I become distant? A hint of a smile appeared. Davier playfully teased, just kidding. Lucia froze, her face full of bewilderment. Kidding. He continued to playfully tease her. Seeing you so scared, I just wanted to tease you. That's too much. She quickly waved her hands, surrendering to Davier. I was almost scared to death. The sky cleared again, white clouds drifted by, and sunlight sprinkled on the leaves. The two of them chatted like this. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be studying seriously? Lucia recounted her earlier experience to Davier. I was taking a walk with Dietrich when suddenly a strange woman appeared. Dietrich asked me to wait here for a moment. He immediately chased after her, a little suspicious of that woman, yes. Davy held her small hand, calling her Asta, completely unconcerned. Oh, so what? Lucia appeared calm on the surface, but felt a little bothered inside. Davy must know that person very well, right? Her expression became melancholic and troubled. After all, what was their relationship? If they have a close, intimate relationship, are these questions of mine superfluous? Then let's go back first. Tomorrow's itinerary also needs to be adjusted. His voice rang out, interrupting Lulia's thoughts. Warm sunlight shone brightly as she wrestled with her doubts. What do you mean by itinerary? How can I? He leaned closer to Lulia's face, excited and enthusiastic, and suggested, let's sneak out of the banquet together. She came back to her senses, but stood there died. The scene changed. The entire city was newly decorated, and the first day of the grand festival was about to begin. Lulia was stunned by the magnificence of Sklange. Her eyes filled with wonder and disbelief. This was the Montfelt family festival, the atmosphere so lively, with Davy constantly by her side. Lulia admired her surroundings as she walked. I didn't expect so many people on the streets. The Montfelt territory is vast and boundless, stretching like a green carpet to the horizon. But her mood briefly dipped. Although she was happy to tour the place with Davy, should I really be this happy? After all, I'm still worried about what happened yesterday. Last night, Dietrich seemed to have been called away in some special manner, bowing to her before leaving. Recalling that dark scene, the strange building behind the monster in the garden kept lingering in my mind. It seemed that these things were making me anxious. Suddenly, Davy gently pinched Lulia's cheek, startling her. He turned and teased, "You're still distracted even after walking all the way here." Seeing Davy's actions on the street, Lulia shyly and awkwardly retorted, "No." He expressed his wish expectantly. "I just hope you can pay more attention to me, because there's a reason we're here together." Hearing this, Lulia looked at him in confusion. "If there's a reason." Suddenly someone shouted, "Hey, you two, boy and girl." The two looked over in surprise. He smiled, holding a ball of cotton candy, and beckoned, "Want to try some sweets? Buy one for your lover. What do you think?" Davy observed her surreptitiously. "Nothing." Lulia's eyes were bright and bewildered, and he smiled secretly with an infatuated look. Golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating shimmering spots of light. She played happily with Davy, a radiant smile constantly blooming on her face, illuminating the entire space. His gaze was fixed on her, never leaving. The setting sun gradually descended, casting its last rays, draping the scenery in a mystical golden-orange hue. Seeing her like this today, it's as if she was born to love the festive atmosphere. I've decided that the next birthday celebration must be even grander. The festival was bustling with activity. The two sat on nearby chairs, their eyes and smiles radiant, engrossed in conversation, leaving only a moment of tranquility and warmth between their two hearts. Lulia turned excitedly and asked Davy, "Really? Are you joking again?" He teased casually, "Hard to say. I haven't decided yet." Thinking about today, her mood was much better, and like a child, she said to him, "But the festival is really fun. I bought gifts for everyone, and even a necklace for the cat. And also, we drank ice-cold water and watched the band perform." Suddenly, her mood dropped, the smile disappearing from her face, replaced by a trace of sadness. "Although I really hope the people here could gather together more often, that might make it harder to hold the territory's festival." He jokingly comforted her. "She's starting to worry about the things a young lady usually has to face." The setting sun elongated their shadows, covering them as they talked. In that romantic space, he suddenly spoke, his words of praise bringing an inexplicable warmth to her heart. "Seeing you like this, it seems you've always been working very hard." Lulia was slightly surprised. "Really? Everyone always praised her behind her back, too." "You're the best, my lady." A blush crept onto her cheeks, tinting them pink. Lulia pondered silently, her eyes becoming distant, both shy and excited. It felt so good to be acknowledged. Today feels like a dream. A gentle breeze blew, scattering fallen leaves. She turned to admire his happy face. "Thank you for bringing me out, Davy." He gently asked Lulia, feeling better. She seemed a little lost and confused. "Lately, I've seen you looking listless and unhappy. Is it because you're too busy?" As soon as he finished speaking, she froze. Recent memories suddenly flooded back, making everything clear. "I've been so focused on my studies and preparing for the festival lately that I haven't had much time to see Davier. And Asta has also been on my mind." Her image suddenly appeared in my thoughts as well. Could he have brought that out on purpose to catch my attention? Perhaps Davier had been watching her all along while she was diligently studying. Lilia's lips curved into a small, excited smile. "Maybe it was just a misunderstanding, but I'm still happy." "Thank you, Davier." she whispered, a bright smile blooming on her face, her joy tinged with sincere gratitude. Thanks to you, I've forgotten all my worries. Hearing this, Davier looked surprised for a moment. Then a slow smile spread across his face, his eyes filled with adoration for her. He extended his hand towards her, causing her some confusion. I was just a little touched, but now I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. Under the streetlight, Davier helped Lilia up. Shall we go back? No, the biggest reason I came here is still waiting. He enthusiastically suggested, there's a wonderful place I want to show you. Would you like to come with me? The scene changed. Lilia was astonished by the sight before her. Davier slowly walked towards her from ahead. You can see the entire landscape of this small city. He smiled gently, expressing his feelings. Sometimes I come here to relax. It's a place I discovered when I was a child. Whenever I'm here, everything feels distant and hazy. Lilia gasped, turning to him. I wanted to show you this too. Her eyes widened for a moment, filled with awe. The twinkling beauty of the city seemed to shrink into a delicate, hand-painted picture. The streets bustled with people, and this was also the place where he would have to shoulder his responsibilities in the future. The land and its people were spread out before him. She watched him silently, standing still. His gaze drifted into the distance, recalling the small figure of himself as a child, leaning against the railing and quietly gazing at the city scenery. She wondered what he had been thinking about back then. Lilia pondered Davier in silence. Davier, have you ever? Her voice reached him from behind, and his mood shifted, a look of sadness and gloom appearing on his face. That felt lonely. Davier was startled when he heard her say that. His voice tinged with a hint of weight and confusion. He deflected, oh my, I didn't think you wouldn't like it. I thought you'd like it here, but it seems you're a bit picky. Lilia, momentarily bewildered, quickly explained, that's not what I meant. She couldn't help but feel uneasy and worried about his current state. What would it be like then, Davier? Past memories surfaced. The instructor teaching her etiquette, the process of honing herself to become the Duchess, or the joy of discovering new things while diligently studying and working, made her worry if she could fulfill her duties. Bern and Tara were always there for her, and Dietrich was a good person too. Lilia felt everything they gave her, but some things happened that she couldn't help, and the thought of disappointing them put immense pressure on her. It wasn't right. They had been accustomed to bigger challenges since childhood, but only Davier had to shoulder enormous responsibilities from birth, facing countless threatening gazes. Perhaps Davier had to endure such pressure since he was young. He just stood there quietly, both of them looking down at the beautiful city below, lost in deep thought. People who recognized them smiled and greeted them, and they responded in kind. I suddenly realized that this beautiful scenery was just a perfect picture to me. His childhood must have been filled with many different experiences compared to other children here. Some might find it boring and meaningless, but for Davier, it was a haven when he wanted to escape. In a way, I felt the same. Back then, darkness surrounded me, and I wanted to escape this place too. Davier often had to meet many complete strangers, unfamiliar people, and even surrounded by countless voices, I felt unable to express my sorrow or be understood. Even she had to be ready to bear this responsibility at any time, just wanting to escape, feeling lonely. Davier fell into an emotional silence. He opened his mouth to say something, "You're really interesting. I've never met anyone who could confuse me so much." The two of them confided in each other under the setting sun. Davier slowly walked towards her. "So now," he asked cheerfully, "are you still afraid, still wanting to escape? If so, even if you say you don't want to be the Duchess anymore." She turned seriously, admiring the city. "No, I want to fulfill my duties as the Duchess." Lilia looked directly into his eyes and answered frankly, "That's why I hope to share the burden with Davier, so he won't be alone anymore." Her smile was as bright as the sun, tinged with a hint of shyness. "Because Davier is here, I don't feel lonely anymore." His heart swelled with joy and excitement, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The whole world seemed to stand still, leaving only her image reflected in his startled eyes, filled with Lilia's trust. "That's wonderful. I was just planning to hold a banquet soon." She paused, thinking a banquet. At that moment, a romantic air surrounded him, a grand event about to unfold. Speaking of marriage, after the ceremony, they would have to visit various parties in the capital, and it would certainly be a busy time. According to etiquette, the symbol would appear as if a kind of proof. Back in the present, the two admired the beautiful scenery together, discussing seriously. "Bringing you here was definitely worth it. However, I'm still a little worried, because life will become more difficult after leaving the mansion." The outside is full of ferocious creatures, countless numbers of them. She immediately comforted Davier. Even if that's the case, it's all right because I have Davier. Her smile was as bright as a blooming flower. We're home now, and the sun is set. Back at the mansion, Lilia and Davier chatted excitedly as they walked. So, that merchant back then. She greeted them excitedly. Verantera, I'm back. They responded, bewildered and somewhat dejected. Welcome back. You're back too. How was your day? He spoke with concern. I'm back. Lilia, her face beaming, expressed her gratitude to Davier. I had a wonderful trip, and I brought you all gifts. Please accept these. She energetically handed the gifts to Bern and Tara, who were very surprised, not expecting gifts for themselves. It's nothing special, but I bought them thinking of everyone. The two quickly responded, Oh my, you were thinking of us. Thank you, miss. But she sensed their mood seemed low. Lilia wondered anxiously, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Is it a problem that I changed the itinerary without permission? He immediately reassured her, No, Mississippi. The sky outside gradually darkened. Don't worry, go with Tara first. The banquet is about to begin. You should go and prepare your attire. Yes, miss, please come with me. She happily pulled Lilia quickly into the room. Let's go change our clothes. Seeing this scene, Davier became even more amiable. Bern quietly reported to the Duke, Duke, I have something important to report. He looked puzzled, not understanding what had happened. What is it? The butler looked troubled, his face grim and dejected, as he spoke in the banquet hall. Miss Asta is also present. She appeared silently, holding a glass of wine, a satisfied and pleased smile on her face, as if anticipating something. Bern followed, reporting to Davier, I'm not sure why Miss Asta is here, but her situation seems to be difficult lately, without a fixed residence. Seeing Davier's lack of reaction, Varen continued, I was thinking perhaps she needs to ask the Duke for that matter, but I'm worried she might say something wrong to the Mississippi unexpectedly. Davier spoke, surprising Bern. It's all right. Bern looked at him questioningly. You don't plan to take any particular measures. But if that's the case, the miss. Davier simply said again, Calm down, Varen. Ahead, Lilia was talking to a maid, and Davier continued. In my opinion, if she were to become the Duchess, she would certainly do a good job. Lilia, seeing that it was Davier, turned and smiled at him. The two held hands and walked side by side like nobles. Soon, I'll be able to see many people. It's been a long time since I've done so. Thank you for making today's banquet so bright. I've been practicing diligently lately, but is it enough? If I make any mistakes, not only will I not be able to help Davier, but I'll also become a burden. She was lost in thought when Davier suddenly called her name. Lilia, are you afraid? Davier asked her teasingly with a smile. Or is it because of this that you want to stop and run away? Lilia's face flushed, and she shook her head vigorously in denial. Impossible. After saying that, she lowered her eyes and whispered, I'm just a little nervous. At this moment, the announcer's voice rang out. Now, please welcome the head of the Montferrat family, Duke Davierre and Miss Lilia. Lilia told herself inwardly, it's all right. I've been practicing diligently up until now. Don't let the pressure overwhelm me. When that door opens, we'll walk down the stairs together and enter the banquet hall. As the first melody played, her hazy eyes became firm, and she looked forward with anticipation. I will start the banquet with a dance, together with Davier. At that moment, Davier stepped forward, interrupting her thoughts. Lilia, those blue eyes are always so captivating, and those lips that speak such heartwarming words. Just focus on me. Lilia's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at the young man beside her. Everyone present was watching them, all eyes on the hall above. Lilia stood behind Davier, the two looking like a real couple. Davier's gentle gaze remained fixed on the girl beside him. After a moment, Davier finally spoke, a smile playing on his lips. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet in my absence. I trust you've all had a pleasant time. Confusion and surprise were evident on the faces of the crowd below as they watched intently. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce Lilia, my future fiancée. He took her hand, and the two stood hand in hand before everyone. She will become the Duchess of Montefeltro. The words sounded incredibly glorious. Lilia's expression froze, her eyes still wide, staring somewhere into the air. She reassured herself, it's okay, don't be nervous, just like we practiced. She finally stammered, her mind echoing with countless words, as if they wouldn't disappear. It's that girl. The voices were like echoes from hell. I heard she was locked up in that dreadful dungeon under the Demon Duke's castle. Impossible! A woman of unknown origin is actually an accomplice. The rumors seem to isolate the young girl in her own dark dungeon. Duke, your taste is truly unique, but ultimately this isn't from the heart, is it? Lilia felt a chill in her bones again, like the coldness of winter snow. What should I do? I can't think of anything. She clasped her hands tightly together. I can feel it. Everyone here hates me. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Davier slammed his hand on the table, startling Lilia from her thoughts. He looked down at the crowd with a warning gaze. I'll only give you one chance to speak. The nobles below widened their eyes, covering their mouths with fans, some silently looking up at the two. Even Lilia's eyes widened as she looked at the powerful young Davier before her. Then, she pursed her lips and swallowed. The nobles below, finally ceasing their wide-eyed stares due to fear, heard Lilia's clear voice ring out in the hall. This morning I walked around the territory and saw everyone smiling happily, so I thought it must be the result of everyone's hard work. The servants of Montefeltro. At this moment, Davier once again showed a gentle and proud smile, looking at the girl beside him. I come from unknown origins, and I'm still clumsy, but I want to help everyone and become a future asset to Montefeltro. Lilia smoothly finished all the prepared words. My name is Lilia, and I hope to receive everyone's help. At this, the people below no longer looked at her with curious gazes, but with surprise. Then, they took turns lifting their skirts in a curtsy, while others knelt in greeting. Wasn't this acknowledgement? Seeing this, Lilia couldn't help but smile brightly, and even Davier beside her smiled along with her. Unconsciously, she gave a dazzling smile. She heard Davier say beside her, "Shall we go? Everyone is watching." The two walked toward the center together. But why? Am I no longer afraid now? Along with the music, singing, and the playing of instruments came from beside her. During training, I imagined this moment countless times. She widened her eyes, looking at Davier's profile, but even so, actually dancing with him felt unbelievable. Until this moment, her eyes suddenly brightened, and Davier's figure became incredibly clear. Now the music was about to end, and the two finished the dance in perfect harmony, completely oblivious to the surrounding gazes, dancing confidently and naturally. Thankfully, the dance ended smoothly. Just as she felt happy, she suddenly missed a step. Lilia panicked and fell backward. This step, I'm gonna fall. She closed her eyes tightly, as if waiting for the impending pain. But Davier wouldn't let that happen. He reached out and caught her, then gently lifted Lilia up like an angel. The people below were thrilled by this gesture. Poor Lilia felt her face burning. To Davier, at the same time, there was a girl who didn't like the scene before her. Her amber eyes watched, and she silently felt suffocated. The lovers were still on stage, enacting their love story. Davier safely placed Lilia back on the ground and smiled pleasantly at her. I handled that pretty well, didn't I? It seems we'll make great dance partners. Lilia hadn't yet recovered, only staring at Davier with wide eyes. Before she could answer, Davier finished speaking and lowered his head, politely and formally kissing Lilia's hand. The people below watched it all. The girls who witnessed this immediately blushed. Someone started it, and soon they were all cheering and praising the performance. What a rare and wonderful dance. Truly magnificent, Your Grace. This lady is the future Madame Montefeltro. It's been a while, Your Grace. This is Lilia. Lilia watched Davy, impressed by his composure. He didn't seem flustered at all, instead smiling confidently with an air of ease. He certainly had experience navigating this kind of situation with such grace. I should introduce myself too, but according to etiquette, where should I begin? Just then, a girl approached calling Miss Lilia. Miss Lilia. It was Lobelia, the etiquette and dance instructor. Seeing her, Lilia immediately ran over, happily taking Lobelia's hand and chatting affectionately. Thank you for coming to the banquet. Lobelia smiled brightly. You invited me, Lilia. Of course I wouldn't miss it. They talked for a while longer. All your hard work has finally paid off. Your dance just now was truly perfect. Really, I did well. Yes, it was an impeccable debut. Lilia, wearing a carefree smile, looked genuinely happy. I'm so glad. It's all thanks to you, Lobelia. Thank you. I definitely couldn't have done it without your guidance. Hearing this, Lobelia faltered, quickly lowering her eyes and looking away. Her voice was faint. No, it wasn't me. Her arm trembled as she continued. Perhaps I have nothing left to teach, Miss Lilia. You needn't invite me anymore. Her voice shook as she spoke. Being with me, you might be caught up in unfavorable rumors. Lilia looked at her, puzzled. Rumors? What are you talking about? Before Lobelia could answer, someone approached. Miss, it was a striking, beautiful girl with blue hair. Excuse me for interrupting. If I may, could I introduce myself? I'm Bianca. Bianca confidently introduced herself. I'm the Earl's daughter. Lilia suddenly remembered. I should greet you. She nodded. Hello, Bianca. It's a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, the other girls also stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Miss Lilia. I'm Eden from the Philin Earl's family. I hope we can work together more in the future. Behind the group of girls, Lobelia's expression remained somber. She stood there, looking pained. Hello, Miss Lilia. Lilia tried to move towards Lobelia, but the noble ladies seemed unwilling to let her go. That dance was amazing, Lilia. My heart was racing. Yes, his grace is so elegant and poised. Out of obligation, Lilia had to put aside personal matters for the time being, but she still tried to connect everyone. Smiling at the girls around her, she said, Thank you all. It's all thanks to Lobelia. She taught me dance and etiquette so diligently. Suddenly being mentioned, Lobelia was a little flustered, unsure of what to say. The girls all turned to look at her. Bianca was the first to speak, her tone sincere. I've also heard of teacher Lobelia's talent. Seeing Miss Lilia just now, I think the rumors are true. You're truly amazing. Perhaps I should ask for your careful guidance as well. Lobelia smiled shyly. You're such a proper lady. You flatter me. Asta also took the opportunity to greet her. Welcome, Miss Lilia. Seeing Asta standing before her, Lilia had a vague memory. This is the person I met last time. Asta didn't seem to mind that Lilia didn't remember her and continued to introduce herself. Miss Lilia, please forgive my rudeness last time. I'm Asta. I'm truly sorry I couldn't greet you properly then. I hope you'll give me a chance to explain. Lilia was taken aback by Asta's friendliness and politeness. What's going on? Her attitude is completely different from last time. After a moment, she said, Well, that sounds fine, but I'm currently speaking with these people. Asta's gaze shifted to Lobelia beside her. I understand. Her bright red lips curved into a gentle smile, her amber eyes glinting. You're speaking with a celebrity. Lobelia felt those words sting, her eyes widening. Lilia also realized the comment was inappropriate. Celebrity? That's an exaggeration. What do you mean? Lobelia suddenly spoke. Miss Lilia, please excuse me. Thank you for your kind words. Lilia watched as Lobelia bowed and excused herself, thinking in surprise, has it come to this, Lobelia? The others also began to take their leave. Miss Lilia, we'll be going then. Let's talk again later. Then Asta spoke again. I apologize. Because of me, everyone is leaving so quickly. Lilia still didn't understand what had happened. Asta raised a hand to cover her face, her eyes filled with sadness. She asked softly, You must have heard of me, Miss Lilia, haven't you? You know I'm just the daughter of the former Duke's mistress, brought back from Montefeltro. I'm no better than a bug, only bringing trouble to Montefeltro. No wonder everyone looks at me that way. Lilia thought to herself, just as Tara had said, the former Duke had deeper affections for Dietrich's younger sister, even though she wasn't his biological daughter. However, she looked at Asta and offered words of comfort. It's all right. Those things don't matter. Asta was only slightly surprised before quickly regaining her composure. It's all right. Are you sure? Lilia looked firmly at the redhead before her. Yes, I've decided not to care about what others think anymore. After saying this, she hesitantly lowered her eyes, letting her chaotic thoughts drift away. Of course, it was a lie to say she wasn't interested in that person. Clearly, there are things I don't know between Davier and that person. But I am the future fiancé of the Montefeltro family, personally acknowledged by Davier. She clenched her hands tightly, her eyes once again alight with resolve. From now on, I must learn to think and judge for myself. Asta suddenly smiled, her eyes narrowing. You truly have a remarkably beautiful soul. Lilia, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't come here with any ulterior motives. I just wanted to give you a warning. Lilia still seemed confused. A warning? Asta nodded, her eyes like countless mysterious black holes, impossible to see through. Yes, when I was still here, I was just someone who only listened to my mother and family. No different from a puppet. Lilia's eyes widened, her brow furrowing. A puppet? You let the former Duke treat you like that? Asta wore an expression of sudden realization. That's because the former Duke was particularly fond of me. At that time, the Duke was a very sensitive man and was very fond of me, so my mother told me to obey him to gain his support. The maids, seeing the mistress's daughter being favored, were naturally unhappy and isolated me. Even though I had all the jewels, my life was still lonely and cold. She told Lilia these things. After the Duke passed away, I was forced to leave, but during my time here, Davier and I became very close. Finally, with a smug smile, she revealed the purpose of her visit. I think he must need me, just as the former Duke needed me. Lilia didn't seem fazed at all. Instead, she countered, need you. Why? Unexpectedly, Asta's eyes also widened. Huh, you don't know. But then she smiled again. Ah, that's right, Lilia. She saw all the expressions on Lilia's face, remaining vigilant, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress, an indescribable disdain in her eyes. Asta continued to chatter at her. If Davier hadn't said it, it would be difficult for me to bring it up. I don't want to make things difficult for Davier. As the Duchess, I believe Lilia will understand. When Davier's mood sours, do you know what happens? Lilia's pupils constricted, as if just realizing something. What is it? Wait, Cabby came from somewhere, calling for Lilia. Cabby, come here right now. Lilia didn't dare delay, scooping up Cabby and quickly running away. Asta, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but please excuse me. Reaching a secluded spot, Lilia put Cabby down and began to speak. Didn't you say you didn't care about the banquet? Then when did you arrive? Cabby said helplessly. Is that important? It pointed a paw at its chest. I just came by to see how you were doing. It seemed you're having a good time. Suddenly, it became irritable, scolding her. Hey, are you still sane? Why are you wasting so much energy on such meaningless things? Lilia raised her voice, wanting to retort. What's wrong? We were talking. It's rude of you to be so dismissive. Cabby put on an old man's expression, warning, be careful. She's broken, that red-haired girl. Lilia frowned. Broken. Cabby slowly uttered 5 words. Her soul is broken. Lilia pondered for a moment before asking, what do you mean by her soul is broken? Does it have something to do with black magic? Cabby nodded, explaining, it's just a literal saying. No matter what you do, it won't benefit you. Just then, a maid suddenly approached from behind, looking around. Oh dear, where did the cat go? I just baked a delicious cake. Upon hearing the word cake, Cabby's attitude immediately did a 180, transforming into a lively and adorable cat, running towards the maid, leaving Lilia stunned, her eyes wide. Huh, where are you going? Cabby impatiently looked back. I'm busy too. Anyway, be careful of that girl. Don't get involved. Lilia was also startled by this cat, with a baby face, but such a serious tone. However, she still had to pay attention to what the cat had just said, broken. Everything that had happened today was difficult to understand, a tangled mess. Forget it. I should go back to my own area. As soon as she stepped out, her gaze caught something. Wait, that's Duchess, talking to Asta. Ah, hello, miss. Lilia walked over, and Duchess was already there. Yes, I just arrived. Lilia fell into reminiscence. It was strange. Just yesterday, Davier had scolded him severely and said he wouldn't attend tonight's banquet, but he still came. Could it be because Asta was here? Duchess gave her an awkward smile. Ah, you know, this is Asta. Asta suddenly walked towards Lilia with a laugh. Oh my, I must say Lilia and I were having such a pleasant chat. Really, you're always slow on the uptake, same as always. Duchess looked at Asta with displeasure. Asta, you're being too impolite to the young lady. Asta ignored him, turned to Lilia. All that talking has made me thirsty. Lilia, would you like something to drink? No, thank you. I'm fine. Asta turned to leave, still waving with a smile. I'll go get something to drink then. You two chat. Duchess approached Lilia and bowed. Miss, please don't mind her. Thank you for your tolerance toward my sister. It's perfectly all right, but are you sure you should be here? Duchess shook his head sadly, a sorrowful expression still on his face. I should have remained silent and reflected on my actions, but I was too worried about my sister. I'm truly sorry. Mississippi Lilia smiled in response to Duchess' worry. There's nothing wrong with worrying about your sister, though I don't know what you're worried about. Duchess glanced around before continuing. I apologize, but Asta's current situation isn't very good. Lilia's eyes widened slightly. What happened? Both of them looked towards where Asta was standing. There was a man who married my mother before she passed away. He was displeased with Asta from the start. So as soon as mother died, Asta was kicked out of the house. Lilia nodded. So you're worried? Duchess nodded in agreement. Yes, she just wants to stay here temporarily until she finds a place to settle down. While I respect the Duke's decision, I can't quite grasp his mood right now. Lilia thought to herself, that would be Davier's mood. Asta had said similar things before, although she addressed Davier quite affectionately. She recalled the conversation between Asta and Duchess just now, but when it came to Davier's changing moods, it felt like there was still a distance between them. What exactly was their relationship? Friends? Family? Just then, Davier's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their thoughts. Come to think of it, I seem to have forgotten to mention. Duchess stood still, silently awaiting punishment. Seeing Davier, Duchess' heart trembled. Duke Davierre continued, So, I will overlook the fact that you came here without knowing anything. He then walked towards Lilia, smiling and lightly bumping heads with her. Lilia asked Davier, When did you arrive? Davier didn't answer her, instead looking at the two of them. Do you have anything to say? Asta, what are you doing here? Called out directly. Asta fell silent for a moment, not speaking. After a while, she spoke with a smile. It's been a while, Duke. How are you? Manda is as magnificent as ever. As for me, Davier interrupted her. I can't believe you came all this way just to ask that. Asta frowned, looking a little uncomfortable. Lilia looked up at Davier and opened her mouth. I missed Asta very much. Davier turned to Lilia again, asking with a smile, Lilia, have you made a friend? Yes, everyone has been very kind. Watching the tense confrontation between Asta and Davier, Lilia couldn't help but think, hadn't Asta said she was close to Davier before. But looking at the current atmosphere, then Asta spoke again with a smile. Hello, Duke. As you know, I'm looking for a place to stay. I apologize for the intrusion, but could I stay here temporarily until I find another place? During that time, if you'd like, I can keep you company. Although Asta tried her best to speak in an affectionate tone, Davier maintained his attitude, his blue eyes flashing sharply. Asta continued to act as if she understood nothing. Yes, Davier unexpectedly agreed. Suit yourself. As long as Lilia doesn't mind, I don't. Lilia, being called out, panicked a little and turned to confirm. Why yes, Davier nodded. Well, of course we should listen to the lady of the house. Lilia started questioning herself again. What should she do now? If only she had known this would happen. Although they didn't seem to get along, Asta was Dietrich's sister after all, and she had nowhere to go now. It was a difficult situation. Lilia's hand grasped the ribbon at her neckline. It's all right. I'll treat you as a guest. Davier gave her a triumphant smile. Asta seemed very happy and came over to take Lilia's hand. Thank you, Miss Lilia. You must be lonely with no one to share interesting things with. I promise to tell you many interesting things about this world. Liliana showed no sign of weariness towards the polite girl in front of her, but rather great sympathy. It wasn't as if she desperately needed a companion, only until the girl found a place to stay. Was that really such a serious matter? Over the next few days, a maid poured Liliana some tea. She smiled brightly and invited Liliana. Madam, please relax for a moment. Thank you, Tara. Liliana lifted the cup and took a sip. After the successful anniversary celebration, she recalled the countless things she had experienced. She had officially entered high society and begun learning how to reply to the letters she received. But it seemed the Duke's family's events had ended, while the festivities in the territory continued. Liliana looked at Tara and said, Before the festivities end, could I go out for a bit and come back? Tara smiled brightly and replied, Absolutely not, madam. I swore I wouldn't leave your side for even a moment. Liliana chuckled. Actually, I'm fine on my own. She returned to her habit of talking to herself. Since the banquet ended, Tara and Debrique's relationship had become inexplicably strained. Asta's appearance seemed to have ignited a flame of jealousy in Tara's heart. Now, whenever the two met, the atmosphere around them would freeze. As she wrote her letter, she thought about how to reconcile them. Perhaps going to the festivities together would help. She skimmed the letter again. She had basically finished writing the reply. Varen had said she could invite someone she liked again. She thought of the blue-haired girl from that day. I'll send it to Bianca. She was so cute when she spoke, and she even wrote to me first. It would be wonderful to get to know her. Liliana turned and called Tara over. Tara, please send this letter for me. Tara nodded vigorously. Of course, madam. She quickly finished everything. Now she truly was the Duchess. Tara was still chattering away, even starting to predict upcoming events. Soon you'll be having your wedding. I'm already imagining you in your wedding dress. Mid-sentence, a voice interrupted. Hello, Liliana. It was Asta, and she had come with Debrique. The weather is lovely today. If you don't mind, may I sit with you? Kabi, who had been lying quietly, suddenly spoke up indignantly. Hey, she's acting all friendly. Isn't she just staying here temporarily because she has nowhere else to go? How could she be so comfortable? The two had already approached, and Asta even sat down. Liliana agreed. Hello, Debrique, Asta. Good day, madam. Dabrique and Tara both frowned, ignoring each other, but still at odds. The weather is so nice today. Why isn't Miss Tara at the festivities? Tara waved her hand without even looking at him. I'm not going anywhere, though you probably wish I would disappear for a while. Liliana listened to their mutual resentment, unsure what to do. I was just asking. Why are you saying that? Fine, leave me alone. Although they often bickered, they had never been this tense. Meanwhile, Asta, the cause of it all, remained calm. Recalling Asta's expression when she saw Davier the day before, had she misinterpreted her fear? Asta smiled again, breaking the stalemate behind her. The weather is so lovely today. On a day like this. By the way, Miss Liliana, can you ride a horse? I mean, sit on its back and control it yourself. Although I haven't tried. Asta, as if seizing an opportunity to criticize, said with a regretful tone, Oh, really? Horseback riding is an indispensable part of a noble lady's education. Liliana nodded, as if hearing it for the first time. Really? It's not that I don't care, but the horses in the stable are too big. I'm afraid to ride them. Asta dropped her previous expression and smiled at Liliana. Then we must first buy Liliana a horse. A gentle white mare would be a suitable gift. Liliana wanted to refuse, as those expensive horses cost as much as a mansion. She looked sincerely at the girl in front of her and replied, Wouldn't that be too extravagant right after the grand banquet? Asta only frowned at her words, clearly still dissatisfied. Tara suddenly scoffed. Asta looked up with disgust. Is something funny? Asta asked. Tara stopped laughing and confessed, Oh, I apologize. I didn't expect you to be the first to mention horseback riding. After that incident, I thought you would never ride a horse again. These words were a direct attack on Asta. Liliana's eyes widened, as if there was something she didn't know. What? That incident? After that incident, I thought you'd never ride again. Dabrique couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up for Asta. Tara, you. Suddenly, Asta jumped up. Liliana watched her in surprise. She turned to leave. Excuse me, Liliana. I suddenly remembered something urgent. Well then, I'll be going. With that, she lifted her skirt and left in a huff, leaving Lilia perplexed. Lilia watched Asta's figure disappear, wondering what had made her so angry. Her reaction seemed a bit extreme. Was there something Asta was ashamed of? Lilia was practically fuming. Everyone seemed to know something, yet she was left in the dark. They were all whispering, but no one would explain. It was infuriating. Just then, the butler's voice rang out. Madam, is something troubling you? Lilia turned around. Véran. Véran bowed respectfully. I've come to escort you to the library, as previously discussed. He glanced at the two people beside her and said tactfully, However, the atmosphere seems a bit boisterous. Are they disturbing you? If you'd prefer, we can go to the library later. Lilia quickly smoothed things over. No, I'll go now. She turned to Tara and Dabrique. Let's all go together for now. Tara curtsid. Yes, madam. Dabrique spoke up. Madam, I shall attend you. Lilia frowned. Don't follow. I'll go with Véran. Dabrique replied resignedly. Understood. As they walked, Véran said, I heard about what happened in the garden, madam. You must have been quite startled. Lilia walked beside him. Thank you for your concern. This mansion has many ancient magic spells passed down through generations. If one touches them unknowingly, it's easy to get lost and wander into places one shouldn't. Lilia listened wide-eyed. So that was to prevent outsiders from intruding. Then where does the path guarded by the dog lead to? Véran smiled gently. I'm afraid that's beyond my purview, madam. He reached the door and gestured for her to enter. The Duke will have the most accurate answer for you. In the meantime, please enjoy the beauty of the library. Lilia's eyes widened as she entered. This is magnificent. She couldn't help but exclaim. Cabby, however, wasn't as impressed. It simply walked in without a second glance. TCH, what's so surprising? This is just typical noble style. Everything has to be grand. Then it jumped, startled. What is this? Why can't you be straightforward? Véran, nearby, asked curiously, By the way, madam, what brings you to the library so suddenly? Lilia replied, I'm looking for a history book. A history book. Véran adjusted his gloves, a hint of playful malice on his face. Has someone dared to discuss historical knowledge in front of madam? Lilia quickly stopped him. It's not like that. She smiled sweetly and looked at him demurely. My etiquette lessons aren't enough. I thought reading more would help. The butler's eyes softened immediately. Madam, such profound insight. He returned to his gentle demeanor. Very well. Please feel free to browse. Call me if you need anything. He walked to the door, but not before turning back to remind her, we have every book imaginable. You'll find whatever you're looking for. Lilia smiled at him. Anything I want can be found here. She still wasn't used to such enthusiastic treatment, even after experiencing it several times. Well, I'll just look around. She reached for the first book. Literature here, philosophy, and art over there. Picking up another stack of books, she felt a surge of happiness. Oh my, I was just browsing, and now I have a whole pile. There are so many interesting books, it's impossible to resist. I wonder what's on the other side. Why doesn't this book have a title on the cover? She stood on tiptoe, reaching for the intriguing book. I wonder what it is. Let's see the title. But when she saw the title, she froze, her face draining of color. It was a guide to black magic for weakening the empire, along with various dark magic reports and petitions. Cabby, unable to see the title from below, asked, "What strange book has turned your face the color of a banana leaf? What's wrong? The title sounds lame. Do you think problems will just disappear if you sit there fretting all day?" Lilia was still trembling, her eyes filled with fear. Strange, why would Davier's library have a book like this? Does it have something to do with the Devil Duke? Cabby offered a suggestion that nearly made Lilia scream and trash the room. Why don't you try reading it? Cabby continued, maybe it's not as bad as you think. Lilia frowned incredulously. You wanted to read this, but black magic is the Devil Duke's thing. Looking at these ghost stories isn't like casting a spell. What are you afraid of? Cabby sat down and scratched its ear. What's so scary about reading a book? Maybe after reading it, you'll understand what's happening to you. But maybe not. The first page, she saw read, "The Devil Duke's wickedness has ended. His influence is waning, but what if I accidentally activate the curse hidden within me? Even so, I still yearn to know the truth. Nana's death, what we experienced in that place, and how she left." The more Lilia read, the more intrigued she became. What was the connection between them all? She spoke. You're right. I can't pretend I don't know anything forever. She turned another page. Cabby the cat jumped up. I told you I was right. He sat down on something. Well, have you ever lost out by listening to me? Actually, all good things are thanks to me. Ignoring him, Lilia concentrated. Let me try reading a bit more. What's this word? Soul. Cabby asked about the deal. So anything interesting? Lilia's eyes widened. Lilia suddenly cried out and tried to rush out of the room. What is this? She ran to where Cabby was sitting and looked up, shouting, "Oh my God, Cabby." A book fell beside her, startling her. The book lay discarded on the floor. She watched it puzzled. What is this? What has happened? Lilia's eyes were more bewildered than usual. I was just in the library a moment ago, but why am I suddenly here? She remembered sitting on something just a second ago. Where's Cabby? Her vision blurred, panic choking her words. Is this like what happened in the maze garden? Lilia felt dizzy, completely lost. I just heard Burns's warning, and now this. No, I didn't cause this. Wait, is Cabby okay? She reached down to pick up the fallen book. What if he fell into some strange place alone? Suddenly, a familiar female voice called out. Lilia. Asta appeared before her, holding a book. She walked up to Lilia and said, I've been looking everywhere for you to apologize for what happened earlier. What's wrong? Lilia looked at her and explained, Oh, the stairs suddenly moved and I wasn't prepared. Asta feigned concern. Really? Did you accidentally touch something? Lilia smiled, not daring to admit the truth. I didn't touch it on purpose. It wasn't Cabby's fault. Asta tried a different approach. Was it caused by magic? Lilia shook her head. Maybe. I'm not really sure. Asta's gaze shifted to the book Lilia had just picked up. Is this yours, Miss Lilia? Lilia reached for the book. Ah, it seems to have followed me from the library. Retrieving the book, Lilia smiled, hoping Asta hadn't seen the title. I hope she doesn't think I'm strange. Asta didn't seem interested in the book. She pretended to be flustered. But there's a big problem. Lilia asked him. A big problem. Asta continued her deception. Once you're trapped in this situation, it can be very troublesome, of course. It wasn't Miss Lilia's fault, though. Lilia thought, is it really that serious? Could it be? Asta suddenly grabbed Lilia's hand and called her name loudly. Lilia, Asta said, let me handle this. You show me kindness, so don't worry. Lilia was very surprised. Is she offering to take the blame for me? She wondered. No, if you just come out and say it, it absolutely won't do. Asta interrupted her. Miss Lilia, that would be very dangerous. Asta continued. First, if anyone asks, pretend you don't know anything. You understand how terrifying Davier is, don't you, Lilia? Lilia's heart couldn't help but panic. Davier does seem scary. Will this really be okay? Lilia was in a very difficult situation. She pressed her lips together, lost in the confusion of letting Asta take all the responsibility. Asta interrupted Lilia's togehasts. Me too, Miss Lilia. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness earlier. Tara and I have some bad blood between us. I didn't expect it to come out in front of you. I promise it won't happen again. Lilia replied happily, oh really? But Asta interrupted her again. Tara has some things to do as well. Lilia thought, she's not giving me a chance to speak at all. Asta continued, as you know, I'm not in a good position, and I don't have many clothes, so I wanted to retrieve the clothes I left behind. Lilia thought, the clothes she left behind. She remembered those clothes. Ah, it must be the outfit I wore when I first arrived. Asta replied, oh, so Miss Lilia has been wearing my clothes. Asta reached out and touched Lilia's face, sighing, you're so beautiful, so I'm happy too, but I don't know what to do. Confusion washed over Lilia. Her eyes widened slightly as understanding dawned. Lilia said, if Asta agrees, I'll return everything to you. I kept it safe. Asta was confused. Yes, Asta knew Lilia had misunderstood, so she quickly explained, no, not that one, the one I was wearing. Ah, a sudden shout echoed. Tara appeared from afar, shouting towards Lilia, Madam, what are you doing here? Lilia was surprised and subconsciously replied, huh. Tara urgently pulled her hand, saying, it's time for dinner. I haven't seen you, and I've been looking everywhere for you. Tara pulled Lilia's hand, leading her away. We need to get ready quickly. Come on. Ah, right. Lilia suddenly remembered she was still talking to Asta. Lilia turned back and shouted, sorry. Asta, see you next time. Asta, also caught off guard, said, wait. Asta muttered to herself, meaning the dinner banquet. Everything was ready. Lilia stood in front of the mirror, wearing the gorgeous dinner gown. Tara stood beside her, a happy expression on her face. Our madam is so beautiful. Can we go out now? Lilia thought, feeling a bit nervous now. Time flies so fast. It's almost dinner time, and I'm about to see Davier, but I still don't know how to deal with the staircase cleaning. Asta said she would help, but I'm still worried. And Cabby has disappeared since that incident. Lost in thought, she walked out of the room and reached for the door. How troublesome. A shout rang out. Madam. Debrick walked up to Lilia and bowed. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. From now on, Tara and I will never appear before you in that way again. Okay, I understand. Lilia thought, now is not the time to worry about that. Before she could finish with him, another person shouted, Lilia. Asta's horrified face rushed towards her like an arrow. Asta, what's wrong? Asta kept calling out Miss Lilia and ran to her, suddenly kneeling down to everyone's surprise. Miss Lilia, please forgive me. The three of them had no idea what was happening, watching Asta cry, feeling bewildered. Asta kept saying, I'm really sorry. Lilia's eyes widened. She admitted she had absolutely no clue what was going on. Why the sudden apology? What was happening? Lilia rushed to Asta's side and sat down, carefully asking, Asta, first of all. Asta interrupted her. That dress I left behind a long time ago, it was suddenly found. No wonder you felt uncomfortable. Tears were still streaming down her face. It's just that I really don't have any suitable clothes to wear right now, so I really didn't expect you to be so angry that you left. Lilia frowned, understanding absolutely nothing. Huh, when? Before she could finish her question, she was interrupted again. Please forgive me, Madam Lilia. I was so thoughtless. I'm truly sorry. Lilia helped her up, still flustered. There's nothing to forgive. Get up first. Haven't you eaten yet? Asta tried to hold back her tears. Her face flushed. I'm sorry. Actually, I want to look for Miss Lilia and miss dinner. Hearing this, Lilia smiled. Well, Lilia, if you don't mind, could we eat together? Lilia continued to smile. I already have an appointment with Davier. The next time, Asta thought this was reasonable, then immediately asked, oh, right, can I come along too? Huh. Lilia didn't expect her to want to come along. No, that's a bit. Asta covered Lilia's mouth, seemingly trying to make it appear as though Lilia was forcing her. Are you still blaming me? Yes, I did something embarrassing. You definitely don't want to eat with me anymore, right? Lilia quickly waved her hands and shook her head vigorously. That's not it. Asta continued to pester her, running over and grabbing Lilia's hand, smiling. Really? You really don't mind. Thank you so much, Madam Lilia. Lilia, being kind-hearted, was taken in by these tactics, which would take her a while to see through. At this moment, she hadn't yet processed how things had gotten to this point. Debrick, standing outside, found it annoying and said, enough, Asta. Madam is already in a difficult position. This is disrespectful to the Duke. Asta didn't care at all. Why is it disrespectful? Miss Lilia invited me. She turned to Lilia with a smile. It's definitely fine. I'm coming along, Miss Lilia. Lilia was at her wit's end. Fine, let's do it. I don't know anymore. It's just a meal. What's there to worry about? Just then, Davier arrived. Lilia, with Asta in tow, walked over to him. Davier, you're early. He was talking to his subordinate, but his expression was serious. What were they talking about? Lilia added in her mind. Could he already be mentioning the staircase purchase? She carefully observed the two, trying to eavesdrop through lip reading. This is a big deal. I didn't expect it to reach Davier's ears so quickly. So fast. Could someone be wrongly accused because of this? With that thought, she suddenly started running, completely ignoring Duke shouting behind her, "Madam, you can't run like that." My lady, Davier noticed them at that moment. Lilia ran as fast as she could, admitting that it was her doing. She stood panting in front of Davier, who looked down at her with a neutral expression. He reached out a hand, as if to help her stand up straight. Lilia looked up before he could call her name. "Lilia." Yes." Davier slowly spoke, causing Lilia, who had just caught her breath, to nearly lose it again. "When did you manage to outrun Storm on the straightaway?" Davier then turned to his companion jokingly. "Turns out she's quite talented. Larry, how do you plan to explain your oversight?" Larry laughed and said, "She seemed to say she was the cold goddess of the sea." Davier was still smiling brightly. "So she's the goddess of the sea so many people are looking for. I'm so lucky to be partnered with her. Montefeltro has truly received a great blessing." Lilia stammered anxiously, her face flushed with embarrassment. "It's not like that. I just accidentally messed up the library stairs and the path got jumbled." She looked at Davier with sincerity. "There must have been some kind of problem because of that." Davier smiled and reached out to stroke her hair. "It's commendable that you confessed." Then he touched her hand, gently twirling a strand of her hair. "However, it seems like only your hair is messed up, right?" "Yes. The spatial transformation magic activated in this building automatically resets after a while. It's a design mechanism." "Larry, was there anything else unknown to me that was also messed up?" Larry maintained his smile towards the Duke. "No, nothing else was disturbed." After Duke Davierre finished dealing with the matter, he turned to Lilia with a look that suggested he thought she was a fool. "You heard him. Nothing was wrong at all. However, I'm telling you, don't run around like that again." Lilia waved her hand shyly. "I was just afraid someone would be wrongly accused because of me." After her shyness subsided, she smiled secretly. "Could it be that the problem wasn't as serious as I thought? If it were that easy to disrupt, this mansion would have been in ruins long ago." At this point, she seemed to have forgotten that she had brought someone with her. Davier looked at the two people behind her. "By the way, who are you accompanying now?" Duke bowed and replied, "Of course, I'm accompanying my lady, your grace." Asta stepped forward and said, "Miss Lilia invited me to the dinner party. I plan to join everyone." Duke Davierre stared blankly at the red-haired girl in front of him, not insisting on anything, and turned around, saying, "All right then, have Duke come and sit as well." "Yes." Duke was startled by being suddenly called upon and wanted to decline. "Your Grace, I wouldn't dare to dine with you." Davier didn't give him a chance to refuse. "Duke, do I need to repeat myself?" Duke resigned himself to his fate. "As you wish, Your Grace." The dinner was quickly arranged. A large table for people sitting around it. Duke felt this was more uncomfortable than eating in prison. "What's with this atmosphere? What should I do?" Even Lilia, who was usually carefree, could feel the awkwardness in the air. Davier was the first to break the silence. "Lilia," he smiled at her. "What did you do today?" Lilia answered truthfully. "Today, well, I wrote invitations for the people I met at the banquet. Oh, and I also went to the library I mentioned before. There's so many books there, but Davier, you must have read them all, haven't you?" Davier nodded. "Yes, perhaps you experienced more than I did today." Asta smiled and joined their conversation. "By the way, speaking of the library," she looked up at Lilia, bringing up the incident. "Lilia, did you find that book interesting?" The book you dropped on the stairs earlier. It looked quite complicated. It's amazing that you could understand it." She couldn't hide her smile. "It must be." She completely failed to notice Davier's swirling blue eyes. "It was the Dark Magic User's Guide, wasn't it?" Davier spoke up. "Dark magic." Lilia felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, not knowing what to say. She frowned, trying to explain. "No, that makes it sound like I'm interested in dark magic." Asta continued to press, showing no signs of stopping. "Lilia, are you all right? You don't look well. What about the book? What is dark magic?" Suddenly, she cried out in pain. "Ah?" Everyone looked at her. The cat, Kirby, had scratched a long mark on her hand. "What's wrong with this cat?" Lilia felt the situation was terrible and immediately scolded her cat, Kirby. "Oh dear, I just thought you were interesting, so I got too curious and came to take a look. Who knew I'd get roasted so badly? I can't stand it. Since when have you all been here?" Duchess immediately stood up. "Wanted to check on Asta. Are you all right, Asta?" Asta cried out, "Do I look all right to you?" "That cat just attacked me and scratched my hand." Not content with scratching her, Carby became even more smug and scolded her. Hey, you call that a scratch? Do you want me to give you a real one? It's all the same anyway. Lilia wearily urged Carby, stop it, come here. Asta, at a loss, could only turn and shout at Lilia, you must have brought it here. It's all your. Lilia walked over and picked up Carby, completely ignoring its continued scolding. Who cares how I got here? Duchess was frightened and wanted Lilia to put the cat down. My lady, please give that cat to me. Lilia held Carby tightly. No, I'll keep it myself. If I give it to you, you'll get scratched too. Duchess continued to persuade her. Lilia, you have to take it out immediately. Are you planning to eat with it? The problem isn't just me. The food will be covered in cat hair. But Duchess, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping me get it out? Oh well. Just then, Davier suddenly slammed his glass down, drawing everyone's attention. He looked at them. So noisy. The three of them immediately sat down, Lilia lowering her lashes and pursing her lips. What should I do? I have to apologize to Asta and explain the book to Davier. The poor girl now found it difficult to even breathe, but in this atmosphere, put me down. Stop holding me. Lilia took a deep breath and tried to explain to Davier, Davier, that book. But Lilia was interrupted by Davier. Is this cat's name Carby? Huh. Lilia was a little surprised by the change of topic. Yes, didn't you know? Davier nodded. I know. Why are you so shy? Lilia secretly thought about Carby and Davier's names. Why did I have to choose a name so similar to Davier's? It's just, I heard you like the name. Davier smiled. Really? Lilia was so embarrassed she wanted to die, closing her eyes and shouting, Davier, if you don't like it, I'll. Davier still smiled. Why? It's you. A strawberry was offered to her lips. So delicious. Lilia swallowed the strawberry as she pondered. Does Davier not care about the book at all? That's great. It seems Asta didn't misunderstand either. After eating, she turned to the person opposite her. Asta, I'm sorry. It's all because of my cat. Asta smiled. It's okay. Miss Lilia, it's understandable. You really like animals, don't you? You even have a cat. You mentioned horseback riding earlier, which made things awkward for Lilia. At this moment, Davier raised an eyebrow. Horseback riding. Asta replied, Lilia also wants to learn how to ride. So we were talking about beautiful Mars earlier. Lilia spoke earnestly. That's not. I didn't want to learn how to ride. I wanted to say. She clasped her hands together as if to give herself more confidence. Wasn't there a festival and a grand banquet a while ago? Everything was prepared so meticulously, but horses are really expensive. If I were to ride as well, then it would really. Davier looked at her and asked, so you wanted to ride, but you didn't want me to know? Lilia slowly nodded, looking at Davier. Yes. Davier crossed his arms and, unexpectedly, feigned hurt as he agreed. Why do you want to learn from another man? Lilia's eyes widened. It's not like that at all. If you rode horses too, of course I want to learn from you, but you're too busy. Seeing that his joke had gone too far, Davier smiled and retracted it. All right, relax. You're practically breathless. Lilia blushed. I've been blushing all day. How could I be breathless? Davier continued. I'll have Whelan prepare a riding outfit for you. I'll make time as well. I'm very strict, so be prepared. Lilia silently noted in her mind. This means Davier is going to teach me personally. The young girl's soul drifted away again. I only fantasized in prison. Could I become the legendary prince on a white horse? Davier spoke again. Is it delicious? Lilia turned to look at him. Davier. Davier smiled again. Why are you so slow today? He was looking at the other two. Now, they're both frozen. I'm asking you, is it delicious? This dish is really delicious, Your Grace. It's truly delicious, Your Grace. Asta, what do you think of this new dish? It's been a while since you've had our chef's cooking, hasn't it? Asta smiled, delicious as always. Davier's lips suddenly curled into a wide smile. As expected, Asta seemed to sense some danger, but she maintained her composure. Duchess suddenly knelt down, facing Davier. Your Grace, it's all my fault as always. Lilia, like an outsider, completely clueless about what they were doing. What is this? What's going on? Contrary to Duchess' earnest plea, Davier replied coldly. Duchess, if you wanted to go back to your childhood games, why didn't you say so sooner? You often played the good dog back then, too. Even now, I still don't understand who was being led. These words should have been embarrassing, but Davier said them without a care, even feigning to turn and ask, Duchess, do you agree? Why am I in this situation again? About 10 years ago, in the house of Montefeltro, thinking back to his childhood, Duchess was always chasing after Asta. Let's go together, Asta. Asta stopped and looked back at him. How long have you been following me? Just as Duchess was about to touch Asta, she shook off his hand. Stop following me. It's annoying. But Asta, those hands, raised in midair, were left hanging, falling into a lonely space. Nobody needs you, go away. Asta waved her hand and left, leaving the boy all alone. Just standing there. Nobody needs me. The Duke is scary. Mother seems to have forgotten me too, just like Asta said. Is it because I'm too small, too useless? So nobody needs me. The last tear finally slipped down his cheek. At that moment, Davier saw it all. The boy, Duchess, went and sat by the roots of a tree, sulking. Suddenly, something was thrown in front of him. It was a wooden sword. Young Davier said, "Take it." Duchess was so startled, he turned pale, unable to utter a word. Young Master Davier stood there and said to Duchess, "Swordsmanship lessons start every day at 9 o'clock. Davier didn't explicitly state his purpose, but patiently made his requests. Eat well, and have the servants sew you a new set of clothes. Ah, right. Tell them these are my orders." Seeing Duchess still looking bewildered, young Davier asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No, it's not like that," Duchess said, his voice trembling. "I've never held a sword before, and I probably won't be of any use. I don't understand why someone like you would invite me to swordsmanship lessons. I really don't." Davier slowly explained, "It's not like that. I need you. The knights are too strong for me, and the nobles are too childish, so I get irritated easily. Will you be like them, crying every time I win?" Duchess immediately replied, "No." Davier had already walked a few steps away, while Duchess still stood frozen in place. Davier turned around and said, "What are you doing?" "I told you to follow me." Duchess stammered, "Yes." Duchess bent down and picked up the wooden sword, a light finally appearing in his gloomy eyes. From that day on, he followed the young master. I was no longer alone. Davier was strange and withdrawn, but he brought many interesting times. The once gloomy boy now smiled more often when he was with Davier, and his loneliness seemed to disappear. At this time, Asta had arrived at the door. At one point, young Dietrich's eyes lit up when he saw his sister, Asta. Asta smiled and said, "I brought some snacks. Let's eat while we work." Dietrich took the snacks flustered. Only Davier remained indifferent. "Wow, thank you." Asta curiously walked over to Davier. "This book is so thick, what's it about?" Dietrich enthusiastically explained to his sister, "The young master is telling me about the history of the Duke." "Oh, so many amazing things have happened. Let's listen together." Asta came over and patted Dietrich's head. "Really?" Dietrich was delighted like a child. Praised by his sister, Dietrich's eyes lit up, and he happily invited her. "Asta, let's read together." Dietrich remembered, from that day on, Asta was always with us, the young master. "Where are you going, young master?" "I brought snacks." Even during lessons, she was by his side. No matter how much Davier ignored her, "Young master, why do you call Dietrich so affectionately? Can I call you that too?" Hearing this, Dietrich turned to look at Davier. Davier, upon hearing this, seemed indifferent and said casually, "As you wish." "Really? I'm so happy. Thank you." At that time, I just felt that Davier had given my brother and me those names, and a sense of happiness spread, as if we had truly become a family. I don't know how Asta took it. A few days later, Asta's voice echoed in the room. "Can you believe this?" She stood there with her arms crossed, fuming. "I can't find a single white mare. No matter how the stable master explains. Miss Asta, this white horse is really dangerous. Don't use that as an excuse anymore. It's so annoying. I'm going to ride a white mare to the riding competition. The Duke has already allowed me to ride any horse, so choose from these. They're all good horses. If you clearly state your wish, I will fulfill it immediately. Move aside. How can I trust the servants? I'll choose myself." Unable to argue, she went around looking for a horse herself. "This one is too ugly. That one is too tall." She looked around. "Isn't there a single horse suitable for me?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up, pointing at the horse in front of her. "I choose this one." The farmhand immediately refused. "Oh no, that won't do. Mississippi. Miss Asta will be angry. That won't do either. Charlie is young Master Davy's favorite horse. You absolutely cannot ride him, because you absolutely cannot do that." "Why?" She reached out to touch the horse in front of her. It was also easy to understand. Charlie was very sensitive, and only young Master Davy was allowed to ride him. Those eyes suddenly became sharp and strange. "Is that so?" She muttered to herself. "Then I'll be the first one besides Davy allowed to ride you." Asta immediately grabbed the reins. "Miss, no." The horse was startled, neighed, and then kicked her. "Ah." The farmhand quickly helped her up. "Are you all right?" He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. It seems you weren't kicked too hard." Asta's eyes became vacant, her pupils constricted, as if she was brewing some crazy action. Be careful. Can you stand up? Asta suddenly lunged somewhere. Miss. She grabbed a broom. The farmhand cried out, wait. She swung the broom at the horse. You can't do that. The farmhand's screams echoed. Miss. On the other side, Dubrick chased after Davy. Davy. Dubrick. Dubrick looked at Davy with wide, smiling eyes. Are you going to play with Charlie? Can I come too? Davy chuckled. No, you always feed Charlie sugar cubes. Even so, Davy let Dubrick follow him. Dubrick muttered beside him. But Charlie only listens to Davy. I also want to be close to Charlie. But as he approached the stable, Dubrick felt something strange. Why is the stable so noisy? What happened? What's going on? What if the young master finds out? Davy stopped there and asked, why is it so noisy? Young master. The farmhand began, young master, there's only a little time left now. Davy's eyes suddenly widened. There was a lot of blood inside. Dubrick covered his mouth to stop himself from crying out. Why is there blood on Charlie? The farmhand didn't hide it, deciding to tell the truth. It's like this. Miss Asta insisted on participating in the riding competition, insisted on riding Charlie. After being kicked by Charlie, she flew into a rage and stabbed Charlie's neck with a pitchfork. Dubrick screamed in horror. Impossible. How could Asta do such a thing? Asta couldn't do something so terrible. Davy walked inside. Hey, where is she? Everyone present witnessed Davy's demonic face at that moment. Where's Asta now? Asta was still swaggering through the palace at this moment. It's all right, it's all right. I'll be the best again this time. Although I don't know who Charlie is yet, my riding outfit is so beautiful that it can't be ignored. What should I wear next time? She was still reveling in her prank, even though she was just a child. The new dress is already on sale. I'll have the Duke buy it for me, or have Davy accompany me to the riding competition. Those people will be so jealous. But why is it so quiet today? There's a bad smell. She walked to the door and pushed it open. What's going on? I'm going in. Suddenly, her pupils constricted violently. Wait, this isn't my room at all. Why is it so desolate? What is this? The pitchfork was still inside. Davy was sitting by the window reading a book, very calmly. Someone called him, Davy. Dubrick slowly walked towards him. Davy asked with his usual concern, what's wrong? Dubrick lowered his head, not wanting to question him. But Davy, you. Davy looked at him intently. Dubrick's eyes no longer sparkled as usual, replaced by a look of suspicion. What did you do to Asta? Dubrick clenched his fists, as if suppressing something. What did you do to Asta? Davy glanced at him. Black marks were scattered on the floor. The glass window was broken, and the curtains were scorched. I just gave her the punishment she deserved. The boy said sadly, his face full of resentment. Anyway, this is too much, just making her use that burnt room. The boy recalled Asta covering her face and collapsing on the ground, crying. The servants were indifferent and even forbade them from cleaning. Asta cried her heart out. Davy closed his book. A sound startled Dubrick, who was panicked by Davy's voice. It's too much. Davy turned to face him. It's not like I hurt her with words. It's just a scratch on her neck. Is that too much? Dubrick was still trying to argue, but Davy narrowed his eyes, anger flashing in them. How dare she crawl over my head like that? I've been very lenient. Davy's voice rang out. You know too, right? The boy lowered his head, his face full of sadness. But Asta is mine. Davy approached. That's yours. The boy pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Davier furrowed his brow, his expression serious. Explain yourself. What is your relationship with that person? A note of sadness crept into his voice. I know full well Asta never truly valued me. The boy realized something. When Asta was with him, she was only trying to get closer to Davier. When she was with me, the boy could only turn to look at her, forcing a smile and feigning concern for himself. I understood everything. The boy looked up at Davier, sitting before him. But even so, Asta. A blush crept up the boy's cheeks. Is my only family. Davier looked at Duchess for a long moment, as if pondering something. Finally, he spoke. Asta must be very happy. He turned his face away and ordered leave. Duchess looked at him in a panic. Davi, he began softly, only to be cut off. Be quiet. I'm reading. The boy silently watched the book being opened once more, the blush still lingering on his face. Yes, my lord, he replied. The boy looked at him with a hint of fear, then lowered his head and walked out, lost in thought. The book flew with surprising speed to the center of the room, landing silently on the floor not far from Davier. He leaned against the windowsill, a look of boredom on his face. A faint light flickered in the room. Years later, Duchess walked down the hallway. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if pondering something. He remembered Asta's impatient expression and her bitter words. since the Duke isn't here either, I'll leave this place. No one welcomes us here. He heard her hopeful tone and remained silent for a long time. You'll come with me, won't you? He frowned, hesitant. A voice came from behind the door. Enter. He looked at the imposing figure of the man's back and greeted him respectfully. Duke. His voice trembled slightly. The reason I came to see you today is, would it be possible for me to become a knight squire? The Duke replied casually, yes. He froze, then quickly said, ah, yes, thank you, Duke. His voice was indifferent. Say what you want to say. He hesitated. Well, he took a deep breath, trying to ease his nervousness, and gazed at the Duke's back, lost in thought. Ever since we first met, I've been thinking. He remembered the family portrait of the three of them, which had filled him with admiration for the man. If I were like him, born the rightful heir, perhaps I could have grown up happily in an environment filled with love and care. He recalled images of the two of them as children. But I also understand that he didn't just keep me by his side out of pity. He suddenly understood, because he was lonely too, just like himself. He thought of the young Duke's back. That's why he reached out to me. He remained silent for a long time, then finally looked up at the present Duke. Although I'm still just a novice attendant, I will do my utmost to live up to your trust, Duke. He knelt on one knee behind the Duke. One day, I will become an official knight of Montefeltro. His voice rang out, to repay you, Duke, and to always remain by your side. The Duke replied casually, you've only just begun to learn the sword. It's a bit hasty to talk of repayment. His expression immediately became tense. Well, he froze, determined to become a true knight, even if he was still weak. The Duke turned to look at him with a playful expression. I'll increase the intensity of your training. Be prepared. He blushed, looking at the Duke with a hint of anticipation. He lowered his head and replied, yes. He frowned, thinking it's all my fault. He glanced at him suspiciously, lost in his own thoughts. I thought time would make Asta more mature. He lowered his head, his face filled with remorse. As soon as I returned, I unintentionally stirred up the Duke's emotions. I should have been the one to mediate between them. He lifted his head, as if he had made up his mind. At that moment, Lilia was feeding him a snack. He opened his mouth blankly and ate it. Seeing this, his face paled. Asta looked on in a panic. Duke. Duchess Lilia laughed happily. This, she said, watching him eat the cake with delight. It's delicious. I was going to let Duchess try some too. She screamed inwardly in panic, forcing a gentle smile. It's very good, she said, trying to lighten the mood. May I? She clutched her skirt tightly. Davier's overreaction suggested that things were not simple. She recalled the scene from earlier. I have no idea what happened between the three of them. She felt despair. How can I make things go back to normal now? Asta smiled with malicious glee, as if the misfortune had befallen someone else, as if Davier would scold Lilia any second. How can she be so heartless? Poor Lilia, she's definitely going to get scolded by Davier now. She was thinking this when she suddenly heard his voice. What should it taste like? She stood there, stunned, his words echoing in her ears. What's wrong? The sweet and sour scent is supposed to lift your spirits. Surprise flickered across her face. Are you just going to leave it like this? Lilia asked, bewildered. Don't you like the smell? He glanced at her with a smile. This scent wakes me right up. Lilia stared at their clasped hands in surprise. Then I'll get up now. He pulled Lilia to her feet and glanced at the other two in the room. You two enjoy yourselves. We'll be back later. Asta glared at him, her lips pressed into a thin line. Watching them leave, he glanced back at Asta's face, flushed with anger, and silently pursed his lips. Brun said calmly, then sighed, looking at him seriously. How was that meal? Tell this old man. He lowered his head dejectedly. Brun, don't. I'm about to cry, he said with a hint of teasing in his voice. I understand. It must have been a very honorable position. He sat down heavily in a chair, his face grim. I'm just worried about the leaflet and Asta. He replied calmly, I don't know what to say either. He frowned at him. Besides advising you to worry about yourself, do you know how worried Tara is about you? He looked at him skeptically. Huh, Dada. His face paled as he recalled the girl's indifferent expression. Don't talk nonsense. Every time she sees me lately, she looks like she can't stand me. Brun scolded him angrily. She's always been like that. He looked at him suspiciously. Do you really pity Asta that much? He rubbed his head wearily. There's nothing I can do. Asta is the only family I have left. He disagreed. Strange. The Duke is your family too. He thought for a moment, then said no. He muttered, slightly embarrassed, "The Duke is the Duke. How could someone like me be called family?" He recalled Asta's impatient expression as she passed by him. Truly, he didn't understand what the problem was. Judging by today's events, Asta seemed to have retained her true nature. He guessed she must talk to their mother often. He suddenly said, "Asta just wants to be close to Madam in her own way." He remembered Asta's anxious tone. You have to understand, Asta doesn't mean it that way, but she's always had a habit of expressing her feelings through other people's words. It's really worrying, especially in front of the Duke. He wanted to defend the girl further, but didn't know how. Brun interrupted him. "The reason doesn't matter anymore. Thank you for helping to resolve this matter." He looked at him skeptically. "So what are you going to do now? After all this, you should understand something, right?" He looked at him with concern. "Even if she eats something, she still won't leave her room. I don't know what she's thinking." He recalled the tightly closed door of Asta's room, as if it were blocking the light from reaching the girl's soul. He reminded him, "Haven't you understood anything since the Charlie incident?" He looked at him, but even Brun had to admit that the Duke was indeed unpredictable. He looked at him in surprise. "Please don't say such things in front of me." The hand behind his back tightened. "You can't imagine how much pain the Duke has endured all this time." His tone held a trace of irony. "Of course I understand. Someone like me could never understand the Duke's pain." He looked at him seriously. "I don't intend to complain about these difficulties." His mind was full of questions. What was this supposed to imply? His eyes, shielded by his glasses, remained silent for a long time. Almost zero magical power, the status of an illegitimate child, and being alienated like a stranger. The young Davy was just a naive boy. Count Dubric knew nothing of the Montefeltro curse. Hiding behind the door, he watched the weak and haggard man on the sickbed, only vaguely aware that the former Duke was in poor health. However, the former Duke didn't even care about his own daughter, yet he showed exceptional affection for Asta, who was not related to him by blood. A light flickered in Asta's hand, and a flower appeared. She possessed the ability to alleviate the pain brought on by the Montefeltro curse. A lilith flower with golden stamens and pure white petals. The former Duke doted on her, though the extent of Asta's abilities remained unclear. She smiled triumphantly at everyone, but it could be said that the Duke favored her because of the special ability she brought. He looked thoughtfully at Asta before him. The girl returned to Montefeltro, presumably because she had become aware of her own power, though no one knew how she knew. The Duke had already perceived the shadowy intentions behind her actions. Brun was extremely surprised by the Duke's decision, but no one truly understood why he was still willing to let her stay. Although they were unaware of the similarities, he recalled the current Duchess, whose surprise was no less than the others. Try as he might, keeping them close was not beneficial. He straightened his back, looked forward seriously, and said calmly, "If you're curious about that matter, ask the Duke yourself." After pleading to become sworn brothers, his mind was full of question marks. The days in the Duke's household passed quickly, and a few days later, Lilia was strolling in the garden with her maid when a voice called out, "Miss Lilia." She looked at the person before her in surprise and cried out joyfully, "Bianca, Lobelia, you've come." Bianca and Lobelia smiled at her. The future Duchess of Montefeltro's first tea party had finally arrived. At the tea table, her voice rang out, "Thank you all so much for coming." A hand picked up a cake. "I should be thanking you for inviting me." The three of them enjoyed tea and cake. "I can't believe I'm at Montefeltro Castle, enjoying afternoon tea like this. I'm definitely going to brag about this for a while." Bianca happily touched her hand. "It's usually very difficult to get in here, unless there's a special formal event. This is the first time a tea party has been held here since the Duke's era." She happily watched the two kittens interact. "It's so nice to see the cats getting along." The black cat said angrily, "Stop following me. Why are you so persistent? Go away." She looked happily at Lilia. "If I have the opportunity to come here again, please allow me to continue to accompany you." She replied with a smile, "I have no reason to refuse." The cat meowed discontentedly. "Hey, think a way to deal with this guy." She smiled reassuringly. "I was worried she wouldn't be comfortable sitting, but thankfully Bianca found a seat quickly." She recalled the scene of their first meeting and the happy expression on her face when she talked about cats. "The first time I met her, I wanted to be friends with her because I knew she had a cat." "Do you like cats?" "I have a kitten too. She pondered, this is the first time I've invited anyone to my home, so I'm a little nervous. But Lilia is teaching me how to behave properly, so everything is going well so far. Bianca and Lilia chatted pleasantly. Bianca looked at Lilia with a hint of anticipation. Miss Lilia, will you invite me to the wedding? She replied happily, of course. She looked at her enthusiastically. That's great. I've already decided what I'm going to wear that day. Lobelia, what are you planning to wear? She fell into deep thought. Just listening to everyone chat makes me happy. I've been feeling much better these past few days because of it. Lobelia looked at Lilia suspiciously. She looked at her with concern. Miss Lilia, is something bothering you? Bianca also looked at her worriedly. Yes, you seem distracted. She forced a smile. She thought hesitantly. Maybe I can share my worries with them. She said, actually, I've recently met someone I find very difficult to understand. The two looked at her in confusion. Their sensitivity made her a little nervous. Was it really about that person? Is that so? She stroked her chin thoughtfully. While not entirely accurate, she's the first person who comes to mind. Her reputation has resonated throughout this region since ancient times. She froze in surprise. Famous? Really? She cried out in surprise. Asta's voice rang out. She approached from afar, strolling through the courtyard as she spoke. I heard everyone's cheerful laughter just now. I'm so glad to see so many familiar faces here. Asta stood there, holding a pure, white parasol, looking at the three of them. Hello, Lilia. She glanced at the other two with a haughty air. Isn't this the ice goddess, Lobelia? Lobelia lowered her head, her expression somewhat sorrowful. She looked at Lobelia, her mind full of questions. The ice goddess. She turned to look at Asta in surprise. Asta, you know Lobelia. She replied with a smile. Of course I do. I met her once in Window. She was already quite famous, so she left a deep impression on me. She gave Lilia a suggestive look. Anyway, Lilia's dancing skills are truly outstanding. Besides her talent for dance, she also left a deep impression in other aspects. She exclaimed in surprise, What? My goodness! Duchess Lilia, don't tell me you don't know. Lobelia looked dejected. In Asta's memory, Ice Goddess referred to a woman who couldn't bear children. She rested her chin on her hand, a sarcastic expression on her face. Rumor has it that she was divorced for this very reason. I really don't understand why the Duke would allow such a person to be your tutor. Bianca angrily rebuked. Hey, don't you think it's rude to say such things to her face? She raised her voice. So you're the person I met at the celebration banquet before. Your name is... She glared at her angrily. I'm Bianca of the Bello family. Unfortunately, before they could even exchange proper greetings, the first impression was ruined. She feigned remorse. Oh dear, what are you saying? I was just stating the truth. She looked sadly at Lobelia. Divorced just for not being able to have children. She narrowed her eyes in thought. I don't know much about high society. She fearfully imagined what would happen if such a thing really occurred. If everyone knew I was abandoned for this reason. Then she glared at her angrily. Why would you say such a thing in such a light-hearted tone? She stared blankly, sweating profusely. Light-hearted tone? What do you mean? She frowned, her face full of displeasure. If I were Lobelia and someone casually talked about my private matters, I certainly wouldn't be comfortable either. But you seem to enjoy sharing these things. It's really hard to understand. She opened her mouth, wanting to defend herself, but only a few vague sounds came out before she fell silent. Bianca sighed, returning to her usual demeanor as the Earl's daughter. You're already quite famous, and now there are rumors that you bullied the Duchess's friend. It's quite amusing. I'm not good at keeping secrets. She startled and quickly denied. Hey, what did I do? She furrowed her brows in anger. What did you do? Shouldn't you feel ashamed? Always talking about other people's affairs and casually using their names. She pursed her lips, listening to Bianca with a sullen expression. You also used another family's name before and were severely taught a lesson by that family's young master, something you still can't forget. Why haven't you learned your lesson? It's truly hopeless. She turned her head and walked away. She calmly stated, that won't last long. She looked at her suspiciously. What? She replied, your much vaunted title of Duchess Montefeltro. She threatened in a low voice. When the Duke loses interest in you, all of this will disappear. Just wait. He will eventually need me. She watched Asta's figure gradually recede. Lobelia lowered her head, filled with confusion and sadness. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Lobelia. She quickly said, Lobelia. Her eyes were full of pity. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. She smiled at her gratefully. Thank you, Lilia. She lowered her head sadly and stammered. I got married very early. The person I married was the one I had a marriage contract with since childhood. She recalled their childhood memories. Although it wasn't passionate love, we always maintained a close relationship. She remembered the torn wedding photo. But when I couldn't have children, his attitude completely changed. She smiled contentedly. Even though all I have left is the dancing skill I've been recognized for since childhood, I still feel lucky. She reminisced about every moment she had danced with someone. Whenever I dance, it's as if I'm back in those happy days of the past. She looked at Lobelia with concern. Lobelia? She looked at Bianca's tearful face and the happy smile on Lobelia's lips, pondering. It's really hard to trust when the person closest to you betrays you. She must have been shocked. Lobelia is truly amazing. No, that's not it. That's also why she sometimes seems so lost. She remembered Asta's words before leaving. Your much vaunted title of Duchess Montefeltro. When the Duke loses interest in you, all of this will disappear. Asta's words, could that be what she meant? She was suspicious of Asta's mysteriousness. But what did that sentence about Dubrick eventually needing her mean? Orchids bloomed in the sunlight. She tilted her head and looked out the window at the sky, unconsciously recalling Lobelia's words from yesterday. Miss Lobelia, there are many kinds of people in this world. She appeared calm and wise. Some people are as naive as you. She replied with a smile, but there are also many people who are jealous and can't tolerate others shining. She had a serious expression. I hope you don't lose your own light because of those people. Tara looked at Lilia nervously. Why does the Duchess look so serious? She angrily recalled Asta's sour and unpleasant expression. Otherwise, she would have come to the tea party just now and said some useless things to the Duchess. She looked at her. Hey, Tara. She was startled and quickly replied, Yes, Duchess. She looked at the maid with some concern. After I marry Dubrick, do I have to have children? She replied excitedly, yes. She widened her eyes in surprise. But how are babies born? Tara stammered, that. She quickly grabbed a set of riding clothes and pulled Lilia, changing the subject. Time flies by so fast. Wake up. There's no time for this. She looked at her in surprise. But the black cat glared angrily at this scene. Oh dear, there really is no time. Starting today, you've decided to learn horseback riding from the Duke. It was knocked over by the riding clothes. Goodness, I was sleeping so soundly, and suddenly, Tara happily looked at Lilia, who had already changed into her riding clothes, and waved her handkerchief cheerfully. Be careful, Duchess. She looked at the black cat suspiciously. What's wrong? I always feel like Tara is avoiding my question. Cubby, do you know how babies are born? It looked at her in a panic. I don't know. Why would you ask such a thing? I'm leaving. She quickly called out, wait. She wondered in confusion. Why won't anyone tell me? Ever since I heard Lobelia's story, I've been thinking. Her thoughts drifted far away. Marriage, divorce. She pondered, children, family. At this moment, someone approached, attracting her attention. Those hazy matters were now clearer than ever before. The Duchess calmly replied, Ah, Dubrick, everything is ready. Let's go to the stables. He panicked, his face filled with alarm and trembling as he looked at her. Please reconsider, Duchess. Could you perhaps have the Duke teach you how to ride? She was startled by his expression. Why? What's wrong? Your face. He stared blankly at her. I've experienced it firsthand. That's why I say so. Learning to ride from the Duke might be too much for you. She smiled thoughtfully. Ah, yes. David himself admitted he's a terrible teacher. She suddenly realized that Dubrick had likely learned from David as well. She asked him suspiciously, I remember back then, did David personally teach Asta? He looked at her with confusion. No, why do you suddenly ask this? He was a little nervous, not daring to look directly at her. I just remembered the last time Tara and Asta argued about riding. That time. That was a different matter altogether. She asked curiously what happened. He quickly brushed it off. It's not worth the Duchess's time to hear. She remained silent for a long time after hearing this, then turned away angrily. It's always like this. He doesn't intend to tell me the details at all. I understand. There's no need to accompany me to the stables. I'll go myself. He was startled and hurried after her, sweating profusely, nervously chasing her figure. Please don't misunderstand. I absolutely did not intend to hide anything from the Duchess. She stopped. Dubrick. She turned back and looked at him with displeasure. I hope you're not embarrassed because of Asta. He lowered his head and replied yes. She looked at him suspiciously and said calmly, Isn't family those who always worry about and care for each other? She recalled Asta's indifference towards Dubrick, but it seemed Asta wasn't worried that Dubrick would get into trouble because of her. She looked at his worried face. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't want someone important to me to be in trouble because of me. He looked at her in surprise. Duchess. Her eyes held sadness. I have no memories of my family, but since coming to this mansion and receiving everyone's warm treatment, I've considered everyone as family. She smiled at him. Including you, of course, Dubrick. She pondered. I was planning to ask David directly one day, but plans change. She looked up at him. Tell me what happened. Her voice was full of trust. I want to hear it from you, not from someone else. He blushed, looking at her. He hesitantly pursed his lips. Actually, the two walked down the hallway, and he softly recounted it happened like this. She looked at him with worry and contemplation. I didn't intend to dig this deep, but you even brought up your half-brother in the past. That was a big misstep. He glanced at her nervously. You must be very upset. The two conversed. Yes, are you saying I'm superfluous? She looked at him seriously. I also strive to be useful here with my own abilities, but if I heard something like that, I would definitely be hurt. He said anxiously, Duchess, you are doing very well. She smiled happily. Really? Dubrick too. He was surprised to hear her words. I, Tara, and Bianca all think Dubrick is indispensable. Her voice rang out. David must think so too. He muttered under his breath, At this moment, a man appeared before them. She looked at the elegant man in surprise. David, when did you get here? He stammered, Duke, you arrived so early. He propped his chin on his hand and looked at the two of them. I've been waiting impatiently. How can you two chat so happily without me? She said happily, we were just talking about how much we're looking forward to the writing class. He replied, Is that so? He smiled at him. Do you have anything you want to say? He was startled, suddenly remembering in a panic. Ask the Duke directly later, after you've requested to become sworn brothers. He recalled a scene from their childhood where they read books together. He pondered. David must think so too. He sighed. If the Duchess's words are true, I can also confidently stand by the Duke's side, as long as I am worthy. He was sweating profusely. He looked at the Duke. If there's time later. Gentle and brave like when they were children, David looked at him in surprise. Could you be my sparring partner and let me practice? I want to return all your kindness to you. He recalled their childhood, just like you did for me when we were young. He stood before the Duke, now grown up. He was so nervous he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. If my senses have deteriorated too much, there will be problems protecting the Duchess. Seeing this, David sighed dejectedly and lowered his head. Forget it. This is a strange request. Please don't mind it. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. He was surprised to hear the Duke's voice. All right. He looked at him calmly. Isn't that right? I've seen you getting lazy lately. He smiled mischievously. Let's call the doctor first. He blushed and looked at him excitedly. Don't you plan to walk on two legs? He laughed and said yes. The two watched his retreating figure. That's great. David glanced at her and smiled. It seems Dubrick has decided to get closer to David. He looked at her suspiciously. Had she used some kind of magic? The surprise on his face was evident. I'm curious what she could have possibly said to make that timid Dubrick so brazenly request my time. She feigned a serious cough. Well, that's that. He asked again, surprised. She touched her chin, smiled slightly, and the sound of footsteps echoed. It's a secret. He stared at her, surprised. A secret. She turned to him with a cheerful expression. Yes, a secret. She gave an innocent smile. If you're really that curious, ask Dubrick. He smiled faintly and caught up to her. The two conversed pleasantly as they walked. Are you ready? Well, sort of. He smiled calmly. That's not good enough. She looked at him, surprised. Why? A voice called out, startling her. Perfect timing. I just finished getting ready. A strong black horse appeared in her line of sight. Panic dawning on her, she whispered fearfully, No way. He replied, This horse, isn't it beautiful? She looked at the horse with terror. I have absolutely no confidence. Can I really ride something like this? He glanced at her, and she yelped. He laughed and reached out, putting his arm around her waist, causing her to cry out in alarm, Wait. He lifted her onto the horse. Oh my. He laughed loudly, looking at her with a smile. I didn't expect you to look so natural on it. Not bad. She trembled all over in a panic. David, I. She nervously gripped the reins. He reassured her. Relax, Lilia. He gently stroked the horse. Try petting it gently like this. The horse closed its eyes, calmly enjoying its master's touch. She looked at the horse in surprise. Huh, I thought it would jump the moment I touched it, but it's standing so still. She stroked it silently, feeling its soft, warm coat. Just as you said, he hopped onto the horse behind her. The two of you got close quickly. She jumped, startled by his sudden presence. Looks like we can start the lesson right away. Absolutely no problem. Blushing, she stole a glance at him, then at the small space between them. I just relaxed a little, but why are we so close? Her cheeks flushed crimson. He smiled reassuringly. Don't be nervous, it'll be all right. She stammered anxiously. He gently nudged the horse with his leg. The horse neighed and kicked, making her cry out, David, David. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear, afraid to look. The horse galloped across the grassy field. You said I wouldn't fall. You lied. Eyes still tightly shut, she lowered her head. I feel like I'm going to fall. It's too fast, I can't lift my head. He leaned in close to her ear. Lilia, open your eyes. She stammered, but, he whispered. You have to open your eyes if you want to learn. She opened her eyes. The horse had already stopped. Before her lay a field of green grass and a clear blue sky. Her eyes widened in surprise as she took into view. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and everything rushed past me in an instant, as if I had become the wind myself. Sunlight glinted off beautiful white flowers. Me, someone who couldn't even walk until recently, was now galloping on a horse. She looked around happily and smiled. I'm really happy and surprised. She reached out and caught a falling leaf. The world looks completely different when you're riding a horse. Her cheeks flushed. It's so beautiful. The horse walked slowly through the grass. So, how was your first time riding? She answered, a hint of worry in her voice. He smiled. It was great, but you don't know if you can handle it on your own yet. It seemed she was learning even faster than Davier. Perhaps she'd be riding solo soon. Still, she had made quite the impression on her first day. Really? Her eyes widened. Then, suddenly she remembered something. All right. She recalled their earlier conversation, and her thoughts drifted to Davier. David had always seemed mature, even as a child. He had said, yes, the Duke rarely showed much emotion back then. She listened intently and quietly. I never saw him act spoiled or throw a tantrum to get what he wanted. She looked at him curiously. David, there's something I wanted to ask you. He was taken aback. She tilted her head, looking at him. What is it? David, can you? She calmly made a rather strange request. Can you act spoiled for me? She turned to look at him. Can you act spoiled for me? He stared at her in surprise. Act spoiled. She looked at him, a little flustered, sweat beading on her forehead. It's a bit sudden, isn't it? It's just, she thought back to when he was a child. I've heard stories, you know. She remembered talking to Davier about David's childhood and the things the people of Montefeltro had said. He sighed in exasperation. You're so close to them. How can you just repeat things like that? She looked at him worriedly. Be because I asked. Don't scold them. Just figure out what to do. Worried, he asked hesitantly, after hearing about my childhood, how do you feel? She looked at him earnestly. I think you must have had a hard time. He looked at her in surprise. A hard time? She offered naive praise. I heard David went to the battlefield at a young age, and his parents passed away early. I think David is truly remarkable. She gave a sympathetic smile, but in her heart, she still felt he must have been very sad. His young, impassive face remained silent for a long time. He coldly spat out, I didn't realize you had a hobby of picking at scars. She looked at him, flustered. That's not it. She turned her face away, not daring to look at him. After hearing those things, she murmured sadly, I just wanted to pamper David. She remembered what Duchess had said. It's shameful to admit, but even I, who have always been by his side, can't fully understand his thoughts. She remembered the sorrowful expression on his face when he spoke of the Duke's past. Looking back now, it was impossible to imagine what he had silently endured. She softly replied, I was just thinking a little. She recalled the faces she had encountered since arriving here. There were many people around him, surrounded by countless invisible shackles preventing closeness, but none of them seemed to truly understand him. The two rode their horses across the wide grassland. So, besides fulfilling my duties as the Duchess, I want to help you in other ways. He chuckled playfully. Is this your way of pampering me? She wrung her hands nervously. I hope to become someone you can trust. She smiled brightly at him, sharing frankly whenever you're sad or hurt. He looked at her in surprise and let out a soft laugh. Ha! She looked at him quizzically. Why are you laughing? I'm serious. He smiled at her. Sorry, it just feels strange. It's the first time I've heard something like that. He wiped the corner of his eye, still smiling. But she was still surprised when she heard him ask, what's pampering like? She stared at him blankly, breaking out in a cold sweat. I was just thinking a little. I haven't decided how to do it yet. A thought suddenly struck her, and she looked at him excitedly. "How about I hug you whenever you want?" He looked at her, his face full of confusion. "Hug," she replied cheerfully. "Yes, a hug." She remembered that stormy night. "Actually, I was really scared that night during the thunderstorm, but you hugged me then." She recalled his warm embrace. "That calmed me down, right?" It felt really warm and safe. The two passed through the wide grassland and entered the forest. "So, I thought it would be great if I could bring that feeling to you." "Anytime." She smiled happily. "Of course, anytime." He looked at her silently for a long moment. "I see the stables. We should be almost there." He suddenly remembered his childhood. Being born a Montefeltro was a strange thing. Throughout his life, the gazes directed at him had always been the same. He recalled the words he had heard since childhood. That inscrutable, incomprehensible young Duke, that invincible madman on the battlefield, or being awed and feared, called the Montefeltro monster. He looked at her lovely smile. "But why you?" He looked at her, both afraid and worried for him, smiling at him without any reservations despite knowing nothing about him. He dismounted and extended a hand he had never offered to anyone before. He looked up at her, asking the question no one dared to ask. He reached out to her, as if to pull her into his very soul. "If the pain that has accompanied me my whole life could fade just by being with you." He took her hand, then emphasized that pain. "But if I'm not with you?" He gripped her hand tightly, lost in thought. "Then I will surely." She looked at him in confusion. "David." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Why aren't you moving?" A gentle breeze blew, and a leaf fell. She watched in surprise as his face slowly drew near. He closed his eyes and kissed her deeply. After the kiss, they parted. Her face flushed, and she stammered, "Just now, what, David?" She pulled her hand from his. His expression turned somber. "I'm sorry." She looked at him anxiously. "Huh, David." Duchess came running over. "Your Grace, you're here. Shall we go for another round?" His voice was devoid of emotion. "The lesson is over." Duchess looked at him, bewildered. "Yes." He watched the Duke right away. "You're leaving just like that?" "Your Grace." "Your Grace." He looked at her questioningly. "Madam, did something happen?" She nervously broke out in a sweat. "No, actually." She watched his retreating figure. "I don't know either." She kept replaying the image of the man's back in her mind. "After that writing lesson, I never saw David again." Every day, she often stared blankly at the door while reading, as if waiting for something. He no longer came to her room suddenly. She looked at the empty dining table, alone, or ate and drank as usual in her closed-off room, which made her gradually spend all her free time there. She lay on the large bed, just to stay in her room. She narrowed her eyes, pondering what that kiss meant. She remembered the kiss that day, and why David had left like that. She cried out in frustration, and the black cat angrily threw a book at her head. "Ouch, that's annoying." Its angry voice rang out. "Goodness, how long are you going to mope around?" What happened? She rubbed the spot where she'd been hit and remained silent for a long time. She turned over with the book in her arms, and the cat angrily shouted, "Hey, are you listening?" It asked huffily, "That Duke has disappeared too. What's with this atmosphere?" She buried her face in the pillow to hide. "Do you two realize you're about to get married?" She was startled. Married. She imagined their wedding. "That's right, the wedding day is approaching. But our situation is like this. The atmosphere isn't like we're about to get married at all." She sat up. "Forget it." She went to the table to look for a book. "I need something to distract me." She looked at the books on the table. "I'll try reading the book I borrowed from the library." She remembered the book. Strange, where did that book go? She quickly turned to the black cat. "Cubby, did you put away that black magic book?" The cat yelled angrily. "Why suspect me? I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch it." She thought sadly. Then who took it? "It'll be troublesome if there's a misunderstanding." The cat frowned irritably. Then a voice rang out. "He came and went last night." She asked suspiciously, "David?" The cat said sarcastically, "You were sleeping so soundly, you didn't know anything." It recalled last night suspiciously. What happened between those two? Finally, it commented somewhat fearfully, "I usually find him quite scary, but the atmosphere last night was really tense." It watched as David held the book in his hand. That book was taken at that time. She was surprised. "David came and went, and I didn't know anything." What happened? The cat looked at her impatiently. "You're safe and sound only because I was here watching, understand?" She quickly forced a smile. Yes, yes." The cat walked away dejectedly. "Hey, it's too stuffy. Let's go for a walk." "You can't sleep anyway?" she asked in surprise again at this hour. The cat replied calmly, "What do you know about how comfortable a night stroll can be? Come with me." She sighed and picked up her cloak. She knew that, like the previous nights, she would definitely have insomnia again. She smiled happily and walked out of the room. Let's get some fresh air. She felt the surroundings as she walked. The night air is really different from the daytime. It's much more comfortable. She cried out in surprise, and the cat exclaimed in fright, "That place. Oh dear, isn't that the garden maze we were trapped in last time? Who built this place? What a strange hobby." She looked at it, smiling. "We almost died there." Then a voice startled her. "You shouldn't approach that place casually." She turned to look at the young woman behind her. "Asta." She looked at Asta with some surprise. "When did she get here?" Come to think of it, this was the first time she had seen her since the tea party that day. She smiled kindly. "Hello, Miss Lucia." The cat also looked at her in surprise. "I was startled too. How did she suddenly appear?" "Cubby." Hearing her words, she was even more surprised. "I'm really sorry about last time." She lowered her head, a pitiful expression on her face. "I always cause trouble, so if you can't trust me anymore, I have nothing to say." She replied, "It's not like that." She spoke her mind. "I'm not the one who needs an apology. I just find Asta hard to understand." She narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. "Hard to understand. For example." She looked at her nervously, sweat beading on her forehead. "Are you talking about why you told David I was important?" She lowered her head, but her eyes still looked directly at her. Yes, it was strange. She recalled Asta's smug expression when they talked about it that day. "I just thought he needed my help to come back." Asta had kept emphasizing that David would always come to her, just like the previous Duke. She also remembered Asta's last words at the end of the tea party that day. "Just wait and see. The Duke will need me eventually." She looked at her suspiciously, but it was clear she wasn't going to tell her. Today, she suddenly brought it up again, and her suspicion grew. "Then why did you suddenly bring this up again?" She said calmly, "Actually, the Montefeltro family has been cursed for generations. It's a curse that makes those with powerful magic. Enduring the pain, she froze in terror. It was a painful curse." "Why?" She continued, "Yes, take Dieter, for example. His magic power is almost the same as an ordinary person, so he's not within this scope. But children born with strong magic power like David, they're like shattered mirrors, forced to endure pain as if their whole bodies were twisted throughout their lives." She stared blankly, filled with shock. She recalled his lovely face, realizing that all along, everything about David, his casual smiles, he had been enduring that pain. As the two chatted pleasantly, she covered her mouth, lowered her head, her expression flustered. In that situation, he was still able to... She jolted, as if realizing something, her voice rising. "Wait, how do you know all this?" She lied without changing her expression. "Cubby told me directly." She looked at her in surprise. "David." She smiled. "Yes, I'm the painkiller the Montefeltro family needs." She thought of the bottle dubiously, looking at her suspiciously, not understanding how a person could be medicine, a painkiller. She smiled smugly. Her expression was shocked. "How can a person?" She replied, "You must be wondering what I'm talking about, right? I haven't experienced it myself, so I can't fully understand." She smiled pleasantly at her shocked gaze. "But just by being near me, even just looking at me, the pain lessens. I don't know why I have this ability either." She recalled the former Duke, who had endured that pain all his life. So when he met me, she remembered the former Duke's doting smile. It's understandable why he cherished me so much. Her eyes were filled with sadness. "Cubby too. Did Cubby also receive your help?" She turned to look at the maze garden, listening to her recount the memory. "Yes, it was in that maze garden when I was young." She said, "Back then, Dietrich and I got lost in the maze, going around and around." She recalled young David in the maze. "Later, I ran into David by chance, but he looked very different than usual, covered in sweat, breathing heavily. The pain he was enduring must have been terrible. His condition was very bad." She looked at him in alarm, and then the moment our eyes met, she widened her eyes. He smiled and reached out to her, David's terrified face gradually softening. She spoke of the happy times the three of them spent together. "After that, the three of us often played together. Two of us would sit under the tree and chat, and then when it was just the two of us..." Cubby told me that's secret. The cat looked displeased. "That's all nonsense." "Hey, did you believe all of that?" She said worriedly. "I don't know either, but now I'm gradually understanding." She suddenly understood something, why the former Duke loved Asta so much, even though they weren't blood-related. She also finally realized the most important point, why David left the Duke's mansion at a young age and went to the battlefield. If everything was because of the Montefeltro curse, then everything was easily explained. She lowered her head, her face still flustered. She turned to look at her. "But Asta, why are you suddenly telling me all this?" She smiled slyly. That's because Miss Lilia wants to know where I stand. She looked at her in surprise. Stand? What do you mean? She smiled slightly. I mean, Miss Lilia isn't someone you can easily provoke. She looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by that? She asked another question. Has Cubby been pretending not to see you lately? She smiled smugly. The reason is obvious. Because I'm here, so you're no longer interesting. She put on an air, and after all, I am a noble, she said with a threatening smile, and you were found in the Demon Duke's dungeon with an unknown identity. So know your place. She grabbed her golden hair, her eyes full of greed. Soon the position of Madame Montefeltro will belong to me. A sharp claw flashed like lightning, and she looked in surprise as Cubby leaped into the air. She screamed, 3 claw marks appearing on her hand. Cubby stood on the ground, fur bristling. Good heavens, I've had enough. Who allowed you to threaten people here? She shouted angrily. That damn cat again. A hand picked up a stone from the ground, and she opened her mouth to shout. She threw the stone at her. Stop. Asta watched in astonishment. What's going on? She muttered, don't. She shouted angrily. Don't apologize. She glared at her angrily. That will absolutely not happen to you. She lay on the ground, looking at her in confusion. A surprised voice came from the night sky. What's going on? She gasped. She walked back to the room, complaining, good heavens, I think I went too far. Cubby disagreed, but Asta really did go too far this time. The cat looked at her with excitement and joy. That's right, you did well this time. Someone like her needs a lesson to wake up. I hope everything's all right. Tara looked at her in a panic and hurried to her side. Duchess, I was so worried when you weren't back. Did something happen? She asked suspiciously. After a moment of thought, she decided it might be better to talk to Tara than to suffer alone. She looked at Tara, covering her face with her hands, her expression dejected. Duchess, please wait a moment, Tara exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves angrily. I'll go teach that little brat a lesson for daring to be rude to our Duchess. She grabbed Tara's arm hastily. Tara, patience. Try to be patient. She rubbed her forehead tiredly. I'll calm down now, although I understand your stubbornness. She explained patiently. Asta was originally a noble from the capital, but her family fell into ruin. The previous duke's favor was a chance for her to change her fate. She remembered the previous duke's smile when he looked at her. However, no matter how favored she was, she still remembered how she and her mother had finally left the mansion. In the end, he only saw her as a mistress and the mistress's daughter. She sat on the bed, looking at Tara in surprise. Tara narrowed her eyes. Yes, perhaps Asta thinks that if she had been given a proper title back then. She sighed dejectedly. Those days wouldn't have ended. That's why she clung to the Duke so tightly from beginning to end. Perhaps this time, she wants the position of Duchess. She speculated about Asta's intentions. Just then, a voice rang out from the office. Your Grace, I apologize for disturbing you so late, but we need to finalize all the arrangements for the upcoming wedding by tomorrow morning. Byrne looked at the Duke with some concern. What should we do? He asked. The Duke replied calmly. A drawing of a strange animal appeared on the desk. He looked up at the ceiling. What should I do? He looked at David questioningly. How long do you plan to continue like this? David said worriedly, the wedding is fast approaching, and you haven't been eating or sleeping well these days. If this continues, he turned pale and made a decision. Then I'll just starve with you. David looked at him in a panic. Good heavens. He chuckled wryly. Bear with it. Maybe you'll die soon. David took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, looking at him dejectedly. Thank you for your concern for this humble old man. He listened to David's words suspiciously. But if you're truly worried, then please come to your senses. Do you know how much the Duchess has done for you? He replied blankly. What else? David looked at him worriedly. With Asta causing such a blatant commotion, even his Grace has suddenly become cold towards the Duchess. He looked confused. When did I do such a thing? He asked in surprise, then said suspiciously, so you really are avoiding her. Why are you avoiding the Duchess? David guessed. Could it be that you've suddenly become afraid of her? He tilted his head dejectedly and replied yes. He remained silent for a long time, looking stunned. He looked at him in surprise. What is it that frightens you so much? He narrowed his eyes. A daughter. His eyes, magnified by his spectacles, widened abruptly. He stared at him in astonishment, then rushed over in a fluster. Why, Your Grace? When did you? He stared at him in shock, saying somewhat fearfully, could you stay a bit further away from me? Not me. He pointed at the table. The wolf over there. He pointed at the drawing of the gray wolf. Are you referring to Grand Duke Delamarque? He narrowed his eyes and thought. I've never heard of him having a daughter. I've only heard that he has many illegitimate children, but only one daughter. He remembered the little girl, overly protected due to her frail health. The little girl was bedridden from a very young age, but she also passed away quite early. He looked at him suspiciously. How do you know? He replied calmly. I met her once when I was young. He brought up the letter from that year. Do you remember the year he invited me and my father? Back then, even our ancestors could only accept. He recalled the scene of meeting the little girl that year. Are you saying you saw her then? Yes, the child was about 12 years old at the time, and I was 14. The Grand Duke always wanted to arrange a marriage between us. He looked at the image of the little girl anxiously, speculating worriedly. So, Your Grace, could that child's identity be? He interrupted him calmly. No, Byrne. I said she's already dead. He said worriedly. The reason the Grand Duke started using black magic, could it be because he pictured the Grand Duke holding his daughter's coffin, that he wanted to save his daughter, and for that, he needed a vessel to hold her soul. He looked at him suspiciously. Are you talking about that bowl? He crossed his arms and replied calmly. That's right, but the problem is, I can't be certain. He glanced away. When I found that child, he thought of Lilia, that whether that child had already been possessed by Grand Duke Delamarque's daughter. He was sweating nervously. His Grace's participation in the Northern campaign against the demons truly surprised everyone. The image of him walking across the battlefield surfaced in his mind, the Demon King's banner fallen on the ground. If it weren't for his intervention, the Demon King probably wouldn't have been defeated so easily. His pained face seemed to be right in front of him. Did he breathe his last before summoning his beloved daughter's soul? Did he remember Lilia, or did he hastily complete the ritual before dying? He looked at him earnestly. The answer to this question had sunk into darkness with the Demon King's death. The ability to recognize a child's soul must be a lingering effect of that ritual. He lowered his head, his expression serious. Your Grace, even if the Duchess is the Grand Duke's daughter, I cannot believe that person harbors evil intentions or is hiding something. The candles burned, crackling, as their conversation continued. If it's just a matter concerning the kingdom, there's no need to worry too much. He lowered his head. I was also curious about what was going on at first. Finally, he clutched the painting tightly in his hand. He frowned, then suddenly realized that none of it mattered anymore. Whether it was the Grand Duke's failed experiment or the sacrifice that bore his daughter's soul, he calmly replied, these things no longer hold any meaning for me. His face flushed with agitation. Your Grace, he stood up. Before things get worse, I intend to deal with it. His trembling hand reached out as if to touch her face. But I couldn't kill her. He pursed his lips. Instead, I just covered her with a blanket and left. He pulled the blanket over the girl, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. He asked in surprise, are you fasting? Is there a particular reason recently? He sighed dejectedly. It's not quite at a turning point yet. I just touched my lips. His glasses touched his eye. He was startled by the sound of his voice. Your Grace, is there something about what the Duchess often says? He recalled the girl's innocent smile. David is really nice. Her expectant expression. I wonder when David will be back. Her joyful smile. I have to ask David. He looked at him calmly. That is Your Grace's name. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. The issue isn't which side the Duchess chooses. If she feels either side is fine, that's even better. He mentioned that the first person she saw was him. The fact is clear. She relies on Your Grace. Your Grace brought her into this situation, so you must take responsibility until the end. He fell silent for a long time, looking down at the crumpled paper in his hand. A blue light emanated from his hand. He smiled faintly. It's funny. I hate green so much it makes me want to vomit, but every time I see it, I think of him. She smiled brightly. Hello, Devon. The two conversed pleasantly. It's been a while. Did your trip go well? Thanks to the Duchess's care, I made it there and back without any problems. He admired the scenery. I heard the Duchess also made a quite impressive debut recently. She looked at him with a happy smile. I wish Devon could have come too. He agreed cheerfully. I might not be able to attend the celebration, but I'll definitely be there for the wedding. She turned her head to the side, slightly embarrassed. Ah, the wedding. He looked at her, his face pale. Did I say something just now? Is something wrong? Her expression was a little sad, while he worriedly overthought. Maybe I'll lose my job. No, worse, I might even lose my life. Hey, Devon. He was sweating profusely, but his face was as happy as if he had found gold. Yes, Duchess. Praise God. Please spare me. She wrung her hands. a worried look on her face. It's a bit complicated to explain in detail. She confided in him sadly. Suppose someone wants to take something that belongs to me, and I don't want to give it up. What should I do in that situation? He looked at her with concern. Duchess. He looked at her sorrowful and distressed face. What happened? She clutched her beautiful dress tightly. I don't understand my own heart either. She lowered her head, her expression lost. At first, I was just happy to go out and have fun, but for some reason, the greed in my heart grew stronger and stronger. She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. For example, wanting to have someone important. She thought of the happy time she spent with David, and also wanted to gain that person's trust. For example, he explained with a smile, that's a natural thing for anyone. It can't even be considered greed. She disagreed. But I'm not just anyone. I'm just an ominous person who might be connected to black magic. He looked at her in surprise. She asked innocently, just because I've learned to cherish the things I've received doesn't mean I can't hope not to lose them. He laughed, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. She looked at him in surprise. Duchess. He looked at her seriously. Have you ever heard the Duke directly mention the things you're worried about? She immediately looked at him. No, that's not it. I've never talked to David about such things. Steam rose from the teacups as their conversation continued. Why not? I don't know. She lowered her head, a worried expression on her face. But if I said that, he might be upset. I know he didn't bring me here because I'm special. He looked at her, stating the obvious. As the Duchess herself said, the Duchess is not an ordinary person. He explained, because the Duchess is the Duchess of Montefeltro, this status demands tolerance of her subordinates. He answered sincerely, but it's also a status that doesn't require forced generosity, so the Duchess can frankly express her wishes. He smiled at her. The Duchess always tries her best, worried about unintentionally hurting others. She looked at the man in front of her with surprise. But if it's hard to believe in yourself, the Duchess can believe in those she trusts. Countless images flashed before her eyes. Dietrich, Byrne, Tara, and me among them. He smiled persuasively. If I dare to guess, perhaps the Duke feels the same way I do. Why doesn't the Duchess go and talk to him directly? She watched his back as he walked towards the door, thinking that Devon was right. She happily bid him farewell. She blushed and raised her hand, a determined look on her face. I can't go on like this. I have to go find David now and ask him directly. Absent-mindedly, she thought of the little black cat. At this time, it usually took a walk alone, and she hadn't seen it today. Perhaps it's nearby. Tara looked at her excitedly. A walk. The weather is nice today. Speaking of which, would the Duchess like to join me for a walk? I'd love to. She ran off quickly. I'll get a parasol. Please wait a moment, Duchess. She called out frantically, Tara, don't run. She chatted with Dietrich, wondering if Tara had fallen. I'm so worried. It seems you and Tara have completely reconciled. Not entirely. He exclaimed, oh, my goodness. As the shrill voice rang out again, I just passed by an elegant gentleman, and I didn't expect Miss Lilia to be here as well. She stood in front of Lilia, asking provocatively, is that guest yours? She answered somewhat nervously, Asta, yes, Devon, my therapist. He looked at her disapprovingly. Asta, why didn't you greet the Duchess first? She laughed merrily. It must be nice to have private consultations with such a handsome man. She narrowed her eyes, her tone suggestive. It's quite fashionable for ladies to have someone like that around these days. She looked at her silently, displeased. He began to argue with Asta. Don't say such useless things to the Duchess, Asta. What do you mean useless things? How can you speak like that? Her haughty voice echoed in the room. I'm just saying it's in fashion. She narrowed her eyes. But there's something I've always been curious about. Lilia glared at her angrily. Why does everyone call her Duchess when the wedding hasn't even taken place? Her voice was full of resentment. Miss Lilia's name is so lovely, yet no one calls you that. If you're not satisfied, go and argue with the Duke about it. Teresa glared at Asta furiously, gritting her teeth. What's wrong? She frowned angrily. It's the Duke's order. If you're not satisfied, then go and talk to him directly. The two argued fiercely. Who do you think you are, interfering like this? This isn't something you can say. Am I like you? Lilia and Dietrich watched Tara's outburst in alarm. It makes no difference to the Duchess. You still haven't figured that out. But then again, if you could figure out, you wouldn't have been fooled so badly. Tara is truly formidable when she's angry. She snarled through gritted teeth. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want your tongue cut out. She sighed sarcastically. Oh my, such vulgar language. Please watch your words, Miss Asta. What if you burn your parasol again this time? Her face red with rage, she yelled furiously. For thousands of years, you've been arguing. Her face paled as she saw something. Not good. Her footsteps quickened. Duchess. She ran and stood between the two, her face flushed with anger. Tara's eyes widened in terror. Really? Dietrich and the guards cried out. A blue light flashed before her eyes. She squeezed them shut in fear. Something shone like a small sun. She sat on the ground, clutching her head. She looked around in fear and worry. Really? The black cat's eyes widened, its mouth open as it watched the scene. Amazing. Everyone had collapsed on the ground. The scene was eerily quiet. She looked around in confusion. What just happened, everyone? The guards looked at her in alarm. Are you all right? She gasped for breath. Asta struggled to sit up, stammering, sweat pouring down her face, her expression filled with terror. Witch? She looked in horror at the hand pointing at her, at the trembling voice. That woman is a witch.